somebody
demonstrations
says that
we
you
have.
have gas in a beaker, dude, it's the intellectual equivalent of that when we ask for gas pressure without a container. Like, oh, we can hold some gas in a beaker for a little while. Like, no, dude, it doesn't work that way. It's not what we mean by gas pressure. Or when Matthew Learns comes in here and says gas pressure is the wind blowing on your hand. I'm like, no, dude, you're just playing games. Like, this is what you
I'm
Glovers
not
do.
playing games. Like you're asking for proof that you can have a vacuum next to a high pressure without a containment, and centrifuges can demonstrate that.
No.
What's wrong with that explanation?
I'm referring to a consistent X value form. So, like, take for instance, we go down to the sea together. We're standing on the beach. We got 14.7 psi.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking
continuous.
about.
Continuously.
Your claim is that you cannot have a high pressure next to a vacuum because high pressure flows to low pressure, right?
Correct.
But I provided an example of where that's not the case, that we can demonstrate in an experiment.
Not gas itself being in a vacuum and still remaining as gas. It would disappear. You know, you can't have this high pressure system because you would need a container.
Yeah, you're saying you need a.
Yes, got to have a container.
You're saying you need a container, but in
yeah,
a centrifuge, you can show that the high pressure is close to the wall of the centrifuge, and in the center you have a vacuum.
The gases would definitely interfere into the vacuum of space because gases are omnidirectional. So you know, you understand. It's not going to remain in that centrifuge unless it's contained completely. Otherwise, if it's an opened, it's going to go into the vacuum of space, even when you're spinning it. So,
Hey,
and
Dylan,
it's not.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Dylan, look in the chat. Look in the chat, bud.
I can look in the chat, but I don't think you guys.
A centrifuge does not keep a vacuum next to pressure.
Yeah, exactly. What you're saying doesn't make sense.
I think that's what you call a hostile witness, Dylan. Your little pet robot's turned against you.
I'm sorry, I cut off. I have a hostile witness. What'd you say?
I said your little pet robot's turned against you. In the chat.
Can a centrifuge keep a vacuum next to pressure with no barrier? If you mean a centrifuge spinning machine, no, it cannot keep a vacuum next to no pressure with no barrier.
You see, what you said didn't make any sense. You see, that's why you said I didn't understand. I understood very well, and it was strange. That's why I made the comment that I made.
You still like AI now, Dylan?
I think your AI is
yours is
hallucinating here.
It doesn't agree with Dylan.
My AI wants to fight your AI, I guess.
That's it, Dylan. Yeah.
I think it misunderstood here. Hold on, let me give it a little more careful consideration here.
Okay. Yeah. So Jupiter is an anomaly that none of us have proven to be what it's said to be, and that is a gas giant, because it's an anomaly. Gases are definitely omnidirectional,
No,
and that would enter without gas.
I think you got to ask your AI again, man. Ask it again within a centrifuge. Make sure you clarify that you're asking within the centrifuge. Can you have a vacuum next to normal pressure with no barrier?
It just wouldn't work. It would entropy, outgas. It wouldn't work. not in the vacuum of
I,
space.
I can show you specific examples. Like I can cite specific examples from the.
What kind of gas are we're talking about? Helium, argon, nitrogen? What are we talking about here? What kind of gas are we using? Because we're talking reality here, okay? We know that gases are omnidirectional and they don't contain themselves in a vacuum. They don't. They spread out everywhere. Hence the
What do you think a
global.
centrifuge does? What do you think it happens in a centrifuge when you spin it up? You get high pressure at the boundaries of the centrifuge that it's spinning,
Yeah, but Dylan,
and you
that's not
get
what
low pressure at the center.
Dylan, that's not what we're asking for, though. What we're asking for
Yeah.
is a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's where our
Yes.
anyway, that's what we're
That's what
asking for.
Yeah, that's what we're
Right.
talking
I'm
about.
saying within the centrifuge, you don't need a barrier between the high pressure and the low pressure.
That's not what we're talking
centrifuge-
about. You're not getting it. We're
Dylan.
talking about the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space and the gas. No centrifuge.
I'm saying that gravity is what's holding the atmosphere in, and gravity
You
is
have
an
to prove that.
acceleration.
You would have to demonstrate gas being held by
That's what
gravity first.
That's what I'm saying. If you
Not by using a
accept that a
centrifuge, you know.
centrifuge is, what is the problem? The centrifuge is just
Oh, wait,
creating
wait.
acceleration.
We don't live
Sorry,
like that on Earth.
I didn't complete the thought. What we're asking for is gas pressure without a container due to gravity, because they say gravity is the reason why we're breathing gas pressure right now. So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? So like, take for instance, if you could demonstrate 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of your car with gravity instead of the tire, can you do that, Dylan? Can you do that?
Exactly. Come on.
I already provided the example.
No,
of the
hold on,
centrifuge.
Dylan.
That's
It's
the
just
only.
let's be intellectually honest now. Need a yes or no? I want to hear you say it. No, you can't do that, right? Like, I'm not going to beat you up for it, but just say it.
Be honest.
Without an acceleration field to overcome the pressure difference, no, gases will flow from high pressure to low pressure, for sure.
And that's what we're
All right.
talking about. Thank you. That's it. There's no
But I'm
centrifugal
saying
force in space.
an acceleration field provides the counter pressure to balance that out, and so you can use gravity for the acceleration, or you can use a centrifuge to create that acceleration.
To be clear, though, we're talking about a consistent x value form, which, at least with half what you're saying, there doesn't seem to be described. Like, I'm talking about a consistent, like your car tire. I mean, it may fluctuate a little bit throughout the day as the temperature changes. But, you know, it's roughly 36 psi is the, you know, more consistent would be the air we breathe. Like, it's a more consistent 14.7 psi at the beach than it is with the psi inside your tire, just by the nature of where it is. But we're meaning that, like a consistent.
Right. There's a pressure gradient though. As you go up in the atmosphere, it's not consistently standard temperature and pressure. You get very low pressure. It's an exponential curve to up to the Kármán line, where you can pretty much consider that there's, and even the vacuum of space is not a totally pure vacuum, but yeah, you get a pressure gradient.
Yeah, no kidding. We are not in denial about the existence of the pressure gradient. That is, in algebraic terms, gas pressure is x and the pressure gradient is delta x. And yeah, the thing is, you need x before you get delta x. That's what we're asking.
Right.
You know,
I'm saying
gas
within
pressure,
a
gas pressure.
centrifuge, within it, do you agree that within a centrifuge you get you get a gradient of pressure from the center of the centrifuge to the extreme? Do you at least agree with that?
No, because it seems like you're using centrifugal to just make it a different thing happen. that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, because what you're describing has nothing to do with the heliocentric model in the first place. That's the problem. Like if what you were describing with the
We're trying to
if-
provide an example of where pressure can exist without a barrier to low pressure.
And it,
We're just
yeah, but not
like
in,
you
not
said,
in
there's
a
a
way
great
that's not in a
pressure
way
in the
that's
atmosphere.
contrary to nature. Like, because
Huh?
you guys say in your paradigm, in your model, in your heliocentric model, you guys say that it's the nature of the universe that the Earth is a ball and it's spinning and it's orbiting the sun. The sun's orbiting the center of a galaxy, and it's in the vacuum of space. And with that description, it doesn't fit your description. It's not analogous. Problem. Do you see the problem there? It's not analogous.
I think it is analogous, but we don't even have to go there. Like, let me ask you this: why doesn't the high pressure in the low atmosphere evacuate to the low pressure in the high atmosphere? We don't even have to consider the vacuum of space. Why do we have a pressure gradient at all?
Because there's a pressure gradient everywhere in nature. You have a pressure gradient in the ocean too. Did you notice that?
No, you
Right
said
here.
you said high pressure always flows to low pressure without a barrier, but you agreed that
That
there is
doesn't.
this pressure gradient. There's low
High
pressure
pressure.
up in the upper atmosphere. Why doesn't the high pressure atmosphere near the surface just evacuate up to the low
Oh,
pressure in the upper
I
atmosphere?
gotta get an answer for you. I gotta get an answer for you, Dylan. Gravity.
Please. That's
Dynamic
what I'm
system.
explaining. Gravity. You got no explanation. This is
We
a
have, because it's a
No, no,
dynamic
it's not.
system,
No, no.
Dylan.
Hold on,
It's a
hold on.
dynamic
Dylan,
system.
No, Dylan. Let me be a little more
Hey,
specific. The term is
I think I
Dylan.
got
I
you
want
guys
you to
on
put
this
this
one.
in
Go
Google.
ahead. Go ahead.
I want you to go to your DuckDuckGo or your Google or whatever search engine you got in front of you, and I want you to type in specific gravity and look at the definition of that. And that's the answer. It has
So
to do
you're
with
just
relative,
giving my answer back to me.
relative density.
You're, gravity is what's creating this pressure gradient. I'm saying that's what's holding in the atmosphere.
We
You're
live
not
in a
giving me
dynamic
some other
system.
explanation for why high pressure exists next to low pressure.
Yeah,
We
but
know
the
live in a
problem
that.
dynamic system.
you
We live in a
cannot
dynamic
demonstrate
system.
gas pressure without a container due to gravity. If you had demonstrated to begin with gas pressure without a container due to gravity, then there'd be more credence on your end, less on my end, but still you haven't done that. But I can demonstrate gas pressure with the container. So, and I'm breathing gas pressure right now. So as far as I know, I'm still in a container. No one's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity or
You're
anything else.
telling me the reason. Let's not jump around here. You're saying that the reason we have a high pressure in the lower atmosphere compared to the upper atmosphere is because of gravity.
Specific
Pressure
gravity.
and temperature. Pressure and temperature. That's why.
The pressure and temperature. That's the most circular argument I've ever heard. Why does not the lower atmosphere high pressure get pushed into the upper atmosphere that's low pressure?
Because
You
it's
said that.
produced.
Hold
It's
on.
produced on the face of the earth. That's why.
Dylan, wait, I got a question for you. I have the
So
same question.
gas is constantly escaping, and we're just producing more gas from the surface. And there's this constant flow of gas into the upper atmosphere because it's getting produced in the lower atmosphere. It's getting produced at the surface. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's called a dynamic system. Look it up. Look what dynamic system means.
I know what a dynamic systems are. I'm a systems engineer, but you're not giving me an explanation without gravity. You're saying specific gravity. That still implies gravity. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait, hold on, Dylan. Wait, hold on. Did you actually read the definition, or have you just been talking to us?
I'm trying to. We're talking about this same issue here about pressure flowing
No,
from
answer the fucking
fluids
question,
flowing
Dylan.
from
Did you
high
read the
pressure to low
definition?
pressure.
Answer the
definition of
question.
specific
Did you
gravity?
read it?
The definition
Specific
of
gravity. Yeah. Did you read it? Yet. Just take a second, buddy. Like, we can wait. Just read it. Read about how it talks about relative density. And then we continue.
Yeah. So Orion, what happened there then? Stopped. What happened?
Well, I was telling Dylan to look up the definition of specific gravity on the internet,
Right.
and
I cut off there, but it's a ratio of densities.
yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
it's
That's your
relative density.
explanation.
In short, you
Okay.
could just do it as relative density. So you were asking me, why is there a pressure gradient? Why does the air get thinner as I climb a mountain? My answer to you is relative density, also known as specific gravity.
That's
If
not
I
an
could,
We cleared
explanation.
that up. What's
it is
next?
an explanation. Okay, here, if you have an amount of gas that is a higher density gas than the gas around it, for example, you can just take helium versus pretty much any other gas. What's going to happen if you put those two together? They're going to separate because of the density in the molecules, right?
No, no, they won't.
No, they won't. They won't.
Yeah, gases mix because they're so energetic.
So you're telling me even if I mix them up real good, they're not going to separate from each other at all. What about
That's
the
correct.
same that you get with liquids and with solids?
But liquids
Gases
and
have
solids are
different
different.
properties. You have this kinetic theory of gases where the particles of gas are able to bounce around freely. And even then, like, I don't understand. You guys are saying you don't believe in gravity, but then you're implying specific gravity, which, even though it's in terms of density, the ratio of density, you're still invoking gravity to use that explanation.
Yeah,
It's not
It's the
because
same explanation that I'm saying is the reason the atmosphere is held in at all is because of gravity.
it's not a question of do we believe in gravity or not. It's just that no one's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity. We don't believe that gas pressure can be contained by gravity.
Right, but
That's
we just provided an example where the high pressure in the lower atmosphere is contained by the low pressure in the upper atmosphere. Why is it that you have this pressure gradient? Why doesn't
because
the pressure
there's
equalize?
gradient because there's pressure gradients inside every container, Dylan. Like
Dylan,
even
I
a
have a
water.
question for you.
I think you guys are flailing on this one hard.
Dylan, I have a
No,
question for you.
we wouldn't have constant pressure without constant temperature.
Dylan, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
What happens when you put heat to gas?
It
Like if I
expands.
Okay, and I got a container of, let's say, propane, and I heat it up. What happens inside that container? Does the pressure
If you
increase?
have yeah,
contained propane is liquid.
So when
you can get
you apply
convective
heat,
current.
right? So up high
You
it's
get
colder,
convective
is it?
current.
On the top of a mountain it's colder. On the face of the earth it's warmer. Where do we have the highest pressure? On the face of the earth. Up at the top of Mount Everest it's less pressure because it's colder. That's why we have a pressure gradient.
Because it's
But
cold.
you still are defying your own logic when you say you can't have a high pressure adjacent to a low pressure. You're saying based on the laws of thermodynamics, high pressure always flows to low pressure, and yet there's the example for you. You have high pressure next to low pressure.
No, you're taking it out of context.
I'm not taking it out of context. You said you can't have a high pressure next to a low pressure without a containment, and yet the lower atmosphere is not contained against the upper atmosphere.
No, Dylan, we claim you cannot have pressure without a barrier next to a vacuum. That's what we claim. We don't claim high and low pressure can't intermingle.
You have a high pressure next to a low pressure without containment.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
Why
Above
why
an
isn't the
equator.
high pressure flowing towards the low pressure?
It does. It
Why isn't the
intermingles with
gas at the high pressure flowing towards the low pressure?
it mixes with each other. It does.
Yeah, but we have this consistent pressure gradient and there's no barrier in between it to maintain it.
Yeah, that's what causes the wind and the currents and all that kind of stuff is because it's trying to intermingle with itself.
If it were intermingling, then you would eventually have equilibrium, right? If the high pressure is flowing towards the low pressure, then eventually it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yeah, it's trying to do that.
What's
That's a static
maintaining that
system.
what's maintaining that pressure gradient?
You've already got the answer many times. That's in a static system. We do not live in a static system. We live in a dynamic system. So it's never at equilibrium.
Yeah, Dylan, how many different ways could they possibly say it? I mean, it's like kind of crazy.
It's violating your whole example, and you even conceded by referring to like specific gravity. So you're invoking gravity to explain this pressure gradient, and
What's
that's
your
what I'm
opinion on the
saying is
word?
causing the atmosphere to stay on the Earth. So it seems like the same explanation. You
Dylan,
guys have mentioned a couple other things. It's dynamic. It's a consistent pressure gradient as you go up in atmosphere. You already acknowledged that. So
You're just repeating
your
yourself.
whole
You're on repeat
because
here,
you
bud.
guys are not
You've gotten the answer.
acknowledging that
We have acknowledged. We have acknowledged everything you've asked. We've given you answers, plenty of them, and you keep repeating and going back to the beginning again.
So you do agree then we can move on that you can have a high pressure next to a low pressure because of gravity.
In certain circumstances, yes. You can't have a vacuum next to pressure without a barrier. No.
A vacuum is just lower pressure.
a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum trillions of miles across in every direction next to 14.7 psi. You can't have that.
We don't have it directly next to you. You have a whole pressure gradient. The
Yeah, you do
atmosphere
have it
right
directly next to
vacuum
you.
is very low.
Oh my god. Yeah, it is next. Is it next to it without a barrier, Dylan?
There's no solid transition. It's a gradient. It's a smooth gradient.
Yeah, prove it. Prove that's what happens.
We have devices that have gone up and measured the pressure up into the atmosphere. Like you guys, I thought already acknowledged it.
No, you don't. You have barometers that can measure the pressure up to around the mesosphere, just before the mesosphere. We've spoken to meteorologists, and they said that everything above that is computer modeled. Right? They aren't able to take readings from that height, and barometers aren't designed to work above a certain height either. Right? So it's all model based. And you keep ignoring the fact that we have the dynamic system, and now you're inputting gravity into it again. Like, what's gravity? Define what you mean by gravity, right? If you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, right, or mass attracting mass, right? That's a you claim. You're not able to back that claim up. Right? It's and you've been told 50 times it's a dynamic system. Gases are constantly being created at ground level and below the ground and in the ocean, etc. Right, and it's constantly cycling. We have all of these pressure systems and weather cycles and gas cycles. It's an extremely complex dynamic system that we live in. It's nothing like a static system.
So what's maintaining the high pressure at the bottom and low pressure at the top? It's just I mean, I can understand convection, like if you heat a pot of water.
Is it cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he's got it.
You cutting out, dude. Yeah, if you heat up a pot of water and you just keep it constantly boiling, you're always gonna have more water vapor, right? Just above the surface of where it's boiling from. Where the gas is being produced, essentially. Same sort of thing. It's not a crazy claim. More gas where gas is being produced.
I got cut off there again, but you're saying it's because gas is getting produced at the surface?
Or is it not? I mean,
You
you're
tell me the
giving
gases are coming from space?
So you're saying that there's continuously gas getting produced into the atmosphere. Wouldn't the total pressure continue to rise if we're just getting more and more gas?
it's not just more
If
and
you're
more
adding
gas.
gas into the system, you said
Well,
we're
there's
in a
gas
container,
exchanges.
and yet we're
Let,
adding
let
gas
me give you
continuously into the system.
let,
Wouldn't
let
the
me give
pressure
you
go
an
up?
example. Let me give you an example. We can have closed terrariums, right? Some of these terrariums have been closed for 50 plus years, and they're constantly producing gas, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. It's a dynamic system. The gas is being distributed, it's being used, it's being recycled, everything's cycling, right? It's not like the pressure
Right.
keeps building inside these self-contained ecosystems. But what happens if you'd get one of these self-contained ecosystems and you put it inside a vacuum chamber and take away the container walls? Everything's gonna die real quick.
Right, but in the container, we have the ideal gas law, like PV equals nRT. If you're not increasing the total gas in the system, then the pressure is going to stay the same. If you're increasing the total gas in the system, then the pressure is going to go up.
Okay, so although, like, that we mine helium from the ground, we get helium from the ground, gases come from the ground. Sometimes there's these things in the springtime called CO2 pockets, and that's
You
what
can
happens is
burn
there's
wood,
carbon
you can
dioxide.
burn anything. You definitely can produce gas from like burning wood or burning anything. Like, yeah, I mean,
Well, I'm not saying that.
there's
I'm saying
production of gases is not in contention.
natural effects. Like, for example, when there's no sunlight, underwater aquatic plants, they may be getting, sorry, not when there's no sunlight. When there's lack of enough sunlight, they don't properly do photosynthesis. They actually intake oxygen and they will output carbon dioxide. So over long winters, if you have a lake or a pond that's frozen and you have a lot of aquatic plant life underneath, there's a lot of carbon dioxide that's produced, and it creates this bubble right underneath the layer. It all goes up, under the water, creates this bubble. And when that bubble reaches high enough pressure and it pops, you get a CO2 pocket. And that could be deadly in the sense of if somebody's hiking in spring through the mountain and that CO2 all releases. CO2 is heavy. It'll stay. If there's not enough wind or air movement, it'll stay stagnant at the bottom. The same way, like I said earlier, gases do separate from each other because of the different density in the molecules. It's just that we have wind and we have movement and motion within the air that we live in that helps keep it mixed. But if it was all stagnant, yes, there would be a layered gradient of different gases, and we would be all standing in CO2 and die. The same way on a day that one of those CO2 pockets breaks out of the lake and someone's walking with their family through the woods and that CO2 is just very slowly going with a slight breeze, it all stays right on the ground. And if that hits you, you don't know what happens. You just suffocate. You'll pass out within seconds, You'll suffocate and die because of the lack of oxygen. So we know that the only reason we have a mixture of these gases is because of air movement around us. And then you're saying adding more gas to the system would make it more pressurized, but those gases are used for certain things, right? Like, we know that when plants are committing photosynthesis, they take in carbon dioxide, they take the carbon molecule and they apply it to themselves to grow bigger, and excuse me, I'm burping. They release oxygen and some other. There are other gases that they release. I couldn't give you the exact ones or tell you the amounts right now, but um, like, that's how it works. It's all just density.
Right, but your original contention was that you can't have high pressure next to low pressure
Oh my
because
god.
without
Yeah,
it being
you
contained. So I don't see
exactly.
all
That's
this is
literally
just
what I'm
like
saying.
complicating the issue. You're conflating these issues. Yeah, there's a dynamic equilibrium in the atmosphere with all these partial pressures of gases.
Wait, hold on, Dylan. I got a good response to you. So the sun heats up the earth and the air just above the earth, right? Right?
Right.
What do gases do when they get
Come
higher
on,
temperature?
Dylan. Is he talking to me or what? Is something wrong with your mic again?
He's looking it up on AI.
Gosh.
No,
Dude,
I'm getting out of my car. My Bluetooth is switching on and off.
this
Has
has
the
been
temperature
explained to you at nauseum, dude.
I don't think you've given me a valid explanation other than gravity is maintaining this pressure gradient that we have. Like
Your version of valid explanation
Right,
is
Dylan?
something that you'll
we
accept,
have
not the explanation you've been given, right?
we have a consistently high
You
pressure
don't like it.
at low altitudes.
You don't like the answers. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. That's why it's not satisfactory, because you're not satisfied with it. It doesn't mean it's not correct or is correct. It just means you're not satisfied with it.
Well, it seems like we're
And that's
acknowledging then
okay.
that you can have high pressure adjacent to low pressure without a barrier.
Yeah, in a
So
pressurized system. In a already pressurized system. Yeah.
so you can have high pressure next to low pressure without because like in an airplane, for example, there's very low pressure. They have to pressurize the cabins, right?
Yeah, and if it
If there
wasn't
was
And
a
that's
hole
because
if there was a hole in the
the
airplane, all
hello,
the
yeah,
pressure inside would
Dylan.
flow outside the airplane, right?
Dylan, that's because we're used to living at almost sea level, so the pressure that the airplane flies at, there's not enough oxygen in the air, so we wouldn't survive up there. Who cares? You're still in a pressurized
So
system,
why
right?
just
Dylan,
like you're saying the
Dylan,
atmosphere has to be
Dylan,
contained, otherwise it would
Dylan,
be evacuated into space.
are you
Why
still
isn't the
in a
low
pressurized system, okay? Are you?
I'm in a pressurized system, yeah,
Yes. So you can have higher pressure next to lower pressure in a pressurized system, right?
without a barrier, right?
Right.
yeah, you're already within a barrier. You're in a
You're
pressurized
already in
system.
it. Yeah.
Oh my god. I think you guys are just coping here.
I don't think you're
Sounds
understanding,
sounds like
because we're all
projection.
understanding and you're not picking up what we're putting down.
Or he
You
is
guys
understanding.
you haven't explained to
He
me why
doesn't.
all of this other nonsense that you're saying doesn't explain why, unless you're invoking gravity, you're not explaining why the high pressure in the lower
Well, I already
atmosphere
gave you
doesn't
that,
just
Dylan.
evacuate into the upper atmosphere because of
I
the
already
second
gave you
law of
the blanket.
Okay.
thermodynamics.
So let's just state one thing here, right? Molecules are on the molecular scale. The molecular scale is ran by electrical forces. Electrical forces on the molecular scale are 10 to the 36 or 37 times more powerful than any gravitational force. So it doesn't matter what amount of gravity you want to apply to these molecules, it is so utterly weak compared to the electrical forces that it does nothing to it. We, being humans on the molecular scale, do not experience gravity. I'm going to put it at that. We are more dense than the medium that we live in, therefore, we fall through it. When you're in water, some people have higher contents of fat or higher contents of muscle. I'm very lean. I don't float. If I float, my eyes, like barely the top of my head floats above the water. So I do float. I'm somewhat buoyant, right? Versus my friend who is much bigger than me, he could lay on his back and have a quarter of his body floating out of the water because of his fat content and the difference in densities. The same way that salt water is more dense than fresh water and you float better in salt water. You, as a physical object in a gaseous environment, are going to always sink and fall through the less dense medium. And the same scale can be applied
You
to
guys
the
you guys are
nuclear.
coping pretty hard here.
No,
Can
this
I-
is physics. This is
Hey,
physics,
Dylan.
sir.
Dylan, dude, just listen, right?
You
What
guys
happens?
coping so hard.
Hey, Dylan, just listen for a sec, right? The gas at sea level is heated up. What happens to hot air? It becomes less dense, right, and rises up through a higher density medium, right? It rises up, and then the air cools down, and then it starts dropping back down again. Becomes a cycle. Gas is produced at ground level, and it's also absorbed at ground level. So you have hot air rising, cooling down, coming back down, heating up again, going back up, cooling down, coming back down again. Pressure, temperature, you get it? That's a pressure gradient in a pressurized system. All pressurized systems have gradients.
Even within
Not
your
that
own
diff-
body.
It's not that difficult.
Yeah, it's not. Gravity explains the pressure gradient.
But it does
Okay,
not.
does gravity explain the air going up and then cooling down and coming down?
Yeah.
No, that's
Why?
density.
That's density.
Density doesn't produce a force. Density is density. It's not. There's no force implied. So even when you're describing this buoyancy and density, like
Gravity's
you
not a
still have
force.
to use
Gravity's
gravity
not
to
a
have
force.
a force.
That doesn't make sense. So if you are less dense than a material,
I think
and
he's
you
more
jump,
dense.
let me put it this way.
No,
Yeah,
I was just saying in the head.
You can't explain
if you're
these
less dense
dynamics
than a medium,
invoking density and buoyancy without gravity.
you
Yes, you
can.
can.
Because you're in an electric field. You're on the molecular scale, which is literally ran by electrical forces. Even on the atomic scale, it's ran by electrical forces, and on the nuclear scale, it's ran by nuclear forces. Nuclear forces compared to the atomic and to the molecular scale are 10 to the 36 times more powerful, and electrical forces on the atomic and molecular scale are 10 to the 36 times more powerful than gravitational forces. And if we actually had the equipment needed to test for gravitational forces, that would be cool to prove it and stuff. But the celestial scale and the galactic scale are what work off of gravitational forces, and we ourselves cannot move planets and celestial bodies around freely to test that. So gravity, the theory of gravity, is that it's a theory.
my
There's
God.
over 80 different theories of gravity that are taught, and I was only taught them in high school. My physics professor in college refused to teach any theories. He was a very testable, provable man. Don't even bring it up unless you have a test that can prove it. And so when you have a gravimeter or a device that tests gravity in an area, it's not testing the gravity, it's testing the potential electric forces in the area, doing a calculation and spitting out a number close to 9.33 meters squared accelerating. Okay, so there's no, your proof for gravity is using electrical forces to spit out a number that would be considered an accelerating rate, yet it is taken off of electrical forces. You're using electricity to make up a name and a number for another force that you can't actually test or prove.
Okay, guys, I gotta get going, but it's been good listening to you cope about it. Have a good one.
Yeah, check your meme in the side chat, bro. That's you right now.
Emotional damage.
I do really like when people start researching stuff and then they just get silent and then leave. or their explanations and what they're taught doesn't line up with what they experience, and so they just, they get frustrated, and they like, some people, it like, I can't say some people, everybody who has a foundation of a construct of how the world works and internally in their mind, if that starts getting picked apart and destroyed, and they don't have another foundation to lie upon to understand how it's working, they like, they're at a loss. You can't destroy one foundation without having another, so it's kind of like you hit this point where you have an existential crisis, or you just keep believing shit that you're told and continue to follow the lies. Wake up and lie to yourself every day, like that. Personally, that's not mentally healthy.
That's
How many
exactly
times?
right. Yeah, Dylan ran out of material. He ran out of explanations.
Oh, I
Carry on.
explained it to the guy, like, very precise, and I took my
Yeah,
time, and I was,
yeah,
calm, and he still just kept repeating, going back to the beginning.
yeah. You won that easy because you explained it clearly. It's our position, and he just kept repeating his beliefs that he cannot prove at all. And what is hard to understand? You cannot have air pressure in a vacuum without a container, a pressurized. How can you have a pressure system in a vacuum without a container? How can you? Because there would be no pressure. It would entropy into the vacuum of the low pressure.
Well,
What's going on with
in
this
the
guy?
Glober mind, like he said, if you're in a plane that's pressurized up in a less pressurized zone, yeah, but like we said, that literally does not matter because you're
No,
already
because you're
in the
contained.
pressurized system.
Yeah, you're contained. Carl, what does he understand that? Right? And then we did ask him to demonstrate gas containing itself in a vacuum. Can you please show me that without containment? He couldn't, could he?
And Johnny, like, no matter what, these people who come in here, they usually, as well as I do, they usually have the presumptive position that we are just like flat earth society flat earthers that all are like, yeah, look at this model, look at this flat earth, yeah, there's the edge, and there's this, and there's that, yeah, like they think we're completely stupid, and that we just
Yeah,
woke up one day and we're like, I'm gonna be a flat earther today, I just want to believe it.
yeah, yeah,
Right,
exactly.
yeah,
You
they
sort of,
they think yeah, they think of us as, yeah, like, an idiot, retard,
Yeah,
"Oh,
they
I
think
know
of us
more."
of, oh, we just want to reject the main dichotomy, so that's all we're doing is we're just rejecting what everyone else is saying. They believe that we have major trust issues, but then if they looked into it themselves, maybe they would start questioning things and start having lack of trust. Not even lack of trust, but they'll want proof of testable evidence. They'll want something that they can go and test it for themselves. And the globe model has zero criteria that is able to be tested by any normal person. If you got together with, if we all got together and we wanted to pool money together, and we find a flat earther with a pilot's license and all this other stuff, and we can actually end up making a rocket that can go up and this and that. People have already done that already in the flat earth community. People have already done that and proven that it's simply, we, even doing the tests ourselves, don't experience the same things that they're explaining to us.
yeah,
Like that guy last night. I wasn't in politics. It was over in the English server, but that guy last night that wanted to do the math for himself, but then was not giving us the outputs of the math on the Earth curvature calculator with refractive index. He didn't want to give us the answers because when he searched them himself, he was like, yeah, it's not visible. Okay, well, here's the photo. If it's not visible, here's the photo given the measurements that you implemented.
yeah. We had another character just a little while ago before Dylan, I think he was trying to do the same thing, and he was totally smashed with it because he couldn't prove his refraction index and all the numbers that are necessary. He couldn't do it. It was giving out. He was using AI, and it was just giving him some stupid numbers. 90-mile curvature.
There's a gentleman that I'm going to try to get to join here. He's a newer, I wouldn't call him a flat earther, but he's a globe denier, newer globe denier, because he spent some time in a chat with me talking to someone else who was curious about the matter. And he ended up agreeing with me at the end. He was like, "Yeah, you're right. It doesn't make any sense. Like I've been listening to the flat Earth chats like for quite a while now, and none of this makes sense. And given the observation that you've personally taken and the numbers you're given, like no, this." And we actually, him and I together with this other guy that was still denying, or sorry, accepting that the Earth is a globe. We got his own chat GPT to simply say that no, it's not possible. But at first, all his chat GPT was saying was, "Oh, it's wrong. Something's wrong." Well, no shit, chat GPT is going to say something's wrong when you're giving it input numbers to do the math, and the math doesn't add up to what is visible. Of course it's going to say, well, something's wrong, a measurement's wrong, or this or that, or like the math is right, but it's not visible, yet it's still visible, you know. And so I told him, well, ask it to give a one word answer, yes or no, and ask it like, should the object be visible given these numbers? And it said no. There you go. There, it should not be visible given the distance, the height of the observer, and the height of the object, but it is still visible. So what can you say about that? The math is wrong, or I'm, or we're all seeing shit. We're all experiencing the same thing, and it's fake somehow, you know?
No, we're just on a flat Earth. That's it. That's the truth, isn't it? Obviously.
That is the obvious truth. But some people still choose to reject that truth, and that's a very, I don't even know the right word.
Troubling
That's a
situation.
tragic.
Yeah.
That's a very tragic choice that they can make for themselves. It's tragic because how are you shown these things? How do you experience them themselves as an individual and still choose to reject them? Like there's got to be a mental illness going on, or there has to be
Yeah.
some form of cognitive dissonance going on, or it's just, you know, if I tell you, hey, I'm going to punch you in the face and it's going to hurt, and you tell me no, it won't hurt, and I punch you in the face and it hurts, and you say ow, but then afterwards you're going to still tell me no, that didn't hurt.
Yeah, you're immediately going to say it didn't hurt immediately. Bang, ow, it didn't hurt.
Yeah,
Do
it's
it
like,
again.
oh, well, you're bleeding. Oh yeah, I feel it. It kind of hurts.
It's stupid, isn't it? You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the psychology of the globers. When you're trying to help them cross the road to the flat Earth, this is what you've got to do. All the tantrums and the stupidity that you can only laugh at this stuff. Silly.
Like I
Oh,
said this morning, it's literally comedy gold. Most of us who sit here muted and listen to these conversations, it's
yeah,
honestly better. Like they're comedians stepping up on stage who don't even realize that they're comedians, and they don't even realize they're on stage. They also don't
yeah.
realize that all of this stuff is streamed, and that I don't know if there's other people watching. I'm not in charge of the stream. I don't know what's going on that side of the world, but
Mm.
that angle of the world.
Yeah, I try to appeal to that angle, make sure they know that we know you're there and we appreciate you that you're there. And this is what's going on in the
Yeah.
world that you live in. And if you haven't measured that curvature, you better go measure it quickly and discover the flat Earth for yourself.
Any
Yes.
glober who is truly curious that comes in here will themselves go out and test for these things. And I get some people have like their job or their lifestyle does not make it possible to
Mm.
physically go out and spend the time doing it. But if you truly cared, you would take a Saturday or a day off and you would just go out to a point where you shouldn't be able to see. Hopefully the day's clear enough that you can actually see. Hopefully there's not enough haziness in the sky that's gonna block the view. You know, like there's scenes that I have seen on very clear days, and I go back on another day, and there's too much haze, or it's overcast, or the weather
Mm.
does not permit it. The clarity in the sky does not permit me to see it because I can't see through X amount of particles. You know,
Mm.
there's going to be blockage over time. I can see
Yeah,
through water, but through so much water, I can't see.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So, and then it's good that you do that because it brings you closer to the creation of the earth and the air you breathe in. That air, because when you said to people, "Can you see the air?" Yes, you can see the air that you breathe every morning. The mist, the dew, the fog, that stuff you breathe in. That is what you're breathing in, what you're looking at. So don't say you can't see air. You're being silly
Yeah,
now.
if there's a fire in a house, there's still air in that house, even with the
Yeah,
smoke, but you might not be able to see 2 feet in front of you because of how much stuff is in the air.
Yeah, how much of that material is burning? That's exactly.
How many molecules of what different how many molecules of
Materials,
what different
chemicals.
chemical are in the air?
Yeah, yeah. It's a heavy downpour here in Japan now. Rainy season. The heavens have opened up, and now we've got. I just took in the laundry. Yeah. I beat the rain. I could smell it.
I beat the rain.
Yeah, yeah. Down in Africa. I beat the rain. Yeah.
And here's the thing, like all of my friends know I'm a flat earther. That's something that like just personally between me and my IRL friends, is
Yeah.
something that
Good.
I say. This is my belief. It's not even a belief. This is what I experience. This is what you
Yeah.
experience.
It's
And
your life.
my friend was very stubborn for a long time, and it wasn't until we were in conversation with his new girlfriend was talking to him and me. I was cooking dinner at their house, and she said something, and I heard my friend from the living room say, well, the earth is flat, that's why. But he never admitted to me because it would be it would hurt him to admit that to me. But he eventually, I heard him, and then he eventually admitted because he took it upon himself to do his own research. I had explained enough to him that he at least understood enough about what he believed in and what was really going on that he could go out and test it himself. And he doesn't talk to me about it at all. I know he believes it. He talks to other people about it, but he knows I have such a higher understanding than he still does that it would he's the type of person that has a big ego. He doesn't want that ego to be destroyed, this and that, and that's really what it is like, he would never be the type of person to bring it up to somebody close to him, in fear of them rejecting his idea. And that's what it kind of boils down to. People are going to reject the idea of flat earth always, especially if they've been taught their entire lives and shown since before they could even understand all of the language that they spoke. They were being
Yeah.
taught about this ball that they live on and this and that, and they're shown all this stuff. They're given these explanations by people who they trust and look up to, and they don't want to challenge that. They don't want to go against it. They trust them. They don't, like, why would you go against somebody that you trust, like, truly and fully?
Yeah. Yeah. I understand that kind of
If I ask my brother, "Hey, did you
mentality.
fill up my gas tank?" and he says yes, I'm not like when I get in my truck and start it, I'm not gonna I'm not even gonna be bothered to say, "Oh, let me check and make sure he filled it up." I have the trust in him that what he says was accurately completed to the way that he said it was.
It took my wife 8 years to come round. I wasn't pressuring her at all, though. You know what I mean? Because there's just no need. I know the truth. The children know the truth. So mummy will get there whenever she gets there, if she gets there. And it was 3 years ago, family reunion, New Year's Day kind of party we had and gathering and enjoying the meal, talking to the in-laws, the sister-in-law and her husband, and because I'd spoken to them for 2 years in a row, and then I asked him, "Did you check anything? Any news? Have you done any investigating?" He goes, "No." So we carried on talking and that long distance observations, because he was still interested. Obviously, he didn't check anything. All right, so that's why I filled him in. And then my wife said, "Yeah, you know what? You're right, Jim. Yeah, I agree." I said, "Okay, it's okay to agree, but now can you come with us next time to confirm so you actually can say that you know?" Because that's what I want you to say. I don't want you to just say you agree with me. No, you've got to know that it is. You agree that we've
Yeah,
seen everything flat. Okay, but can you now know it, please?
otherwise you're at a loss. You're in the gray. You're neither black nor white. You're just sitting there. If you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
believe in something, like okay, the only thing I could say is like in a religious stance, I know that God is real and Christ is real. I know that the things that I believe in, it's a belief to someone else because they may not know. And that's not something I
yeah,
could explain to them. That's not an experience that I myself could give them. That's something that must be done between them and God. That's something
yes,
that.
yeah.
And
That
that to
special
me, it's
moment.
not a belief. I don't have a belief in those things. I know those things. Other people may
Yeah,
see it as a belief because they have not seen those things. They have not been shown or told. They have not experienced those things to be real, but everyone's
yeah,
time comes.
yeah, exactly. That's why
And you,
it took my
like
wife
I
8
said,
years. I didn't pressure her. She didn't think it was important. Fair enough. I'm not going to pressure you for that. It's up to you. See?
like I
And
said,
now she knows the earth is flat now.
it's up to the individual and their experiences to know what is and what isn't real. And I was raised by parents who believed in the flat Earth, you know, and not well. Here, my
One
biological
sec,
mom is
guys.
not.
One sec. Sorry. Hey, Wonder Woman,
Yeah.
are you there? Hello, Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Yes. Why?
Yeah. I heard you giggling about the conversation. Would you like to add to the conversation?
Wonder Woman's my friend. May
Sorry, I
not have
just
the same
actually
views.
entered. But what are you guys
Okay.
talking
Yeah, that's
about?
fine. Welcome.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
Have
talking
you
about the
got
flat Earth.
any?
I
Yeah.
met
Have you got
Wonder
any
Woman a couple
questions?
days ago in a chat, I think yesterday in another chat, and I was having similar conversation, not specifically pertaining to the flat Earth, but I brought up some
Mm-hmm.
things that don't make sense to another individual that was questioning me about some science, and she just sat there
Okay.
and listened, you know. So I think she's
Have you got any?
she's open to hearing us out, but I don't think she has a direct stance on it.
You got any further questions?
You mean about flat Earth?
Yeah, about flat Earth, about the globe. Like most people don't even understand the globe, so really.
Okay. How will I start with that? With flat Earth, well, you can actually question things, um, but the problem is that the flat Earth model, doesn't match a lot of everyday testable reality.
What if
But
I told you that there wasn't a model and we just measure the surface to be flat, therefore the known surface measures flat,
mhm,
and you don't really have to build a model out of that. You just go, okay, the claim is the Earth's flat. So if you measure
okay.
water to be flat, then the Earth's still flat, no
We
matter
don't
whether you
claim
have a
we
model
don't
or
claim
not,
a
right?
model. There's no model that we're claiming. We are just simply claiming that the plane that we live on is a flat plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we got to, let me just get this point so you fully understand. We try to prove and confirm that we're living on a globe. That means we're going to be looking for the curvature and measure the curvature over a given distance. When we do
Mm-hmm.
that, we're finding no curvature, but constant horizontality everywhere. Everything's level. Okay, yeah, you've got your mountains and your valleys, trees, hills, oceans, lakes, ponds, rivers, but it's not curving. The whole thing's not curving. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how we come to the conclusion that the Earth is indeed flat and utilized and measured flat, because we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth that should be there with the numbers they've given us for the size of the Earth. Do you understand?
Yeah, I hear you.
Right. That's what it is. So we tried to confirm the model that they gave us at school. As an adult, we're finding flat Earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No curvature at all.
Okay.
Do you have another question?
Well, I am just listening to you guys. Like, if you.
Okay, let me just finish off something else. You said testable, repeatable. The flat Earth doesn't match that, but actually, it's the globe that doesn't match that, and you won't know that yet until you and your friends go out and try to
Mm-hmm.
confirm the model you live on, because you haven't done that yet. So you cannot make the claim that you know you're living on a globe. You can't make that claim until you've actually measured it. Looking at pictures from
Mm-hmm.
NASA that are fake and listening to the scientists that are just giving you words which you haven't validated doesn't actually put you in the realms of knowledge. That puts you in the realms of belief, which I was in for 48 years. I believed in the globe for 48 years because I didn't
Mm-hmm.
check it. And then when I went to check it, that's when I realized I made a 48-year mistake. Okay? Because the
Mm-hmm.
Earth is not a ball spinning through the
Hey,
universe.
Wonder
Okay.
Woman, do you remember yesterday in the conversation? Do you remember what I do for work?
I think it was the other day. Yeah, like the missiles thing and all that.
The what?
The missile thing.
Yeah. What do you remember exactly what I work on?
Um, like you travel in different areas, right? If I
Uh-huh.
remember it correctly.
Yep.
So mostly, with those locations, it's not the usual thing like a normal person can go. So yeah, that's what
That's
I
right.
actually.
But you remember, like, I work for a private defense contractor that does long
Yeah.
range missile surveillance.
Yeah.
And the reason why I personally know, even prior to my job, but my job being confirmation, is that these surveillance stations, they're not at crazy high elevations. There are some that are on the sides of hills and the sides of mountains looking in a specific direction, and there's some that are at lower elevations that can actually view. There's not a single one that can view 360 degrees around. Also, there's no need to view 360 degrees around,
I
because you're
hear you.
watching for stuff coming from an angle at which is opposing where the landmass is that you are protecting, right? So if I'm protecting if I'm protecting 60 degrees behind me, then that means that I need to be surveying 300 degrees in the opposing direction. And a lot of these surveillance stations use about 4, sometimes 5 different systems or technologies that can see insane distances, and the distance at which we can view should not be visible to those devices given the curvature of the earth, let alone lesser distances that are visible to our naked eye or even standard equipment that the average person has access to zoom in, right? Telescope or spotting scopes or high zoom camera lenses, optical zoom, infrared cameras. There's a bunch of radar. There's a whole bunch of different technologies that use a plane to view. They use a straight line of sight to view things, and we can see things much, much further than what we should be able. We can almost, if someone had the ability and there was no atmospheric obstruction whatsoever, I guarantee you that from a point of clear line of sight, you could see anything from anything.
Yeah, I
And
hear
that's
you.
not possible on the globe, given the measurement of the Earth, of the globe model that we're given the drop over distance of curvature. Those things simply could not be viewed. That would be the evidence for a globe, is to line up with the model that they're teaching everyone, right?
Can we just check in and see if she's following? Or
Yeah, that was a good point. I wanted to do that as well. Carry on. Yeah, go ahead, mate.
I
Go
say
ahead.
Wonder Woman,
she's
are
following.
you following? Do you know what he's talking
Yeah,
about?
you understand what he's saying, Wonder Woman?
Yeah, I'm actually listening, so keep going.
Okay, I
So
was just going to say
No,
one
no,
quick
Yeah, well,
thing.
no listening. But
I actually have a question that I've been waiting for quite some time to ask. So I was just wondering, back to
go
your
ahead,
original.
Dandelion.
Oh, thanks, Timbo. Yeah, good job, Timbo, bringing Wonder Woman in the conversation, Timbo. You get a great gold star for that. But anyway, Wonder Woman, back at the beginning when you said you seemed very confident that we live on a globe, so I was just wondering, what is it that makes you think that?
That the Earth is globe.
yeah,
Yeah,
what makes
what
you
makes you
think
think
that
that?
the
Yeah.
Earth is a globe?
Okay. First off, it's actually because of the fact that if we watch a ship sail away, it doesn't just get smaller. So it slowly disappears from the bottom up. So that only makes sense on a curved surface. So if you travel far north or south, the stars you see in the sky change. So, like for example, Polaris, North Star, it's visible in the north but not in the southern hemisphere. So where you see instead different star patterns rather. So with airplane route, like for example, if you make more sense on that globe, so some curved routes you see them, on maps that are actually the shortest path on a sphere. So it's not a detour. So time
So
zone is also another clue. So while it's morning in one place, it can be night on the opposite side of the world at the same moment. So that only works cleanly if the light is hitting on rotating sphere, I think. So if and then if we're talking about technology, like for example GPS, it actually relies on satellites orbiting Earth. So those systems depend on a model that assumes a spherical planet. So and they work extremely accurately in real life. So um that's actually for me. But I am not here to like argue with you guys or something. I can listen. I can take points from you guys. However, if you think the Earth is flat, okay, sure. But I won't. I won't argue, guys. Like I'm just here to listen. Okay, so I think yeah, that's it. Do you get me?
I referenced GPS to prove a stationary Earth, so that's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, and it inherently requires you to reference Earth as stationary in order for it to work. It actually operates because of light's anisotropic distribution, meaning that light isn't a constant, it has a preferred direction. And that's actually how they calculate using light with GPS and everything else, missiles and a whole bit.
Okay.
Right, right, Wonder Woman. I just want to say this to you: is that we got to the flat Earth because we try to measure that curvature. Yeah, that's not there. Now, your position is purely believing what you're being told without checking anything, because you haven't checked anything at the moment. So and you're giggling away, which is nice, fair enough. But remember, we got to the flat Earth because we investigated the model to try and prove it. Do you understand? There's a difference there, isn't there? There's a difference between believing what you're being told and not checking anything, and to actually say, okay, let me go and check it. Okay, that's why we're here as flat earthers. That's how we say we know the earth is flat. We're not saying it's a model. We're not saying it's a theory. We're not saying it's speculation. It's a fact that the earth is flat due to the fact that it's measured and utilized flat. The lack of curvature is the biggest obvious one. And the colleague who works with missiles telling you that they can see distances where the curvature should be there, blocking that line of sight, the hump of the earth. The curvature should be blocking line. It's not happening, okay?
My man, I'm sure your
You
moral
have no
compass
knowledge
is
there.
your
Yeah,
moral
go ahead.
compass is in a good place, but this is a classic example as to why you'll never be a scientist.
Who are you referring to when you say that, first and
You.
foremost? Well, unfortunately, what I'm talking about isn't scientific. So therefore, you're in a category error here. Category error. So, ladies and gentlemen, the man who says I'm not going to be a scientist, I'm not putting myself forward as a scientist, ladies and gentlemen. I'm investigating the heliocentric model, which is pseudoscience at the extreme. And now we've proven that through measurements, the Earth is indeed not an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe at 2.23 miles per hour. Okay, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. We're looking for the curvature. We're not finding that. It's not a scientific endeavor. So, in fact, you've got it all wrong. And if you think you're a scientist, I'll have to say you're a pseudoscientist. If you think you live on a ball, thanks.
Okay.
So Wonder Woman. So
Can I
Wonder
ask you,
Woman. Let me
can I
just
ask you a
finish
quick
off.
question?
Let me finish with Wonder Woman. Then you may be able to do that. Thank you. And I don't mean finish like to send her off. I just wanted to understand the flat Earth position is that we've measured it. Okay, so we know. Wonder Woman's position is you haven't measured anything, you haven't checked anything, so you don't have any knowledge in the way of the Earth being a globe. Thank you. Okay, that's all. Not being rude or anything. It's the integrity of your position as to what you've just told us. Now, the
Yeah, I
impatient
just
young
wanted to
man.
say before you move on to the young man that I appreciated Wonder Woman answering my question. The things that you listed, Wonder Woman, those are typical arguments that we here, globe believers present over and over the ships over the horizon, the stars, misconceptions regarding map distances, misconceptions regarding GPS, and misconceptions regarding time zones. So, because we've been taught since we were very young that all of these things happen on a globe, it's very common for people to assume, that these things somehow present proof of the globe, and what these gentlemen have been telling you, Jin and DOS Man, that because we've actually measured that the expected curvature is not there, like all of those things you mentioned, you don't really need a globe for any of those things. I mean, and you like summarized all of them very quickly. Like normally, somebody brought up one thing, like ships over the horizon. We could talk about that for 20 minutes. Like we could talk about each one of those things and why they're not proof of a globe, but it's not unusual that you think they are, because that's, those are like if you Googled, why the Earth isn't flat, or if you watched a fake Professor Dave video, that's what they'd bring up. But just as an overview, the main idea is that they aren't proof of the globe. But if you're interested, we could go through them in more detail. But some people don't really want to know, and that's fine too. Like if you just prefer to stick with the status quo, with the mainstream point of view, if you want to believe those things, it's fine. But if you or anyone else is actually interested in finding out reasons why the geometry of the world where we live is clearly not a sphere, definitively, we can talk about that too. I mean, like, for example, just the first one you mentioned, Wonder Woman, ships over the horizon. Ships don't go over the horizon, don't appear to go over the horizon that is an appearance, but it can be conclusively demonstrated that they are not going over anything. They're just leaving your field of view. So, for example, you could bring them back into your view with binoculars, a zoom camera, and so on. Like there's many ways to bring that ship back into your view. And so all of those times when people see a ship leave their field of view, it's not going over anything. And, the way perspective works, the way our eyeball works, the way just the, interference from the air, how conditions are different on different days due to weather patterns, or the water conditions themselves demonstrate the reasons why ships leave our view. So I think even your hardcore globe defenders don't say ships over the horizon anymore. So I'm just, that's just one that, we have people come in here day after day who defend their globe to the death, but they aren't going to say ships over the horizon, because that's just probably the easiest one to conclusively demonstrate that it's not due to curvature. What do you think about that, Wonder Woman?
Hmm. Okay, I hear you. And you know what? I'm not trying to turn this into a back and forth debate or hold on to any status quo argument. So I'll just leave it here. So from everything consistently observed and tested across physics, like astronomy, geodesy, and navigation, and the strongest, most reliable explanation is that the Earth behaves as a rotating oblate spheroid. So that model aligns with how time zones.
Okay.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
time zones. Okay, so now you
Sorry.
want
Let
to
me.
move on to time zones, which was
No.
down your list. I was trying to stick to the first
I
thing. Like I
mean.
said, we try to take one thing to its conclusion. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, but you just like to make little
Um.
speeches in a little
Nah.
voice, but to try to make people believe, which is fine. If you want to preach to the globe, like I said, that's perfectly fine. But here we're
Girl,
not going
let
to
me
let people
finish.
preach the globe. No, because you were trying to
Uh.
move on to a different topic, and I asked for your feedback about
Uh.
how our
Wait.
eyes work, perspective, and ships over the horizon,
Sure.
in particular, as a debunked proof of the globe. I asked for your feedback about that, and you tried
Um,
to give a speech, preach, and then jump onto another topic. So do you have feedback
I
about your
am
first claim, yes or no?
I am not actually trying to argue, again, again, I would repeat, I am not here to argue or convince anyone of anything. And I'd rather not get pulled into a long discussion about it. I just go with what's repeatedly verified in a real world application. And
No, you just
uh,
go with what you believe, what you want to believe, and what you want other people to believe to make you feel more comfortable. You don't want to talk about the actual facts and information, right?
do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I
I
completely
don't want
understand it.
to
Yep, because you tried
drag
to claim that
myself into a long debate. Hmm.
physics proves the globe. There's another false claim. It's just, I can't, I mean, I'm just going to tell you, Wonder Woman, I can't let you just make false claim after false claim because you are a good speaker and you clearly firmly believe in the heliocentric cult. So that's fine. You can believe in your globe religion, but you can't preach it here without being challenged. And you can't say, I don't want to be challenged. I don't want to argue when you've just given 10 claims that are unverified. So I just started with your first one, ships over the horizon. So are you going to concede that one if you want to move on to a new one, which is all of physics proves the globe? That's like gigantic. We can go on to that one if you wish, or the other 10 that you made before that. If you concede the first one, which was ships over the horizon appearing to go away from our field of view, demonstrates some type of curvature. Are you conceding that you cannot back that claim up?
You know what? It's not that I wouldn't want to back up the claim and all that, but I don't have much time, to
You don't
actually
have time.
talk.
Okay,
And
okay.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't have enough time to actually talk about these things. I was just
Mhm.
asked earlier, like, what are my perspective about all of these things. So, I'm not even planning to argue about these things, I mean, it's an early morning here, and then, I am not planning to talk at all. I wasn't even planning to talk at all.
That's fine. Okay,
Can
so you're
I?
So,
not. So
yeah.
let me just put
Okay.
a bow on it. Somebody else wants to talk to you. That's fine. All I want to do is put a bow on our conversation, which is you made approximately 10 claims of things that prove the globe, which each of us here could literally spend hours demonstrating how they do not, especially your all of physics claim is completely irrelevant and wrong. And you will not back even one of your claims up with any kind of facts, observations, or citations. So you just want to believe, you believe in what you think science is, which is not science at all, and you dismiss what we are saying. And, like Timbo said, you're kind of giggling about it, which is fine. You can giggle along and you can stay with the status quo, but just don't claim that there's any kind of physics, science, or observations backing up your false claims. Thank you very much for answering my question.
That
I'd
is
love to address the physics
insanely
side of it. You mind if I
so
jump in?
patronizing. So patronizing.
You mind if I-
Somebody who clearly comes from a scientific background, and for you to think that it's okay to speak to somebody like that
Oh,
is
Vathy, wait a minute. Who has
absolutely
the scientific?
disgraceful.
Wait a minute. Hey, Vathy, in this conversation we just had, me and Wonder Woman, who do you think has the scientific background between the two of us? Who do you think it is?
1000% her.
Okay, yep. You
And
just
Yeah.
you just told on yourself, and that's fine, sir. That's fine.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Well, there's quite a few different things that can be taken into consideration here. I think it's fair to say that you also believe not only is the Earth flat, that the moon landing was
Yeah,
fake,
it's not
obviously.
a belief, sir.
Go,
It's not
go,
a belief.
okay,
Ignoring the fact that
Let
we've
me
met.
let me
Hang
finish.
on. When you
Can you?
measure
No. What
something,
do you mean?
you know
It's my turn to
something,
speak.
sir. Sir,
It's my turn.
when you measure something, sir, you know it. Yeah, a
It's my
measurement
turn
is
to speak.
something that you know. It's not a belief, sir. Okay,
It's my
so
turn to
please
speak.
don't misrepresent us with the word belief in this situation. Okay, and now get on
There's
with your moon landings. Go ahead.
there's
Go
a
ahead.
very clear correlation between flat Earth and multiple conspiracies around the world, such as moon landing being fake, COVID virus wasn't
Hey,
real, 9/11
Vassy, I
attacks,
think
vaccines,
you addressing
dinosaurs, the
me.
emission.
No,
You
hold
don't think
on.
any of them are real.
No,
It's
you
just
just said no.
it's not just
You
flat Earth.
know,
It's
you
just
can't
everything.
just no.
It's every
Just
conspiracy.
like Wonder Woman, you are not allowed to just go on and make unverifiable claims. You
What do you mean I'm
jumped
not
in on
allowed
my
to?
conversation with her,
You
and
finished
you
it.
seem to think that you have some kind of scientific proof of the globe. Please present it to us. If you can
You're
back up
saying
her
you're
claims,
saying
if
okay.
you're able to back up her claims that she was not able to back up, please present your evidence,
There
sir.
are 420,000 people who work in an area, in different areas, in science. Are they all lying to you? They're all hiding it.
That's not that- Okay,
420,000
stop.
people.
I'm not going to let you just go on from claim to claim.
But you
So
can't.
your claim is
You
that
can't let me or not let me do anything. I mean, you can mute me if I mean.
you're a
That's as far as
guest in
that's as
our
far.
forum, and we're
Well,
asking
I'm also
you.
a moderator, so you can do the same thing to me if you'd like to do that. You can go ahead and do that. You know, but at the same time,
Are you interested in having a back and forth conversation or not? If you just
well,
want to
no,
make a speech,
I
just
don't
go make your
appreciate
own
you. I
YouTube
don't
video.
appreciate you
Just
speaking
go
to me.
make
I
your own
don't
YouTube video. I
appreciate.
don't appreciate you
You're
making
having a panic
assumptions
You're not.
about me.
It's
Yeah.
not
I
fair
don't
for you. It's not
appreciate you
fair for you
making
to speak
assumptions
to
about
somebody.
me and giving a little speech about me
If you
when you
think it's
know
okay to speak
absolutely
to other
nothing
people the
about
way that you
me.
just spoke to them, then that is a
Yeah, I
sad
totally
reflection on you.
do. Yeah, I think. Do you want to know why I think it? Do you
Well,
want to know
because
why?
you're obviously not normal.
Because she is. No, that is not the reason. The
All right,
reason
okay,
is
that's debatable.
because she is passing myths on to our audience, and we are here to educate our audience
She's clearly more
on
intelligent than you.
actual facts. Oh, okay, Vathy. Yep, that's right. When did you give us both an IQ test? Please tell me.
An IQ test isn't it's not a representation of intelligence. You've got different types of
Mm-hmm.
intelligence. An IQ
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
it
So if
measures a
someone
certain type.
recites something that they heard on a
Even if
Bill
she were
Nye
to,
or
she
a
would
Prof.
obviously beat
Dave
you.
video, they have a higher IQ. Is that your claim? If they recite something that's clearly read off of Google that I've heard 7,000 times before, that means they have a high IQ. Is that what you're telling me, Vathy?
Well, I would place a lot of money on the fact that she has a higher IQ than you. 1,000%.
Okay. Yeah. How much? Because I'll meet you anywhere and take a test with her live.
I would not feel safe around you, if I'm perfectly
Yeah, I
honest.
wouldn't feel safe around you, to be
Your
perfectly
kind of
honest, because
beliefs,
you're a
I
liar
don't think
and you
you should
don't
be allowed
back
to
up
own
your
firearms.
claims. You
If
don't
you have
back up
these
your
kind of extremely
claims.
strange thoughts, then I don't think you should be allowed a weapon, a
Yeah,
gun.
you know,
Like
just
honestly, you
like
shouldn't be allowed.
Wonder
I
Woman,
think
you're
it's dangerous.
welcome. Hey, you're welcome to believe in your globe all day long. Just
Okay.
don't be making claims that you can't back up with facts. Thank you
Okay.
very
Well,
much,
okay.
sir.
420,000 people are wrong. We're all lying to you. Every single person who works in the
Where
field is
are you
lying to you.
finding these 420,000 people who have evidence of a globe?
This is why you'll never be a scientist.
Can you please present even one of them? Of
Okay.
those 420,000, please
What have you done?
present the one
You've
that
done
you think has the
nothing.
best evidence
You've
of the
done
globe.
you've
Of
done
those
nothing scientifically.
420,000, you know nothing about me, Vathy. Don't forget.
I don't
Try
want to.
not to make claims you can't back up. Good, because I don't want you to. Of those
Good.
420,000 scientists, please name the one that you think has the best evidence of the globe. I'll wait.
I shouldn't have to need to do that.
Then stop making claims. Of the 420,000, you can't even give me one name.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Give me the claim that I've made.
You said that if we were explaining how the Earth conclusively, mathematically, and objectively demonstrates itself as flat, we are going against 420,000 scientists. So I'm asking for the name of the one that you think has the best evidence of the globe.
I
technically
refuse
that
to
argument is
believe you're not
logical.
trolling. There is no way you're not trolling. There's no way. There's no way at all. And if you are genuinely not trolling, I personally believe you should be searched.
Oh my God, share
Oh,
your
hold on.
feelings, bros. Just look, can you answer a question or are you going to put yourself on mute and let
That
someone
is
else
the answer to the
talk?
question. I can mute myself. I'm a moderator. I can just mute myself, or you can mute me. I don't mind.
Yeah, just mute yourself because you're obviously not here in good faith.
Well, I
Well,
mean, just
technically, it's logically
people here are against your views. People here
Yeah,
in
but
good
you're not
faith.
engaging in good faith, bro, and you interrupt too much. It's very annoying for the live
Interrupt.
stream.
I'm sticking up for it because it's pure. What you said to her is just pure bullying.
Okay, look, this
You're
is what she
bullying
did,
somebody.
Kathy. No one's being bullied. This is what she did.
It
Right? She
takes
came in and she
3
just
or 4 of you to all interrupt.
no,
I'm
listen.
the only one
You're
talking.
interrupting me constantly right now. Okay, please don't.
Okay, mute him already.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to her. It's nothing to do with you. Why are you even what? Are you
No,
a
I'm
parent?
happy to hand the
This is
conversation
Yeah,
over
I
to
hope.
Jay.
Can
I'm
you please tell
very
these other?
happy.
Can you please
I'm
tell those?
very happy to hand it to
Well,
him,
no,
darling.
this is what normally happens.
Kathy, put yourself on mute, bro. You're done here. Put yourself on mute, or I'll mute you and kick you out of here. So it's up to you.
I
You can
want you
stay,
to
or you
mute
can
me
put
and kick
yourself
me out.
on mute.
Mute me and kick me out. I'm a moderator, so you can mute me and kick me out. Do it. Go ahead. I'm happy to do that.
All right, bye. But you can sit here and you can leave yourself, right? You can sit here and crank up our hours a bit more if you want. Yeah, so does anyone actually have any globe evidence, or just like complaining?
Yeah, I just want to put a pin in that of the 420,000 scientists who are able to oppose flat Earth, he cannot name even one or the best one. So obviously these people are emotionally hurt by the concept of flat Earth, and that's fine. They're welcome to emotionally cling to their globe plushies. I've already told them that several times.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mary Mum. That was excellent display of patience, politeness, sticking to the points, covering all the dots. You weren't rude, no foul mouth language at all. You never do anyway. I don't see why the guy was complaining. I really don't. But thank you anyway. Excellent performance. Thanks. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, my main concern, and I'll explain this because Vathy doesn't seem to understand, even though I know you guys do, is our purpose here. You can go many different places if you would like to hear globe propaganda, which is all we were hearing from Wonder Woman. So our purpose here is to try to present a counter argument. We try to present the evidence that we've observed and measured, that there is no mathematical or scientific actual evidence of the geometry of a sphere as being the place where we live. So at first, I was willing to give her benefit of the doubt, as other people were, but when she was just going to go on from thing to thing and make these claims and not willing to discuss one in detail, because that is another technique that the globe believers do, I'm not here, I'm tired. Okay, if you're not here to argue, that's fine. You can just present your little, thing that you heard on a Bill Nye video if you want, but then don't make claims that you have science behind you. It's absurd. I mean, I already, all of us have started out here looking in the body of physics, the body of science, to find the supposed evidence. So we all started out that way. But unlike the dishonest people who have spoken here tonight, we actually discovered that it was not there. And the other thing that really bothers me is when people assume that someone who's just spouting the thing you just see on YouTube as a disclaimer about flat Earth, or a Wikipedia article about, ships over the horizon being proof of a globe, and somehow saying that that person sounds educated just because they're able to speak. I mean, I'm sorry, that's why I had to go harder on her in debate and not just let her get away with this, because she was well spoken. Once she gave up the giggling, she started, after I challenged her, I don't know if you know, but when she went into her second one, where she said all of physics, blah, 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 her second speech, she suddenly was speaking way clearer. That's why that guy was fooled by her. I mean, you guys all saw that, right? Like, I'm just saying that in case anybody didn't see that. There was a whole act going on there, and it was very clear. So thank you, Jen, for recognizing that.
Yeah, that's exactly what was happening.
I think the other guy's evidence of the globe was he's a mod.
Yeah, what in the
I think so.
in the relationship channel only? Ooh,
No, I wouldn't
oh,
take
we don't.
any relationship advice from him.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's the same script that we hear 50 times a day. When people just go on AI, and they must be the same AI they're going on, probably just Google, right? Google AI. And they just read out word for word the exact same script as the last clown read out. And they think that are they pretending they have knowledge or what? I don't get it.
It claims
Is
of
this how?
proof, right?
Yeah.
I don't even give him that much
Crazy.
credit. That was horrible. That was technically a logical fallacy. Like,
Yeah.
learning to recognize logically fallacious arguments when you hear them from Globers is going to go a long way in your argumentation against them, especially to the people that are just listening kind of neutral in the background. If you can point out somebody like that dude's logical fallacy there was it was technically an
Appeal,
appeal to authority,
appeal to
but
populace.
he did an appeal to authority, but he did it in the spirit of incredulity, of an appeal to incredulity, which is
Y-
interesting.
One question I wanted to ask Wonder Woman, because I know her time zone is exactly 14 hours ahead of my time zone, is how we're both seeing the light from the same sun at almost exact opposing positions. That's one question I wanted to ask.
Yeah, well, maybe she'll come back and you can ask her. Let's go, question.
Oh no, don't worry. I already asked her in chat, but she told me she doesn't actually want to have a discussion about it, and even yeah, no, it's just not worth the conversation.
Because Dandelion's mean.
Hello?
Hello.
They love to come in
Hey,
and throw in. I'll just throw in the word physics. Be like, yeah, all the physics, it proves the globe. Well, if you dive into their model, I mean, you don't even have to go deep to see that they have tons of paradoxes in there, and half of their math is ad hoc to make the rest of it work. And so within
And
my paradigm, in a stationary Earth paradigm, you can actually solve paradoxes. It solves like the Faraday paradox. I could go
let
into
me
it, but I don't.
let me read exactly what she actually just messaged me. She says, "I am open to learning more about this subject. I only shared what I currently believe based on what I've been exposed to." So, I mean, of course, if somebody
A
tells you
glimpse. Sorry, I was just going to say a
sorry,
glimpse of
I was
integrity
getting a
there.
call. Sorry. Of course,
Yeah, that was a glimpse of integrity there. Mary Mum's approach worked very well. There you go. Little glimpse of integrity right there.
so
Okay.
I will let you know, as somebody who this person trusts, they are letting me know that they're open to the idea of an opposing ideology. It's just that the people that they've trusted through their life and what they've been told is what they're running with, and that's personally, as somebody observing someone who they've talked to priorly, saying that's like a big step into losing the ego of needing to fit the false doctrine in order to stay coherent with what society wants.
Yeah, you've got to get past that, fear of ridicule thing, which is strong for a lot of people. I mean, that's why I told her if she wants to stay in the mainstream, that's understandable. Like most people can't handle stepping outside of that. But then
Yep.
just don't, if you're going to do that, that's fine, but don't pretend, that you know what you're talking about. So it sounded like in that message, she was acknowledging that she doesn't really know what you're talking about. So that's good.
Yes.
That's a good start.
Now, I will say, any of us that speak up in this chat or any of the other 24/7 Flat Earth Discord chats, we don't give a shit what anyone else thinks about what we believe, because we know it to be true, and that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a wrecking ball. But I don't care what they got to say. The truth will be there sitting on the table every
The
time.
truth is the truth. You cannot change the truth. You can only
Yeah.
change. I can take all of the evidences that are given and I can create my own observational construct of other people's words, and I can say the earth is a square, the earth is an octagon, the earth is a rectangle. I can say all of these different things that I want to say about what the earth is, because you can always form some math equation to fit your false dichotomy. But it is what is testable and what is provable repeatedly on the exact same, I don't want to say model, but on the exact same, I guess there's not another word for it, realm, in the exact same realm that you live in. What is actually tested over all different types of tests, not the same test, not just one test, not just 5, but 15 different tests, 20 different tests. Everything that we experience, if it requires some constructed explanation that is too I don't want to say it's too intense for people to understand, because people
Yeah,
can make an
long-winded.
understanding of anything, right? You can make an understanding of anything within your brain. You can believe that this form of physics works this way because you were taught it in this way. Whereas there may be 10 different other theories that it's taught based off of the same observations in different ways. You can explain it however you want, but until it is repeatedly experienced over and over in multiple ways to lead to the same conclusion, then you know it is truth. I believe simply based off of my own personal experiences and observations, and other people's reinforce that. I don't need the reinforcement. I already know. I already experience it. I already test for it. I already know. It is a blessing to have other people that are doing different tests that I am unable to do myself just because of capabilities, who can then therefore support my argument based off of the information that they have, and the explanation that they have being observational, not just words that they're spewing to make something make sense. Because if you have to make it make sense, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I mean, and people like, I guess when you are one of those people, like, you don't want to hear from someone saying, it's fine for you to just keep staying comfortable in the status quo. Like, I'm not saying that in a sarcastic way. Like, I'm totally serious. Like, you guys obviously cannot handle stepping outside of the perceived safety net of the perceived authority figures who you think are watching out for you and taking care of you. It's like, yeah, so you can't handle it, so just stay there. But don't try to, tell us that what we have measured, observed, and what we can back up with thousands of observations, don't try to tell us that what we are observing in the real world, don't try to discount that when you have not actually done anything to discount it. Their only argument is, I Googled it. They said ships over the horizon. I saw the moon landing on TV, so it must be real. Like, please, like someone has to, you would think that mindset would at least see that they are
And you,
just
well,
repeating what they've been told. Like, at least acknowledge that that's what you're doing. But there's something also in it. Like, not only are they scared to death to question anything they've been told, they also can't even handle acknowledging that they are those people. But then that's when they push it back on us, like, oh, you guys are crazy and you don't believe in the moon landing and
so
you should be trusted with, Second Amendment or whatever. It's like, yeah, okay,
so then you
guy,
can
like just
agree with
keep,
me, Dandelion.
go talk to your little buddies down at the gym. Like, don't even come and talk to us then if we're so horrible. You know what I mean? I just don't
So
even
tell
get
me,
why they
Dandelion,
even are even stepping outside the comfort zone at all.
you to me, or me to you, can we agree that at some point in our lives, we were also those people?
No, sorry. No, I cannot. No. I mean, you don't know me, but I've
I don't know
never,
you.
like literally never, you can ask my parents, never been one of those people. But it's
I was
because,
one of them.
okay, yeah, so if you were one, you probably can get through to them better than I can then because, there's this, it's been demonstrated in human nature that approximately 9 out of 10 people will go along with the crowd, even if they're,
I'll
even if
tell
there's
you,
life-threatening situations going on. So that is just normal. Like that is probably a survival mechanism, and it's fine. Just acknowledge that. And you want to say we're horrible because, we are trying to actually observe reality. Like that's fine too. Like do whatever you want, but we're not going to participate in your delusion. The end.
So I'll give you perspective because it sounds like we have a similar arrangement when it comes to the belief. My parents, the people that raised me, the adults that raised me, were both flat earthers. I was raised that way. I reached a point in my life where I had built up animosity against them, and I was a teenager, and I wanted to prove them wrong because I thought they were stupid based off of the information I was learning from my peers and from the schooling that I was going through. And I probably went like, I wouldn't say 2 years, but over a year, where I strictly rejected what I was taught by my parents growing up, and I went with the standard of the globe model and tried to learn all that I could to prove my parents wrong. And all it did was, in the end, prove to me myself that they were right. And so that's the part where I know I can say that I had the ego, had the societal pressure to protect and uphold the globe model, even though deep down within, I knew I wasn't experiencing it. I knew I was using over complicated explanations to say that it was what it wasn't. But in the end, I still returned back to what I truly believed because it's all that I experience. So even though I was raised a flat earther, I still had a portion of my life where I chose individually to reject it because of built up animosity against the people that had taught me those things, right? And you may have had different experiences, a different life and relationship with your parents than I did. I personally don't talk to my biological mother. I only speak with my father's second wife. I don't even my biological father. There's there's obviously human interactions that take play, and I had a point where when you have a dislike for somebody, you have a dislike for what they think as well. It's not just a matter of what is true to you or not, it's a matter of what is perceived as right.
Yeah, I was going to question for you. How long ago was this when they were trying to teach you about the flat Earth? How many years back?
They fully taught me that the earth was flat. I myself have been a flat earther, true
How many
to
years?
myself for 13 years, true to myself, almost 14 years. But my father has been on my biological mother is not a flat earther. My biological father is and always has been, even before I was born. That is how he raised me. My father's second wife, who raised me from 8 years of age and up, she is still to me my mother, even though she's not my biological mother, she's my mom. She, even her, believed that it was flat and taught me and iterated and assured these things that my dad was telling me. But I chose to disagree with him because, like I said, of just the human interaction that I had with my parents and the disagreements that I wanted to have because of the societal acceptance of it. It was
Yeah,
the
I'm looking
people
for a
around
number
me.
of the year. How many years ago was it that you were learning about the flat Earth? How many years back? That's what I'm
I
looking for,
couldn't
a number.
even, honestly, ever since I could remember, I couldn't tell.
So
I mean,
what's that? 20 years? 25 years?
25 years, yes.
So 25 years ago, you were learning about the flat Earth from your parents.
That's when I was
Okay.
born, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
say I was learning about it then but ever since I've been conscious, yes. And
Okay.
even
All right.
before I was a thing, my dad planned to teach his kin that, right? All of my siblings are flat earthers, including me. Most of my friends, even those friends who I've met with past 2 to 4 years, they may have not been flat earthers when I met them, but it is one of those subjects that is important to me because of an understanding of reality and the life that you live and where you live within. It's just important to me personally. So I always bring it up. I don't care who I bring it up in front of. It does not bother me if it's my boss. It doesn't bother me if it's a coworker I work with, a best friend, a new friend. It doesn't matter to me who I bring it up with because I personally don't care what other people think about it. If they're curious enough, I've offered somebody in this chat, hey, if you have the means to, if you have the funds to, come with me to Alaska in about 4 or 5 weeks. Come with me and experience these things for yourself. You don't have to just believe because somebody told you. Like, if you have the means to come with me, I implore you to come with me and experience these things for yourself. Although you're going to have to fund your own endeavors, and you're going to have your own means to be able to have the time to leave your normal life to come and experience these things and to go to the places where you're able to view these things.
I just joined. What are we experiencing and viewing? Sorry.
You, Neil.
I think it's the flat Earth. I'm pretty sure we're viewing the flat Earth. I think that's what we're
Yeah,
viewing.
yeah.
I can
So
drive to Alaska in like 12 hours, so.
On your BMX?
My motorcycle.
Yeah, the question that I've got now is, what kind of material did they give you in the way of flat Earth to teach you about flat Earth? That would be interesting to hear. What kind of material were they giving you? The experience of teaching and learning. Sorry, the learning of the flat Earth from your parents. Can you tell us about that? What did they tell you? What did they show
Did I
you?
scare him away? Damn it.
Oh, he's gone, is he?
Oh, no, I don't think you scared him away. No, he just probably had to go for some reason. No, he seems very willing to talk, so I don't think you scared him away.
I think he had to take a breath.
Yeah.
Very funny. Very funny. Yeah, my experience is that when I first saw the flat Earth, not realizing flat Earth, would have been on my way to Nigeria on the ship. For 2 weeks on the ocean. That's it's seared in my brain. That I did that journey twice with my parents. So that's the first kind of like flat Earth, exposure that I got. So that's the first recording. Remember what I said before, that we, unbeknown to ourselves, we've been recording flat Earth without really realizing it. Okay, and it's only when you actually go to look for that curvature and you find that it's flat, that the other memories of it, flat Earth, come back. And that's what happened to me. Okay, so that's how I realized that I've been living on a flat Earth all this time, because I can go back in my memory and see flat Earth everywhere, but no curvature. There you go.
Yeah, my phone died. I apologize.
No need. Welcome back.
I didn't hear.
What material?
Sorry, I don't remember the last
material
question.
was it? Yeah.
The last thing is that Neil's going to drive his motorcycle to Alaska. That was the last thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
oh, but now Neil's deafened. So.
No, hey,
Uh,
Dos, one sec. The question was from Jin, and it was what material were your parents giving you at that time?
It wasn't that they were giving me specific material. My dad has, ever since it came out, I don't remember exactly when it came out, but the new standard map of the world, which we know to be the known publicly area of the Earth in a flat mapped perspective,
Sorry,
has been hanging on
I
his
just stop you?
wall.
I'll just stop you for a sec.
You can stop.
What were they telling you about flat Earth that you can remember? What was the material, and what were they telling you?
The simple material that my dad would go over with me was drop over distance, but he wouldn't necessarily say drop over distance. He would just tell me we see too far, and he would my dad is a very good teacher. He would explain. He's a master electrician, and he's also done a plethora of other things. He's traveled around the world. He was a truck driver for a long time. He was a what's the name of it? He wasn't a co-pilot, but he was a freight handler for FedEx for a long time, and got to fly on a lot of different flights going over different countries to drop off to deliver packages for FedEx from China to the US, from like there's just things
what did he
would
tell
me
you?
from his own personal experience, and then other than that, it was mostly based on perspective. And you see too far. And he had a few. I feel like he had a great understanding, but also a misunderstanding because of lack of information at the time being. Right? He knew based off of his observations that it wasn't what people were saying it is, but he couldn't necessarily. he couldn't necessarily give the science behind why it shouldn't exist, but he could give me the explanation of drop over distance. And that's mostly what was covered in line of sight observations, was that how do you see that if it's this many miles away? How do you see this if it's so far away? How do we experience these things based on this model? He got into a lot of conversation that, and also I've only spoken to my father since I've been a flat earther for probably 4 years, and we never got majorly into the conversation because I was always too embarrassed to fully express to him that he was right, even though he knew he was right and he knew that he had changed my mind or fully made my mind up about it. I still lacked the confidence to tell him myself that he was right about all these things. And maybe I would say now,
maybe you should try before it's too late.
I would say, well, he knows I'm a flat earther, but I would say it's, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I personally, I don't talk to my I don't talk to him anymore, but that's because of family issues that have gone on, not because of anything. Honestly, I disowned my father. Like he would talk to me if he could, but I have him blocked, and I refuse to talk to him based on a decision he made because of his fiance, who is now his new wife, and a family decision
That's
that
sad
kind
to
of.
hear, man, because I know how that feels, and if I were you, I'd make contact with him and regain contact, because I'm sure he is sad about you not talking to him, dude.
I agree, but it's
Yeah.
not the right time. I have given my I don't want this to get personal, but I have told him how I feel, and he knows how I feel, and he knows that the reasons I feel this way are because of decisions that he has made. They were not decisions that my father.
All right.
Wait, what just did someone kick him out?
No, I think there was a glitch.
Yeah, it's being weird. Sorry. They were not decisions that my father raised me to make. They were decisions that contradicted the logical thought process that he raised me to have. And the person that gave the statement or the accusation that he ran with was from a person who also falsely accused me personally in the past and caused major problems between him and me, which then later, a couple years later, he invited me over and apologized for those things that had happened. And the person that caused those problems apologized for causing them to happen. And then later on, that same person that falsely accused me of certain things, falsely accused a very close relative of mine of harsher but similar things, and he still chose after the first accusation towards me that he was like, yep, and we had major problems because of it. And then later he then said, oh, okay, yeah, you were right, like I was wrong, they lied to me. And they're even saying that they're lying about like theft and stuff. I was falsely accused of stealing family heirlooms of his girlfriend, and she falsely accused me of lying about things and going and pawning a bunch of goods that she had. But then a year and a half later, he helped her move from house to house. And guess what? They found every single item that she claimed that I stole and pawned in her storage unit. And based off of that, he apologized for going along with the false accusation towards me. And then about 2 years later, another false accusation was made towards my brother-in-law that was much harsher than, of course, like theft and pawning things. And when somebody already loses that trust of like when someone tells me, hey, you stole this stuff, hey, you pawned this stuff, hey, this and that, and I know to myself I did not do those things, but they say that, oh, well, I have proof because I saw you here at this place and you were doing this. And then another person takes the information they hear from that person and they use it against me. If you're going to believe what you hear, you can do that. if that's what you want, but it's not the truth. And when it comes out that it's not the truth, he had the balls to tell me, I apologize, and like I was wrong in this instance, so was this person. They were more wrong for making up these lies about you. And more lies were made about later about someone else who I cared about, my brother-in-law, like I said. And my sister, who's married to my brother-in-law, said, well, I'm going to do the Christian thing as a wife, and I'm going to take my husband's side because I know he would never do those things. And my father made the choice of saying, okay, if that's the choice you want to make, then I will not be seeing you nor my grandchildren at all. And just hearing that being told to my sister from my father, I knew that that's not a logical thought process that my father would have. And I walked out of the house and I blocked him and have not spoke to him since. It's been about 4 years, 3.5 years or so. And I have he tried to text me before I completely blocked him, and I read his last text to me. And I know my father like really well. He knew he was in the wrong, but he couldn't go against his fiance because of whatever reason. He didn't want to destroy the relationship that he had with her. But that's still, in my eyes, not logical. And I disagree with that because that's not how he raised me to be. And until I receive an apology, or until I've given my dues, until he gives his dues, I will not be making a move.
All right. It's sad. But, yeah.
He moved halfway around the country. Like he doesn't live anywhere near me anymore. Or he moved completely away from family. The goal of his new fiance was that he had a very great family relationship with all of his kids, and she didn't like the closeness that we had, and she was jealous of the relationship that we had because she had never had that before. So it was to drive those who loved him away from him. And she at first tried doing that personally, individually with the people around him, but then realized that that wouldn't work. So she chose to manipulate and deceive him to make the decision that she knew we would disagree with, therefore ending a relationship. But to answer your question, my father was very prominent on what we can see and that it should not be possible. And he didn't really give me any scientific explanations. He only would show me observations. I have a much better scientific understanding of the flat earth than I believe he currently does. Definitely more than what he did. But he's the one who started me on the journey of learning these things.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who, understand it kind of at an instinctive or basic level, but, for him to emphasize observations, that seems pretty cool. A lot of people don't even do that. I guess, I don't know, did you guys talk to M. Hisham? Because I was gone for a little bit, but he's
Yeah.
asking questions. Oh, hello, there you are. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, you wanted to know, let me go back to see what your first question was. Why do we care if Earth
Yeah,
is
I
flat
was
or not?
asking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so
Well,
I was asking, why do we care if Earth is flat or not? Like, does it matter? I mean, for I'm talking from my perspective, um, I don't care, okay? I'm not a scientist or I'm not a captain of a ship, so I don't care.
Are you okay with me answering your question and another question?
Okay? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
If I blatantly lied to you and you knew I was lying to you, you observationally knew that I was telling you a lie that you knew was a lie, and I'm trying to make it sound like the truth, would you trust me? Would you just believe me, or would you test me?
I'm gonna test you.
Okay. Now you're going to be tested for your beliefs.
Mm, okay, so no, I didn't get it, but
If you're lying,
again,
if
what,
someone's lying
why
to
does
you
it matter?
blatantly,
Like,
okay,
you know,
because why
if they are,
exactly? Why does it matter? You're gonna test me, even though I'm blatantly lying to you. You're still gonna test me, but why does it matter? You know I'm lying to you, so why does it matter? It's because you know that I'm lying. That's why it matters. You know.
um, no, I think you are right at some point, but um, you know, I'm looking at this point. Uh, let me tell you something. Like, if it doesn't hurt me, or you know, it's just not related for me, or you know what I'm trying to say is,
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. So if I tell you right
yeah,
now, hey, I took marine biology, or sorry, I took aquatic biology, and I learned that the tuna fish, is the fastest fish in the ocean. And I'm telling you that the tuna is the fastest fish in the ocean. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I don't know, I don't care, but I'm gonna make a search or something to know if you are lying or not.
Okay.
Mhm.
But if you knew what the fastest fish in the ocean, do you know what the fastest fish in the ocean is?
I think dolphin. I don't
Okay,
know.
let's try something else. Let's try something else. What's a subject that you're keen on? What's a subject that you know a lot about?
You know, let's say business. That
Okay,
was my
so
major.
all right, I'll tell you this. I took $100 from somebody and my business taxes are 20%, but at the end of
Cool.
every year I only pay 10% because I don't have to, right? And I've been doing that for 15 years. You
Mhm.
know, being a man of that I would have been audited by now. I would have had issues because of that by now, over 15 years. So by me telling you that, would you in your mind say, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter, that's him"? Or would you tell me, "No, you're wrong. Like, prove to me that you have been only paying half the amount that you should to an organization that tracks all of their numbers." Right? You would know that I'm lying to you because of your understanding.
Yeah,
Therefore, you
I
would
agree with
test
you.
me. Okay? So
Yeah.
so if I tell, like legitimately, the fastest fish in the ocean, I believe, is the blue marlin,
Mhm.
a form of sailfish. But if I tell you, and you knew that, and if I told you the tuna is the fastest fish in the sea, would you just go, "Oh, yeah, I think you're right," and then walk away, or would you tell me, "No, you're wrong. It's the blue marlin"?
Yeah. If I know the right answer, I'm gonna say that you are lying, and that's not true. I'm gonna say
Okay,
the right
so then,
answer.
okay, that should
But
answer your
how do you
question.
know the right answer? Okay, like, um, actually, I don't know if you believe that Earth is flat or not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
I believe that the Earth is flat. I don't
Okay,
believe in a
so
model, but I believe that the observational plane that we live on is a flat plane.
my question is, um, the, the there are like ships everywhere. Okay, in the ocean.
I used
So
to live on one. I lived on a sailboat for almost an entire year. I've traveled around the entire Pacific Ocean. I know exactly what you're talking about.
hey,
I have
so
photos and timestamps to prove,
why are you saying that Earth is flat?
because
Like,
it's what I observe and it's what I
mm,
experience and it's what I test for.
okay, and what did you observe?
I observed objects at distances that are too far to view given drop over distance and given the refractive index that is given to us by the science that tells us that the Earth is a globe. So I test it.
Mm. So okay, let me ask you a question. If Earth is flat, why they just I mean the U.S. Military, why they just don't um go and discover Earth is flat or not, or like
Because it is there's organizations put in place to perform falsified studies to push information against it. Because I'll tell you, working as a private defense contractor for two different countries' federal agencies that use military employment, we do not test nor do we use Earth's curvature in any of our observations, surveillances that we perform, or regardless of any operation that is going on, none of the science that says the Earth is a globe is taken into effect when committing these operations.
sorry, can you explain it more? Because I didn't get um most of the words that
Well,
you
you're
have.
saying, why does the military not just say these things? The military is very private. Not only that, every organization within a government, for example, every country has a intelligence agency, right? And within the
Yeah.
US, we have
Okay.
multiple intelligence agencies. Between those
Okay.
intelligence agencies, there is lack of communication because of security. So you can have 5 different intelligence agencies investigating the same exact thing, yet not one of them are aware of any of the other ones committing the same exact investigations. Because the information is so redacted and concealed that you don't even want your own people knowing it, because it causes a security issue.
Okay, so they're preventing people from knowing the truth um because of security issues, right?
Not necessarily, but
So
there's information, whether it
are all
be
the
it is
countries
being
have the same ideologies, or like mm, are all the countries like
it doesn't let me put it this way, it
US?
doesn't matter what NASA says in the US that is happening.
I
Whatever
mean,
they
like
say can be
what
whatever they
about
say, but
China?
the operations, yeah, hold on. Whatever the
Okay.
organizations that are saying these tests are concluding does not matter to the operations being held by military branches in their operations. So the NASA can say, oh, well, we experienced this and this and this, and they can give that information publicly. But in the private sectors of actually committing operations, they are not used, nor are they tested.
Mhm. Okay. So
Does that make sense? The
you
fe-
know,
the okay, the Air Force is not going to come out and say, "Oh, NASA's wrong because we don't do this and this," because
yeah,
the
I got
things
you.
that the Air Force is doing are not public information. The public information is public information, and concealed, redacted information is to be concealed. It's to be not secret for the matter of don't let people know, because we don't want them to know. It's secret in the matter of we are our own organization. We have our own people and country that we are protecting. We don't want the information of the tests that we're doing to become known to other countries because of security issues. Therefore, we
Okay.
cannot let our public know, because let's say you and me, being standard citizens of the public, if we knew that information, you and I would openly talk about that stuff, unless you have a high respect for the organization that you work for and the operations that you're committing.
Okay. Um, no, it's really complicated because uh, like aren't there any person on the earth who was thinking like that man who discovered um, North America. Okay, Columbus, I think.
Christopher
So
Columbus landed
yeah,
in what is now
yeah.
known as
So
Colombia.
yeah, we are 8 billion people. So of course there are many people like him. So they are going to um, throughout the last years on Earth, they are going to think like let's discover more on Earth. Okay, so they are going to know if it is flat or not. Um, you, you know what I'm talking about? Like um, it's a good thing to go and discover um, everywhere on Earth. So you might you might find a new land or something. You know that that your country might benefit from. You know, it might contain oil or
Okay,
like
so let's say
like
I
I
want
mean
to
that
just leave
not
and I
all the
want to
countries
go.
are thinking like the the US. Okay, like um and we have China. You know, they are of course they have technology, so they can prove that the US is wrong, and this is gonna be like a credit for China if they were able to prove them wrong. You know, I'm just trying to say, but it's hard, you know, because my poor English. I'm trying to say that if you are saying something and I prove the opposite and I'm right, so the world might follow me rather than following US. So not
Yeah,
just
if like
China,
for
it might be
example,
Russia
if
or the
you went
Europe.
out and you did a test that proved opposite or did not prove what whatever your country is pushing as the main ideology, I couldn't tell you exactly what would happen. I couldn't tell you if you would just be called crazy and be labeled a lunatic, and the general consensus would just believe that um, because of fear of judgment, or just because the need to feel like you are a part of something greater, the need to feel like you are fitting into a group of people that you live around, like in a society. If society believes this and you believe different than society, you're going to be looked down upon. You're going to be seen as someone who believes things that are not mainstream. They're not, majority doesn't believe them, right? So, although I will say, in my personal experience, majority of the people that not only I surround myself with, but that are around me, are just scared of opening up about their true beliefs because of judgment that will come from society or surrounding people, groups of people, or whatever it may be. So, because of that fear, they don't want to open up. But when you break that human interaction, you'll realize that a lot more people have a deeper understanding of the reality that we live in than what they're willing to express.
Yeah, because that's a good, and that kind of gets to what your original question was, Hishan, was, which is why is flat Earth important? So, obviously, control of information is always been historically and is up until this day a classic method used to control populations. So, when you're able to actually go out and experience, test, observe, and draw conclusions about reality without just believing what you're told, it allows you to then live life as an adult on your own terms and not like you are being protected by mommy and daddy government who are going to tell you what to think, pretend that they care about you as long as you follow all their rules and pay all your taxes and do everything you're supposed to do. So, yeah, a lot of people don't want to take the responsibility of recognizing that this organization, the world governments, which I think you might have been alluding to thinking that they were like, not working together, which is fine and cute and everything. But anyway, the world governments, uh, that they are not actually there to take care of you, that your health and wellness and well-being is clearly not their priority, and they certainly don't want you informed, thinking objectively, measuring and finding out things for yourself. They would much prefer to have you just plugged into your boob tube, believing everything they say. So for you to ask on your globe believer side of the question, why is it important? All I can say is it is, but you won't know that until you actually start thinking for yourself. But a lot of people don't want to take responsibility for themselves. If they follow all the rules, they think then if something goes wrong, they think they can just say, oh, I did everything I was supposed to do. So if anything goes wrong, it's not my fault. I mean, that is the essence of how most people live their life. They don't actually care about living. They just care about deflecting blame and not taking any responsibility. So yeah, Flat Earth is one of those tools that can help you to actually take responsibility for your own life if you're interested in actually living your life and not just being a drone plugged into the machine.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. I agree with you, but um,
Well, the but is the specific word there. You agree with but, so you do
no,
not agree with.
I agree with what she was talking about. That she was saying that the government won't tell you the full truth, okay? So they can have the um, as I remember, the full control of you. So I'm just trying to say that um, it's hard. I just can't describe uh, what's in my mind. So I
Yeah,
agree
well,
with
I
her.
mean, I think
You
you'd
know,
have different answers of why it's important. I'm telling you that's, why it's important to me. I don't know if that is important to you. I mean, is it important to you to find out what's actually happening in this world in reality, as opposed to just
mm,
trusting an authority figure to tell you
yeah, I got
what's
you.
important?
What's really important for me. Like, let me tell you something. I just have one mind. Okay, so if I do care about if Earth is flat or not, okay, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna put effort, knowing this, okay, but at the same time, um, I have my business. I have uh many things to do in life. Even religion throughout the couple of years ago. Throughout the last years, um, I have had these questions like, what if all the world is lying about religion, earth, and so on? So, um, the most things that have uh, priority for me is religion, okay, um, and of course my business, okay. So, and I'm gonna tell you why, because these things like have impact on me. Religion have impact like afterlife, and business have impact. For me right now, so I can make money and I can live better, okay. But if I try to know if Earth is flat or not, um,
Does
and
that
then
not contradict your beliefs religiously? Does it question anything else that you believe in or that you experience?
Sorry, can you say it again?
Yeah, the globe model and
Mhm.
what is taught as a worldwide ideology, does it go against, does it contradict what you experience and what you believe in religiously?
Um,
Because
okay.
we know it doesn't affect your business. I own two businesses, and the earth being round or flat does not affect my businesses whatsoever. So let's talk about your religious beliefs and what you experience. Does the
Yeah.
globe model and science contradict your religious belief?
No, there's no contradictions between my religion. I mean,
Sorry, before we
there
go any
might be.
further, can I
I'm
just
trying
ask
to
you
say
something?
that.
Just 1 second, dude. So what, if you don't mind me asking, what country are you from and what religion are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm from Egypt and I'm
Yep.
Muslim. Okay.
And you're a Muslim.
And yeah, and throughout the last years, I started asking if I'm the right religion.
If
And
I was a Muslim, I'd be questioning it too. So
okay, you're saying that you are Christian, right?
If I was Muslim, if I was Buddhist, if I was Christian, if I was any of
just hang on
these
a
religions,
sec, dude.
yeah.
Just 1 second. Just chill out. All right. So in Islam, right?
Mhm.
Does it tell you you're on a globe?
I mean, what?
'Cause
In Islam,
on a
it's
globe.
telling me what?
Does it tell you you're on a sphere?
Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. Like,
A
Does it
circle,
tell
a globe, a ball.
Does it tell you you're on the globe, a spinning ball in space? Does Islam tell you that? Does being a Muslim, reading the religious text, does it tell you that you're living on a spinning ball flying through space in a solar system?
okay, it's saying, yeah, it's in Islam, it's not describing exactly. Okay, it's just saying that we are living in a world, okay, that is just go bigger and bigger, okay, non-stop. That's what I remember right now.
Yeah, but the Quran says it's a
It
detailed
also said
explanation of. It
it
says
also
it's a
said that
detailed
the earth
explanation
is
of
spreaded.
everything, right?
Most
Yeah,
things,
spread.
not
Yeah.
exactly and everything, but it also said that God spreaded the earth so we can live on it.
Yeah. So not a ball, right?
It doesn't say if it's a ball or not. It
Yeah.
says
So can you
spreaded the earth.
spread a ball?
For us, we see earth as spread, not a ball,
Yeah,
okay? Because
spread.
we are
Like,
very small creatures.
Spreading a
So
circle?
of course not.
No, you're not spreading a ball, are you?
I see
Sorry,
earth
I just asked you a question.
as spreaded.
Hello.
For me, if
Can
you
you hear
don't know,
me?
yeah, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm
it
saying
says
that.
it spread the world, right? So do you spread out a ball, or would you spread out something that's flat?
No, you can't spread a ball.
Yeah.
What does
So,
I
what
think
does
so then
spread
you're.
means,
Hang on, 1 sec.
spread.
So 1 sec. So your world belief and your religion do contradict, right?
No, there's no contradictions.
There is a contradiction.
No,
You
let me finish
believe you live
something.
on a ball. You believe you live on a ball, right?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
You got it?
Okay, sorry. I wasn't.
Hisham?
Yeah.
Hisham. So
Yeah, I don't know if it's a ball or not, but
in 20:53, okay, in the verse 20:53, he made for you the earth as a bed. Sheets are
wait a
flat,
moment.
and you make a bed with sheets. The top of your bed, the face of your bed is a flat sheet.
Yeah, the bed is flat generally. It's not a curved bed. The bed is not curved, is it? So clearly
I've
it's
never
flat.
slept on a ball
It's in
bed.
the Quran anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Right.
Okay, so
right.
in Arabic, when I read it in Arabic, okay, it doesn't mean that the earth is exactly spreaded like it doesn't mean that earth is exactly flat, okay? It means that it's it's made for you so you can easily live on it, like
Yeah, like a
that
flat
will be a
surface.
flat
Yeah.
surface. Yeah, not a
yeah,
curved one.
this doesn't mean that Earth is a ball, okay, or
Oh, I'm glad
flat.
you said that. Yeah, good. Yeah, it doesn't mean the earth is a ball. Good. That's true.
Yeah,
And in the
yeah,
Quran,
that's
it
what I'm
doesn't
trying to
state that
say.
the earth is a ball. It doesn't
Yeah.
doesn't state that the earth is a ball. Right. Okay.
You
Now
got
it
it?
also states, hold on, it also states, this is another thing, that the earth had been spread out and placed in it were firm mountains.
Mountains. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
So
On the corners, you see. And that's the same as you would do if you go for a picnic. You look for the flat surface and you put the heavy weights, your bags and your belongings on the corner so that the picnic mat doesn't get blown away by the wind. And you look for a flat surface. You don't look for a hill or a hump because it's not going to be level and your orange and your apple will roll down, your drinks will roll off you look for a flat surface. So logically, when you lay out a carpet, you lay it out on a flat surface. That's the logic action that we
I'll-
do on Earth naturally.
now in your
Okay,
language,
I do believe that
mada,
mountains
mada.
are
Let him
made
Is
answer,
that
Dos.
pronounced right? Is that pronounced
Yeah,
right?
I do
Mada?
believe that. Sorry, what are you saying?
Mada. Mada. To
Mada?
stretch, to extend, to spread flat. That is the
Mahda. Yeah.
definition. Mada, yes, see? It is not to spread around, it is not to wrap around something, it is to literally to spread flat is the meaning in your language. So it does. First, I just want to make this statement. The pertaining question I asked was if it contradicts your spiritual beliefs in religion or what you observe. We haven't gotten to observations yet. We're only talking about the spirituality of your beliefs pertaining to the globe and the flat earth. And according to what your book says, your religion, it's not my religion. I'm Christian. I believe in Christ
Yeah.
and the Holy Trinity. Okay, but I do know of your religion and I have read the entirety of the Quran for multiple reasons, not for flat earth reasons per se, but for other reasons. I've read the Quran, and you believe, and what you believe in pertains to and directly states that where you live on it doesn't give the entire shape of the earth. Otherwise, if you believed in the flat earth model, it would be a coin or it would be a disc or it would be this or that, but we don't experience that. We only experience flat. No one's been to an edge, if one exists, which I don't believe that an edge exists. I believe that it's a ability to it's literally a physical blockage ability to be able to experience another realm that is beyond the reality that you live in, right?
But
Because
you
when
did.
you
Hey, Dos, do you understand that he came in and he said his struggles with English?
I should
I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm
I
trying to
know, I'm
understand.
Yeah,
sorry.
he
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
understand what you're saying.
I know. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm being condescending, but if you want, I'll just say all this into a translator and text it to you.
No problem. You can say it in English, but without using
Yeah, just
jargon
be.
or just simplify what you are saying.
Okay.
Too many
You
words.
get it.
You believe that when you
Shorten the
die,
words.
you believe that when your body dies,
Okay.
that you still exist, right? Beyond
I
death, you are still there,
Yeah, of
correct?
course. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is
Waiting for
that
the afterlife. Yeah.
is that the reality, the physical that we live in? Or is that a different reality?
It's different reality. Like,
Okay,
if I
so
understand you
you
right,
and
you
I,
mean that when we die, um, we don't physically exist, but we exist in other way.
yes,
That's what I mean.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's what I also believe in. When my body dies, I do not cease to exist. I don't die. The I within my body does not die. I still exist. So what is
Yeah.
preventing you from believing, what is stopping you from thinking that going beyond a certain point is possible if your realm stops?
Okay, so you are trying to say what prevents me from believing that Earth is flat, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I do believe that when I die, I physically dies or my body dies, but I still
Yeah.
exist. Okay. Um. Okay. Let me tell you that. Okay. Throughout the last years, okay. I just saw things when I tried to, compare between religions and reading the Quran. Um, I saw things that, um, you know, that made me believe that no one can write this except God, okay, or like no nobody or a human being can write this, because one of the most things that made this impact on me is knowing the how the human being works or think, like very deep things inside us as humans. So I saw things, okay, it's not physical like the sun, but I saw things that I couldn't believe that um, a human wrote this. So this what made me then believe in that we are gonna die. Just our bodies are gonna die, but we still exist. When it comes to the Earth, okay, I don't have problem to believe that Earth is flat. Where's the process, or where is the um, like you are telling me that you were on a ship, okay, and you went to the Pacific Ocean, and at the same time, on TV and NASA, they are saying the opposite. But I don't know. I haven't seen things or um, logical things that um, that will make me believe you or even NASA. So this is related to my first question. Why should I believe that? Or no, this wasn't my first question. I mean,
Yeah,
how
well, we
can I
don't want
believe
you
you
to
or
hang
believe
on.
NASA? That's
Yeah,
what I'm
we
trying
don't
to say.
want you to
Why should I
believe.
believe you?
Yeah, we don't want you to
Okay.
believe us. What we're saying to you is that what we learned at school is incorrect, and you can check it for yourself so that you can know for yourself. You don't need to read it in the Quran to know this. You
So
understand? Because
Yeah,
you can
I don't
actually
have a
hold on,
problem that.
hold on. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Because you can actually go into nature itself and try to measure the curvature of the earth. And what you will find is the horizontality of the earth being level over vast distances. Okay, that's something that you can do for yourself. And Allah gave you, God gave us the brains to be able to do that. We can check, we can ask a question: is it a globe? Let me go and check. We can do that. So we can gain knowledge that way. Is that not right?
Mhm.
I,
Yeah,
I
right.
was gonna
So
say
you
almost
mean
the
that
same
there
thing. I
are
was
scientific things that through these things we can determine whether it's flat or not. Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about the shape of the Earth at the moment. Simple thing. Is the Earth an oblate spheroid or is it flat? How do we do this? We check over the surface of the Earth, measuring over a distance. Okay.
Mhm.
Point A, my
Okay.
position. Point B, the object I'm looking at, 10 miles away. If I do the maths to work out how much curvature there should be 66 feet, 66.67 feet of curvature. So therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe. It's that simple. It's not difficult. Okay.
one thing that he brought up was that he has not seen anything to prove that the Earth is a globe or
That was
that
good.
it is a flat plane. But I will
Okay.
say, I wanted to respond to that specifically. I believe that you have seen things that would express to you that it is a flat plane. You just you haven't learned, you haven't looked into the information to have an understanding of how far you should be able to see, because you can see further than what science says you should be able to see on a globe model.
Science.
But what science says. Uh, So if you take those measurements that are known, they're known and people are taught them and they truly believe in those things almost religiously. It's like a religious sense because they don't test for it, they do not understand it, they just simply believe what they are told. And when you go out and experience and you have the understanding and you know how it works, and you see it for yourself and take the measurements for yourself and you do the work all in your own eyes by your own hands, you will realize and you will know the truth. You will know the truth.
So you mean that there are scientific steps that
Well, not scientific.
that
So
I
there's
There are
laser.
practices that you can take.
There's laser. All right.
okay, like who did invent or discover these practices? Like can you please
Okay.
tell me these practices so I
Let
can
me
do it?
make it make sense to you. So I experience a flat plane.
So he's asking if there's anything you can show him, right? He wants to see
not
something.
physical. Yeah, not see something, but like he was talking about like something like practices or I mean equations. They were talking about measurements. If these things exist, I'm gonna try it. Okay, I'm gonna do these equations, whatever measurements. I'm gonna try. Okay, I don't have
Yeah, there's
problem.
an easy way to do it, right?
If this
So
is gonna
if you
show me
type
the
in,
truth, I'm gonna do it.
okay, so there's an easy way to do this, right? So in your Google search, let's just start at the start. So Earth's a sphere, right? So in your Google search, type in Earth curve calculator, right?
Okay, Earth curve.
And then just pick one of those. There's lots of them. Maybe GitHub or something like that.
Okay, I see.
It's a simple one, right? You can put it in. You can change it to feet or
I see metric unit.
meters. Yeah. Do you use metric or do you use imperial? Which one?
Metric. I'm using metric.
Metric. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So you see where it says so you'll have observer height or eye height. See that?
Yeah. Eye height.
Yeah. So let's say you're 6 foot, right? Your eyes might be at 5 foot. Let's just use 6 foot for an example, right? All right.
Okay.
6 foot would be 1.8 meters, so 180 centimeters.
Okay. Yeah, it's me.
Yep.
Wait a
Does
minute.
that give you? Does it say target distance on that one or distance to the horizon?
Yeah, I see target distance and eye height.
Target
So
distance. Yep.
I've written 6
Alright,
in eye height.
Yep. So are you doing it in metric or imperial? Metric.
Yeah, metric.
Metric. So you're in eye height. You'll have to put in 180 centimeters or 1.8 meters.
Yeah, I get you. Okay.
Yep.
8. Okay. Yeah, I've done that.
And then let's go target distance. Let's do 20 kilometers.
20 kilometers.
Or 16 or 20. It doesn't really matter, but just to get an idea of how much it should drop off, right?
Okay.
Oh. So what's that give you? It should give you a hidden height.
Okay. Calculate. So the horizon distance is 4.7, and the target
Kilometers,
hidden
yep.
height, yeah, and the target
Yep.
hidden height is 18.1.
18.1 meters, so 20 meters, right? So if you stand at the edge of a lake or the ocean and you put your feet at the edge of the water and you're 6 foot tall, then the horizon distance should be 4.8 kilometers? That should be where the Earth's peak is, right? Before it starts dropping off.
Can you say this again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you stand at the edge of a lake, got that?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Then the where the horizon is, which is the point where the Earth will start dropping off due to curvature. Got that?
Okay, the far point of the sea, right?
Yeah. So that the point where they claim the sky meets the water, right? That's what you call the horizon. Right. That's supposed to be a physical curve. So behind that, if there was he said 18 meters. So 18 meters is 3, 6. So there should be, on the other side, if there was a 6-story buildings. If there was a 5-story building, that 5-story building would be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. All right. So from this, you need to go somewhere and test this, right? Because water curves to the shape of the Earth. Then you can go to water and you can use this Earth curve calculator to find out how far you should be able to see. And that's how you can test it.
Okay, so let's say I'm going to the sea, okay, or to the beach.
Yep.
I'm gonna put my height or my eye height, and you know we have put the target distance on 20. So why we choose 20?
Yeah, you can. Well, it was just an example of how much should be hidden at a 20-kilometer distance, right? So if you go to the sea, yeah. So that's a variable.
I can't
if you
see
go to the
for
sea and
only 20 kilometers, that's what I mean.
no, you can't. You should only be able to see to 4.8, and then it'll start dropping off. So that's when they say things disappear from the bottom up, right?
Okay, so you mean that after?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will only see for 4.8 kilometer, right?
Yep, and then things will start to be hidden by the curvature of the Earth.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the claim, all right? So you can test this by yourself. So if you go down to the ocean and then you can see something across the other side of well, it's an ocean. Maybe you live on the Gulf or something like that. But if you can see something on the other side, you jump on Google Earth, find out how far it is, type that distance into your Earth curve calculator, and you'll see how much you should be able to see of it, right? If you should be able to see it at all.
Okay.
So that's how you can test it, yeah? Yeah. That's it. That's a simple thing.
So
like they give you a claim. The claim is the Earth's curving at this rate. So they've given you all the numbers. So you're just testing their claim. That's all you're doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it?
You know, like I understand 80% of it. I'm gonna search more for.
Ask away, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't understand something, just ask me.
Yeah, and thank you for your English. Your English is very good. We understand you quite well. So thank you for being patient with us. Well, you've worked very hard. Thank you.
Thanks. You hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're talking to me, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm talking to you saying thank you for using the English. You did very well. You worked hard, and we understand you very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Alhamdulillah.
You are welcome. You are welcome. it's my pleasure to be with you here today. You know, thanks for you all for trying to clarify the truth
Yeah,
for me, and I'm gonna, yeah, of course, I'm gonna ensure that this is right. I'm gonna practice this equation. I'm gonna make search. Yeah, of course, I'm gonna do that.
yeah.
Yeah, you're very refreshing, especially compared to the two guests preceding you who already were sure they were right because they Googled it. So, at least you're able to have a normal civil conversation without hurling insults or making assumptions that everything you read on the internet is true. So I appreciate your conversation.
Thanks a lot.
No worries. If you got any more questions, just come back, say hello, ask your question,
Yeah,
and
of
someone will
course.
respond. Yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm going to the beach like um at the end of the next week. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
And I'll come
In
here
the
again
Gulf
and talk with
or
you. Um,
south of
you know,
Egypt, or you going up
yeah,
north?
I live in Egypt. I live in Egypt, so I'm going to the the what's the name in English? Like the sea
The Gulf?
between us and Europe. No, not the Red
Oh,
Sea.
okay. So north of Egypt. Yeah.
Yeah, north of
North.
Egypt,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Is that the
so I'm gonna do
Mediterranean?
that.
Yeah. It's in the
Yeah,
Mediterranean.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the word.
Are you
There you
from
go.
Alexandria?
Oh, I'm from Cairo.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's summer, so I'm going.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Cairo is
Yeah,
northern Egypt, so it's the Mediterranean is right there. Luxor. He's going to have a good time. Yeah. Good
yeah,
luck.
just 2 hours.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I am on the Mediterranean though. I am from Alexandria.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, and weather here is much nicer than Cairo, to be honest.
Yeah,
I
of
cannot
course.
stand Cairo.
Yeah, of course. Actually, I have relatives lives in Alexandria, so it's easy to
Oh, really?
go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
so
that's
thanks you
nice.
all. I have to go,
No
and
worries. Pleasure.
I'll be back. Okay,
Yeah.
right after doing these practices.
We'll be
Yeah. And
here
you bring.
24/7.
Yeah. So
Mm.
salam and please come back.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so thanks and bye bye.
Bye.
Salam. Salam. Well done, guys. That was really good. Excellent. And another textbook, even though there's a little bit of a language barrier, but we overcame that. Excellent work. Excellent.
So what was it that you was talking about?
We were just talking about the measurements that conclusively demonstrate that the curvature that would be expected if we were living on a ball is never actually measured or observed in reality. So we clearly do not live on a globe.
Okay, interesting.
Have you ever heard that before?
No, not so much. However, like this idea, like if it's not, like a ball, so like what is it?
Yeah, well, that's a common thing. Like as soon as somebody hears, maybe not as soon as somebody hears. Usually, it's after people kind of realize that the evidence just very clearly, really, what the evidence is are counterexamples disproving the faulty mathematical conjecture that we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, especially if you understand mathematical proofs and how logic works, and you realize that the globe is definitely not a choice, it is common that people want then to have a replacement philosophy or belief, because the globe is a belief system that's been reinforced by media propaganda. Here we do not offer a replacement belief because we find that being given a world and being told that these people on high, aka the fewer than 30 Apollo astronauts who claim to have seen the Earth, so you're relying on the NASA priests, the 25 or so people who claim to have seen this alleged globe, as not being liars. In other words, you're assuming that these people who have high-level U.S. government clearance are telling you the truth about your world. As soon as you realize that you can go out yourself and discover that they are wrong, you don't have to then have a replacement thing that explains everything, because that would keep you as a child believing that some authority figure is capable of answering every single question that you might have in your mind. To the contrary, you can start exploring things for yourself and discover the answer to whatever question you wish to find out the answer to within the limitations that have been imposed upon you by the limitations in travel and so on. So you don't have to know what it is, do you? To reject something, that is how humankind in Western civilization has moved forward with the scientific method and mathematical proofs, is by rejecting faulty conjectures through solid counterexamples, aka falsification. So you can falsify the globe without having to know what the thing is. You could propose another thing, and then you could falsify that one. And you could propose another one, and somebody could falsify that one for you if that's what you like doing. Or you could just spend 24/7 just clearly demonstrating using middle school math equations that we are not on a globe. And that would take up all your time. So you wouldn't even have to spend any time trying to find a replacement.
Oh,
Excellent.
wait,
Beautiful.
why yeah, it was,
Dandelion, ladies and
I couldn't
gentlemen,
believe this
we needed that.
for this amount of time. Wow. However, yeah, I understand this, but like, is this mathematical equations or whatever, is it that complicated really?
No, that's what I just told you. It's not. The curvature predicted by the mainstream globe model is that it will be increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, aka exponential growth. So at a relatively short distance, such as 10 miles, you should observe 66 feet of drop. And then when you get to 20, 25 miles, we should be getting up to, the area of 300 feet of drop. These are all distances which you can view with the naked eye, and you can see things at those distances which should be hidden around the curve. So, yeah, I mean, we can show you the diagrams and mathematical equations of where this 8 inches per mile squared predicted curvature is derived from, or, I don't know, you probably weren't in here when people were talking about the Earth curve calculator. But yeah, the globe is a model. Yeah, so there's a model. So, if you Google Earth curve calculator, you will find the predicted drop over distance for various distances that you're looking off, preferably at the flat horizon. Like often these tests are done over a large body of water, because that's where you're most likely to have an unobscured view. And what we find repeatedly is that we are seeing objects in the distance. So those would be the long distance observations that are the counterexamples that disprove the faulty mathematical conjecture of the globe. Or there's also laser tests that disprove the faulty mathematical conjecture of the geometry of the globe. In addition, there are horizon observations, which
Well,
is
it's a little too
different
much.
formula.
So we got some questions for you. We were really moved by part one, specifically the part where falsification doesn't require replacement. That kind of resonates.
I'm so glad you were moved by that, Gatebreaker.
Yes, but there's a but. But in that spirit, would you say you're on the fence?
Like
Oh,
on the fence.
yeah.
Sorry, my English maybe not
No,
the
but in that
on the fence.
spirit,
What do
would
you
you
mean?
say you're on the fence? Falsification does not require replacement, right? To say something is wrong
No, I
and to
don't
give
know.
your
I have
reasonings.
jumped. Yeah, I jumped off your curved globe fence. I have
Okay.
I
very
got you.
firmly jumped off it. I am not
Okay.
sitting on it anymore.
Got you. So, have you found a replacement?
As I just told Ghost Hussein, I do not need a replacement. And in fact, what you will see if you drop in here on our channel is it is a full-time occupation performed as a relay to just debunk the nonsense that is the fake fantasy globe. So I don't
Yeah,
need to have a replacement. Why should I?
I don't have a problem with you saying that, the whole fake fantasy globe, but I didn't ask, do you need one? I said, do you have a replacement besides the globe? Because falsification doesn't require a replacement. To falsify the globe, we per what you're saying, we don't need a replacement. But do you have a replacement?
No, we
I
don't
already
have a
said no.
replacement.
So hold on. Before we move on to another person, I
So
just want to make sure that Ghost Hussein sees Yaga Bruno in the chat there, because you were
So
asking
you
about the
wouldn't
math.
you wouldn't
I'm
say
trying
flat
to
Earth
finish
is a
up the
replacement?
conversation. I'm trying to
I want
finish
to say
up the
something.
conversation that I was having
Yeah,
before
the
you
the one
came
that we're
in.
in, the one that we're in.
So Ghost Hussein, are you able to see the chat there that goes along here with what we're talking about?
The chat.
I'll tag you in there.
This one.
Yeah, you were asking
Okay.
about the mathematical equations. So yeah,
Yeah.
Yaga Bruno
Yeah.
just posted for you again. And so that's what we're talking about when we say, this is it's just very simple math. There's no need for, philosophical discussions, emotional appeal, or anything else like that. You can just look at the math. You can go out and do your own observations. You could find a large body of water near you. You can, determine the distance of something you're looking at, a landmark such as a lighthouse, an island, so on and so forth, or a skyline of
But
another town, and so on. And
there's
then you can
something actually.
decide if you
Okay.
should be able to
I
see
can.
that if you were on a globe. And it turns out that you're not on a globe.
I'll tell you something that is wrong mathematically in this. Can I just look?
So I was going to eat this one.
Oh, somebody else. I think
Okay,
somebody's just open micing. Glutton, can you mute yourself, Glutton? Mute yourself, Glutton. Thank you. Okay. We're just finishing up a
so let me-
conversation. So yeah, there's something wrong with the math, you said, Ghost.
Yeah. It is 8 inches drop per mile. Okay. So this
Wait.
equation actually
Per
doesn't
mile
apply
squared.
to a curvature.
Per mile squared. I can show you the derivation if you're interested. Hold on. I don't think that one might. Let me see which one he. Yeah, he's not showing you one that is a. He's showing you the trig formula. I can show you the derivation of the 8 inches per mile squared. Just a minute. So the 8 inches per mile squared derivation, that one actually comes from the Pythagorean theorem. I don't think you would find any globe believer, even the hardcore defenders, who are going to. I mean, actually, you'll find some who don't understand it because they don't understand that it's a rate. So that's why it's a parabola, because it's showing exponential growth, which everybody knows that exponential growth is half of a parabola because you're only showing the positive half when you're talking about things in the real world. So there are people who don't understand it, but globers who are, a little bit more mathematically inclined won't even argue with that is the curvature that's expected. That's why when you put a number into the Earth curve calculator, which are put out by globers, you will see that it will follow that formula, roughly 8 inches per mile squared. You square the mile and then multiply it by 8. So that is a diagram of how it's derived there. So.
Yeah,
By
I
8.
think. Sorry to interrupt you. I think he might be also thinking maybe that the formula isn't exact. There's a slight discrepancy, but that discrepancy, when you compare it to the actual curvature formula, because there are two now, the discrepancy is less than 0.1%, and we got that from AI Overlord because we looked into it last month. Okay, so we now know that it's just, you know, it's the same. So, like you said, Dandelion, the Globers don't argue that point anymore. Thank you very much. I'll post that in the side chat momentarily. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so I didn't notice this saying it's like per mile squared. I didn't notice squared. Okay, so I was like thinking about something else. Okay, mathematically, I have been long time ago since I left mathematics alone.
Yeah,
But
so
I
it
was
takes
good at it.
time, you know, yeah, if you're not like you haven't been doing math, you know, it takes
But
time to go through it. I mean, even if you look at the chart that Yaga Bruno put up there, like he has a different formula there, but it basically comes up with the same answer. Like if you look at that chart at 8 miles, it says drop in feet 42.68, drop in inches
Okay.
512.13. So 8 times 8, 64 times another 8. That's where those numbers are coming from. 9 times 9, 81 times another 8. There you get that 648. So on. 10 times 10, 100 times 8, 800. So yeah, that is the formula that's being used in this is just the mainstream model that we are testing in reality.
Okay, so when they made like a test with this, what did they find? Like someone looked stood in front, in the middle of the sea,
Lasers.
and
Yeah.
Use lasers.
looked forward, right?
Yeah, tell them about the lasers, Timbo.
Yeah. So there's many of these tests, but there was a particular
Okay,
one
okay.
where
First
they
off,
did maybe
about
7.
lasers. Okay, about lasers and so on, light could skew in some ways, you know, like when you put a light in and the light goes inside a glass and it comes out, there's like a different
Yeah, you're
angle
talking
to it.
about refraction, right?
So there might, I'm not sure, but there might be something with the light. Like maybe
Yeah,
there's
so
some
then
equation involved in this.
you'd have to show a test that lasers point downwards in the environment. Lasers curve down towards the Earth in the environment. Have you got one of those?
Even if we tested that over long distances, it still doesn't take effect on the measurements that we take.
Okay, so
Laser
once
test.
again,
Laser test over Frozen Lake. It
once
was
again,
test number 7. It was test number 7, right? So the laser was set up at 2.9 meters off the surface. Then they used a SALAD, which is super accurate laser, a leveling device, right? So really small turns of a thread to get it absolutely level. Of course, you're going to say there's no absolute level, but that's kind of irrelevant in this conversation. So 28 miles across the lake, they picked up the laser at 1.6 meters on the other side of the lake. Now, are you saying the laser curves around the Earth at a higher rate than the Earth's curvature? That would be a K factor of 1 or
I'm
higher.
not sure exactly how it behaves, but this should be taken into consideration as well.
Yes,
That's what
it
I meant.
was. So what they did in this test, when I get a chance, I'll post the video for you and the PDF for it. They did some laser tests, and tested for refraction in different temperatures and different pressures, and they came up with a rate that they could add into the results that they got. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I before we get to all this mathematician equations, so if I like we have C, right? I stand like in like on the surface, exactly on the surface, and I
Yeah.
look forward.
Yeah.
What should I
Hopefully,
see
'cause
in
you
front
can't
of me?
look backwards. Your eyes don't go in the back of your head. So you're always
Whatever,
looking
like I
forward.
look in a certain direction, in the middle of the sea, in the middle of a very big ocean.
Yeah.
If I believe if I look forward and like the way I look forward, sorry, let me gather my thoughts. Like
Yeah,
I
no worries.
stand in a 90-degree angle with like beside me is exactly the point where it goes to the center of the earth, or where the gravity goes. Okay.
Yeah, that's a
And
claim,
I
but
look,
yeah, keep going. Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, so but not here exactly. You should be actually like looking like you should be like exactly on the surface of the sea. Like your eyes should be like something like above like 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters above the surface of the sea. Okay.
Yeah, how are you going to do that?
Just imagine it. Okay.
Imagine it. All right. I'm
Maybe
imagining my
yeah,
eyes
maybe it's
being a
not
centimeter off the
really.
sea. Can't see anything.
Sorry.
I'm
I
imagining
mean,
my
like it's not.
eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
like
can't
you
see
are not
anything
far
because
off
I've got
from the surface.
waves coming up in front of me and things like that.
Okay, just bear with me here. You stand like 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, not so far above the surface of the sea, and you look forward. Okay. What should be right in front of you? It should be like the sky itself.
Yeah, like a
Right?
horizon you're talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this sky in front of you, like what if you get like a telescope that goes like so far to this side? Okay, I'm not sure about this, but this should be the sky, right?
Sky? No, it's an
The
apparent
sky.
position, right? So, well, what you need to do is, if I'm direct on what you're thinking about, you need an object you point your telescope at, and then you need to know
Exactly.
how far that object is away, and how far away the
Mhm.
horizon should be, and then
Mhm.
how much of that object should be hidden due to curvature of the Earth. That's the only way you can do it. You can't just stand in the middle of the ocean and go, okay, I think I see 2 miles, because you've got no distance markers. So everything you're just going to see in a circle, right? So let's say you can see, your eyes let you see 10 miles. In a 360-degree circle, you're only going to see 10 miles in a 360-degree circle. So it's just going to look like a circle. That's just the way vision works. But if you've got an object you can look at and find out how far away it is,
Okay,
then
an object like
you can do that.
yeah,
If
like
you've got an
maybe some
area,
kind
you
of a
said you
tower.
live in Alexandria, right? So if you go to the Mediterranean and then you go on marine.com or something like that, you can find out what boats are sitting out in the Mediterranean, and then you can go down to the water's edge, and you can go, okay, that's that boat. And then you can look up the height of the boat, and then type in the Earth Curve calculator. Oh, it's 15 miles offshore. So this boat, there should be this much hidden of it if the Earth was a sphere this size, right? You understand?
Okay, what I mean here that because you are standing above, like even for this much.
Yeah, if you're standing above, yeah, you're going to make the distance further, right? So the
Yeah,
horizon's moving
like
further
even
away.
like 2 meters or like above the sea level by maybe like 2 meters or 2.5
Yeah,
meters
you're
or
going to
something.
extend your
You
vision.
can
Yeah.
this. Yeah, exactly. This
Yeah.
can extend your vision, and if you think about it like a circle,
Yep.
the more above you stand above the circle, the more that you can see.
Yeah, but this happens. This
Like
happens on a flat
both
surface
sides,
too,
right?
right? Yeah, so that's not
Like the
exclusive
more
to
you
a
can
globe.
cover.
Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe.
Okay,
It works. That's how vision works. If you increase your height,
I'm talking about
you,
circle right now.
you increase your angular view.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you can, like, the more you stand above this circle, the more you can that your vision can cover more of it, right? Or like,
Yes. Yeah.
do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Like,
of course. Yeah, you go up in height, you can see more, right?
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is why I was saying when you like stand like just above the sea level, not by much, you will not see anything further, other than the sky or whatever.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Of course, if there's like towers or something, your eyes will see this because the tower itself is above the sea level. But
Yeah, that's fine.
when this, but when this tower like becomes way too far, if you have like let's say you have like a telescope that goes, miles and miles away, like 100 miles or 1,000 miles away, okay, that can give you supervision. At some point, you will not be able to see this tower.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah.
Exactly. And okay, let's say.
But that's
I don't know
not
how to
that's
describe.
not because we live on a globe. That's just got to do with vision.
How?
Well, when things get further away, they appear to get smaller, right?
Yeah, but I said you have like a telescope that can get you
Yeah, so
vision for
you just
far away. Okay, so
yeah, you're just
we
enlarging
neglected
what
this
you
part.
see. Telescope doesn't make you see more. It just enlarges what you can actually see.
Yes, it
Enlarges what you
makes you like.
yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean.
Doesn't
Because
zoom.
the
It doesn't
further it
actually
goes,
zoom in. It just enlarges it.
I understand. This is what I mean. Like when something is far away, it shrinks, right?
Yeah, yeah. Angular size.
So the telescope is making this thing bigger, so it like compensates for the smallness that becomes for the distance.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you're also looking through atmosphere, right? So there's a lot
No,
more than. Oh, you're not looking through atmosphere.
I don't.
What do you mean?
I mean you are looking at this tower or this object, and you are like going further and further and further and further, but you're still looking at this direction, at its direction.
Yep. So I'm confused. Are you arguing for a globe or for a flat surface?
For a globe.
Yeah. So it should start if you're 6 feet off the surface of the water, then that thing should start disappearing at 3 miles from the bottom up.
At 3 miles?
Yeah, then it'll start dipping over the curvature of the Earth, right? If you keep on moving away.
But you are standing like how? Okay, you tell me like 6 feet, right? Okay. I'm not really sure about the calculations though.
Sorry, my daughter rang.
Okay, no problem.
So what are you having a problem with? Ghost Hussein? What's the problem?
I'm just was describing like if you like become further from an object that you're looking at,
Mm.
this object totally will disappear, like from bottom to top.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
that's
I was
that's
seeing.
normal how optics works. Angular resolution from your perspective, and as an object moves away from you, it will disappear bottom first because the object is actually on the surface of the Earth. The sky, there's more sky than there is of the surface. So as it moves away from you, it's on the surface. The surface will obscure as it goes into the vanishing point. That's why it's just a natural law of optics. Okay, it's not proof of curvature of Earth because when you can no longer see that object because your eye's ability to focus on it has been exceeded now, so you can't see it. You take the binoculars, you put it to your eye, and the object is there. Okay, because it's now been enlarged. There it is.
Yes,
And if you
yes,
keep
this
looking, yeah, that's
yes,
it.
this is what I'm talking about. That when you will get this telescope to your eyes, you will not also see it. However strong this telescope is.
Yes, eventually the telescope won't see it anymore. Eventually, yes. Yeah, because the distance has increased from you and your telescope to that object, of course. We don't see
I
forever.
see.
Yeah, of course, we can't see that forever. Only
Let's
Allah can
assume
do
it's
that.
forever. Noah,
Sorry?
let's assume this telescope can see further and can magnify to like
Oh,
to
okay,
infinity.
okay, but we're now breaking natural law. Okay, that's the thing now, because we're going beyond the capabilities of a telescope. But carry on,
Or
carry
just
on.
quickly,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
if you have a look in the side chat, Ghost, I just posted a
Mhm.
picture. Can you see it? The mountains?
Which one? The mountains?
The mountains, yeah.
Okay, what exactly that you mean with the
All right.
mountains?
Can you notice that each mountain further away into the distance becomes more and more opaque? It becomes more and more difficult
Mhm.
to see. What do you think the reason for that
Uh,
is?
okay, I got your point.
Right.
And
So
if you
This is
scroll up a little bit,
something has to do with the weather.
what was that?
just to do with the atmosphere in general, right? It's opaque. It's not completely
Yeah.
transparent. So when you look through more and more of it, you can't see forever. So you could look up the visibility rating at a particular location, and it might be 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers or 50 kilometers if you're lucky, but you're not going to be able to see forever. So even if you have the best telescope, you're looking through a semi-transparent medium. So it's kind of like if you get a piece of clear glass and you can see through it, and then you stack another piece of glass and another piece of glass, and eventually, once you stack enough pieces of glass, you can't see through it because while it looks opaque over a short distance, it's not opaque completely, right? Same with the atmosphere. So it
Yeah.
doesn't matter how good your telescope is.
Okay, I got your point for this one.
Yeah, people will make that. They'll try to claim that
Yeah,
that
go
ship's
ahead.
over the horizon is caused by curvature, when what we're pointing out is there's many other phenomena that cause things to go out of the range of our vision. We can eliminate Earth curvature as a possible cause because we've already demonstrated that the Earth does not curve at the rate predicted by the standard model. So we've eliminated that as a cause. So it's certainly not proof of a globe. It's very far from it. And it's not even the cause of the phenomenon that you're viewing. It has nothing to do with curvature.
Okay, so I didn't make the I didn't do the math for like these equations, but how much is it off? Like how by much, or is it like totally off?
Are you talking about the one that DOS posted? The observation?
Yeah, I mean like
with the mountain?
like
With the snowy
no,
mountain?
not the mountains. The one that is like the curvature drop equals 8 inches per mile squared, or this one. When you get this equation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
You
like
can use it
the
for
his
1,000
idea of
miles if you want, and it's exactly the same. So
Yeah,
if you
15
just,
to 1,300 miles, even
yeah,
1,500 miles, because we did it with the AI the other day, last month, right? And yeah, that's what we estimated roughly, that it's around 13 to 1,500 miles accuracy there. Okay, and then when it starts to be, the discrepancy increases, it's only 0.1% discrepancy. So it's not really a lot, is it? At 1,500 miles.
Is that what he means? I just want to confirm. Are you asking how accurate the formula is, or are you talking about an observation?
yeah, I mean like when you do the math, okay, and then there's the observation.
Yeah.
How off is it?
Okay. All right. Well, it depends on the distance, and it depends on the size of the object. So, for example, if we go
Is
to a
there an
lake,
observation?
yeah, there is.
Okay.
Jin posted a good one. So just a second.
Where? Okay.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I'll repost it. Just give me a second. I'll just find it.
Yeah, sure, take your time.
Actually, I'll I'll post a different one. Just give me a second.
Take your time.
It's a lot, by the way. It's a very, very large amount that it's off. So I'll show you one. Okay, so have a look at the side chat. All right, so this is over a lake, and it's 34 kilometers across the lake. Okay, so have a look in the side chat.
I'm looking at the chat.
Yeah, so
Okay,
things are
this
going to start to pop up now. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And this is the distance, 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And the camera is placed just above the surface of the water, 5 foot or 1.5 meters. Okay, now where that camera is, that's 34 kilometers away from this shoreline that I'm posting now. Okay, so this is the shoreline that he's going to be zooming across to. Okay, this is 34 kilometers away from that camera on the other side of the lake. Now,
34 kilometers.
34 kilometers, yep. And the camera is 1.5 meters high. So that means that the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers. Let me double check that. It's 2.7 miles. It's 2.7 miles is the distance to.
I need a pen and paper, just a moment.
you need a what? Toilet paper? What he said?
Okay, I'm here.
He said pen and paper, pen and paper.
Oh, sorry. Must be my accent.
Oh, my English, pen and paper.
Australians obsessed with toilet paper. All right. So, so the distance is 34 kilometers.
Okay.
Right. The observer's height is 1.5 meters.
Sorry, how much?
1.5. 1.5 meters. Yep.
Okay.
All right, so that means that the distance to the horizon should be, it's 2.73 miles. So I'll just check what that is in kilometers.
Oh,
4.3 kilometers, or 4.4 kilometers. That's where the horizon should be. Now,
Okay.
Now the shoreline on the other side of the lake that you could see in the picture that I posted, that should be hidden behind the horizon if the Earth's a globe. And the amount that that should be hidden by is 223 feet, which is...
So you mean what? You was talking about what picture?
it's a 20-story building.
Yep. So see the picture at 43 minutes after the hour? The last picture that I posted.
Okay.
Right, that's the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's 34 kilometers away from the camera in the picture above it. That's what he's going to be zooming across to with the camera.
Okay.
All right, so that shoreline, if the Earth's a globe, that shoreline should be hidden behind 67 meters of curvature. So it should be 67 meters below the horizon, which is, it's like a 20, over a 20-story building, if you can think about that, right? So say there was a 20-story building on the other side of the lake, it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth's a globe. But when we go and test for the curvature, now I just want to add an extra point. Now that curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. It isn't possible for the curvature not to be there if the Earth's a globe because of gravity, right? They say gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass on the globe. And that means that the water has to be curving at a pretty consistent rate. So over that distance, that curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Now,
Yeah, like if the water is connected. Yeah. So, right.
yeah, any body of water, any large body of water, is being affected by gravity if the Earth's a globe. And it means that it has to be curving at a specific rate.
Yes.
And that rate is the numbers that we went over, basically. Right? So if you have a look now at the now I'll repost it. Right, so this is the zoom footage from the camera. So when he zooms in across the lake, we can actually see the entirety of that white tower. We can see the shoreline. And I'll post some more still shots from the footage. Just a second. All right, so once again, I'm going to post the distant shoreline. And all right, so take note of the shoreline. Take note of the big white tower that you can see. It's like it's called a smokestack. It's a big giant white silo, like a tower, or something like that. Anyway, right, so that's the picture. That's the zoom picture. So we can see the shoreline. We can also see the white tower. And then he did the observation again at nighttime, right? So this is what it looks like at nighttime. Once again, we can see the tower. We can see the white tower there.
So this is like the proof, right?
Yeah, yeah. This is showing. This is one of many examples showing that there's no curvature. Right. So yeah,
So
let's have
he
it.
was like he was
30
away by 34 kilometers.
34 kilometers. Yep. All right. So have a look at this picture. This is another close-up picture of the shoreline. You can see the shoreline. You can see the bank. You can see the white tower. Right now, here's a picture from 34 kilometers away of the same thing. So this is at nighttime, but you can see the tower, you can see the bottom of the tower, you can see that bank, right? That black line under the tower, the bank of the shoreline, and you can see the shoreline, and you can also see the lights reflecting off the water as well. So this shows that there's the curvature that would have to be there if the Ursa globe, it just isn't there. And then
Okay.
what they did after this as well is they actually also did a laser test where they pointed a laser across the lake. Right, here's a picture of the laser test. So they shot the laser across the lake just above the surface of the water, and they were able to detect the laser on the other side of the lake. Here's a picture of the laser being detected.
Okay, so the thing is that the assumption is like this distance, like for this distance, you shouldn't see this place, right? Like this tower.
You shouldn't see the bottom 50 meters of the tower. You shouldn't see the shoreline. You shouldn't see the bank. You shouldn't see any of those lights. All of that should be hidden behind the horizon. The horizon should be just over 4 kilometers away. But there's no horizon. We don't see any horizon over the whole lake, right? So we don't see any horizon over the 34-kilometer lake. We just see flatness, right? We see flat water, and then we see the shoreline that should be hidden, and then we see the bottom of the tower. So basically, you should just see the horizon, and then you should see the tower sticking out from behind the horizon. Because it's a giant, it's a giant tower. The whole tower shouldn't be hidden, but the whole bottom of the tower should be hidden.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm drawing something right now. Okay. Let's discuss this one. Just a moment.
Really
I'm
good
sorry,
learning.
that or something. Sorry, just a moment.
Yeah, you're right.
The
Yeah,
thing
I
is,
really.
like what I'm trying to say here with this is, okay, you are sending something down here.
Hey guys.
Yeah, like this height. Yeah, I mean like for this height.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the lack of curvature on your fantasy globe.
Yeah, exactly. Because the art it's flat. I have proofs.
Well, I think Ghost Hussein is presenting something that he is asking about. I don't know yet. You're posting something? Is that what's happening?
No.
I actually I was like posting some drawing of the last picture that Jay posted. Okay, so it's calculated like with this exact height, right?
Yeah, it's taking the height into account.
This is a lot of math. Okay.
The math is pretty easy if you just look at the simple version. It's basically saying the same thing. So if you look at the top one, it just says Earth Curvature Calculator. So it's very simple. So you just put in the height of the camera, 5 foot, 5 foot's 1.5 meters. And then you put in the target distance, 21 miles. 21 miles is 34 kilometers. And then we put in the, so then it does the calculations for us, right? So you just hit calculate, and then it says the distance to the horizon should be 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, right? That's the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water. The water should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth after that distance. And then the shoreline on the other side should be hidden by 223 feet, which is 67 meters, which is like a 20-something story building missing of curvature. So firstly, we don't see the horizon, right? That horizon would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. It's not there at all. We don't see any horizon over the whole 34 kilometers. Then we don't see the hidden height, right? So the thing that should be hidden behind the horizon isn't hidden. And we also don't see any crazy, mirages or anything like that. It's nice, clear footage. And he did the observation during the daytime, and then he did it again during the nighttime, and then they did the laser test. So they did 3 different observations over the course of a day and a night, and they got consistent results every time, which is 0 curvature detected.
Okay. So, so this actually should be based on like the actual distances of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
like we
this
assume that it's a
globe.
globe.
Yeah.
But
So if the Earth's a globe,
what if they just
mm-hmm. What if the globe's
like I mean,
bigger?
what if they just messed up the numbers with this?
Messed up
Like
the
how
what?
this
Sorry?
the numbers?
Well, the
Like
numbers aren't
how
messed.
can you measure? Like how can you measure the Earth? Like what? What the heck?
Well, yeah. Well, that's what they're claiming, right? They're claiming that the Earth's a certain size, and if the Earth's a certain size, then the curvature has to be there.
Okay.
And because the whole
Well,
globe
this
model relies on that size being correct.
no, it doesn't, because the size itself is something, and being a globe is something. Okay, so this maybe yet falsifies the numbers, but not necessarily for the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, but okay, so to be able to see this on a globe, the globe would have to be like 50 times bigger. Right, the globe
I
would
don't
have to be
understand.
okay, so to have no curvature over 34 kilometers, the radius of the globe would have to be about 50 times larger than what they tell us.
Oh, okay.
That means the globe would be so big that it would go to the moon, right? The distance that the moon is, what they tell us, or something like that, right? Like the radius of the globe would have to be hundreds of thousands of kilometers, hundreds of
Yeah,
thousands instead of 6,000.
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so the
It
globe
would
would
be
have to
like
be so big that it just all we ever see is flat, right? Maybe it's just flat. There's no evidence that it's a globe that's so big that it just looks like it's flat. I mean, if the globe was really big, how could you get from the North Pole to the South Pole? It would take you years to travel that far, right? Everything would be messed up. Everything.
it wouldn't
The
be
in,
years. Like
the
everything will be multiplied by the number you said, like 50, right? But yeah, I
yeah,
got your point.
exactly. So it would take 50 times longer to travel it to any
Yeah.
destination. Like you want to go from Australia to America.
Okay, let's
It would take you 50 times longer if it was 50 times bigger.
yeah, like I haven't traveled before, but like from America to the other side of the planet, how much would this take?
Oh, I don't know. Like, say
I
it
don't know,
takes
like 12 hours,
say it takes 15 hours or something like that, right? So multiply
15
that by
hours.
50. It's not possible.
Okay,
It would destroy the entire globe model, and then the entire cosmic distance ladder, right? The distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, all of the calculations
mhm.
for going to space, satellites, everything would be completely wrong. It wouldn't be, everything relies on that radius value. You see the R value, when you see the R value in all the big formulas that they give us, right? That's represents the radius of the Earth. It's like one of the main variables in their calculations for most things.
Mhm. The R value.
Yeah, the radius.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. Definitely.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically it's a religious system. It's a worldview that you have in your mind because that's what you grew up with. So yeah, it takes time. After you look at the math and you realize it's a common thing that people first say, like, "Oh, well, couldn't it just be bigger?" But no, this is a presentation they've given us as a solid model. It goes along with their heliocentric, sun-centered religion, and all the whole outer space thing, which we also reject. But yeah, it can't just be bigger for the reasons that Jay just explained to you. So, at some point after you start, realizing that the math uh, clearly debunks the globe, you can just kind of have to sit down, when you're by yourself and think, oh, okay, so I've actually never seen a globe. I have no evidence of curvature. If I was on a globe, these objects would be hidden around the side of this curve. I would be able to observe it based on the scale and the math and the presentation that they are giving me. So, you just have to start to let go of this thing that you've been indoctrinated with. It takes time to do that.
But right now you are like also trusting this source, like the
Yeah, and you don't
distance
have to
and
do that. Well, you can go and do it for yourself. I've made my own observations of the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, a complete impossibility on the globe of the dimensions claimed. Many other people have made their observations here. So, yeah, you can look at one, you can look at the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. You can go do your own, You can then have to decide, like, oh, okay, so all of these people all around the world are showing this to me clearly, documenting it, measuring it, taking photographs of it. I could do it myself, independently verified. So either there's a giant conspiracy among independent people all around the world who have the same measurements over and over and over that you could go and repeat for yourself, or you have to believe that 25 Apollo astronauts lied about seeing the Earth as a globe, because everything else is just inconsistent images that don't hold up water, not only to our own observations in reality, but also among themselves are inconsistent in terms of the land area, 1,000 other things, the sunlight that would have been showing on the Earth at that particular time when they claim the photograph was taken. I mean, uh, you know, it's there's just no once you look into it more, uh, you see which side has observations, reality, measurements, mathematics, and objectivity on its side, and you see which side has media propaganda and widely varying images that do not hold up to scrutiny and don't hold up to independent testing done by thousands of people all around the world. The laser tests, have been very carefully documented. One of them was notarized by the Hungarian government. You can go do it yourself, as I said once again. So, yeah, I mean, people can keep believing propaganda if they want, but at some point you have to realize that uh, that's all it is. It's just science fiction. being presented as fact.
I mean, it could be.
I posted the full
Yeah.
video for you in the chat there as well. Right, so you can watch the whole
Yeah.
video in high definition. Now,
All right.
nobody's
Thanks.
disputing. You know that's the good thing. Like Dandelion was saying, you can actually go and do these tests yourself very easily. You don't have to believe these tests. But if you look at the video, you can tell that it's a legitimate test because you see him arriving, you see him setting up his gear, you see him showing you all around the location and showing you all the footage, and he's there with his kids. You know, this is an attorney. He's a very nice guy, and he shows you all the footage. He steps you through everything, and then you can actually go there. You can actually go there on Google Earth as well, and you can, look, here's a screenshot from Google Earth because I like to confirm these things as well. Okay, so here's a screenshot of exactly where he's taking the observation from. You can see that all the landscape matches his footage perfectly, and you can check the distances and all that kind of thing.
Okay.
So this isn't like NASA footage where you just have to trust it. You can actually see it's a real world thing, right? And anyone can go and repeat this. We actually encourage people to go and repeat it if they want to, and then they can know for themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah, I saw all of these observations. I heard these arguments and I thought it was all crazy, and I went and did a bunch of observations myself to prove it to myself.
Mhm.
And yeah, I wasn't able to find the curvature either. So
Yeah. I will keep an open mind for this. I
yeah,
will
yeah,
search
yeah.
for this
Keep an
more.
open mind.
I
Cool.
I actually got here just casually. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
expecting anything,
No, you're right.
but it's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yep. So yeah,
Okay.
try to find evidence of the globe, right? Try to debunk the things
But
that we're
is
showing
there
you.
anything that like if it's not connected at least, is there anything that's saying that there is an edge
Well, we don't
or is
think
it
the Earth
not
is.
touched?
Yeah, there could be an edge of some kind at some point. I mean, every lake has an edge, right? Like a shoreline.
Yeah, that's what I
So
mean. Like
yeah, there could be a shoreline at some point. But once you look into it, you'll find that you know, let's say you
it's so
started at the North Pole and then you went directly away from the North Pole, right? What direction would that be? It would kind of be south, wouldn't it, on the compass? Right? So let's say you just went in a straight line south.
compass would go crazy.
Yeah, but let's say you just right. So you're just going in a straight line away from the North Pole,
Uh-huh.
and you keep
Yeah,
going.
this would
If you're on a
be
globe,
the
if you're on a globe, then you would go over Antarctica, right? You would go down, 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 down. You would go over Antarctica, and then you would come back up around the other side of the globe, and you would eventually get back to where you started.
exactly.
None, yeah, nobody's ever done that.
Yeah,
So
and nobody
nobody,
also has like said ever that there's an edge, like that you can maybe fall
right?
off.
Because nobody that we can verify has kept going south. Maybe people have, right? Maybe that has happened,
I
but nobody that
but
we
I
can
don't think
verify.
yeah, but this is the thing, like we have been on Earth for many years, and people like
Mm-hmm.
America, people from England traveled to it or on the sea, and people
Yeah,
like people travel all over the world, basically. That's what I mean. So
right.
at
So
some point
you would think that
they
someone
would
would have.
encounter this,
Well,
and this
you
is
would think that
not
okay, okay, so surely someone would have kept going south then, and come back around the other side of the globe.
And the most likely candidates that should have done this by now would be the Air Force, because all world
Yeah.
Air Force should hold this record, but no one's done it. No Air Force has made the claim of any country that they've circumnavigated the globe in the way DJ has described it. No military Air Force. And that's a massive
Actually,
alarm bell right there.
Isn't that because they need refueling?
Even with the refueling, it's still possible to be done because you can refuel in the air. You know, the taxpayers' money can be used. It's there. That's a record that the military and the Navy should have locked down a long time ago. Long time ago. I find that unacceptable that it hasn't been done. Of course, we're living on a flat Earth, of course. Because if I was living on a globe, the military should have done this. They're the ones
What's
that
the military purpose of doing that?
Well, that's because they've dialed in the whole Earth and they're holding a record, of course. Come on, and remember, they protect us. They're the ones that they are monitoring and surveying and protecting us, our freedoms, supposedly. So that's their job, of course. There'd be a record. Yeah, no, the military would have it dialed in, no doubt about it.
Just
That's
for
why.
bragging? Like they'd be like, we're gonna waste all these
something
tax
like
dollars instead of protecting
The
our
protection
people.
is
We're
there.
gonna
It's
just
a record, isn't it? It's a record. The military have the equipment, you see. So they would have that record
maybe
dialed
it
in.
could be NASA or something.
Yeah, you're talking like it's not possible. Look at NASA, first man to land on the moon. Okay, if they can do that, they can go around the globe. Don't be silly. Come on now.
Look, it would be for full spectrum dominance.
Thank you. And welcome, Gregory. Thanks. Welcome, Gregory.
Thank you.
Yeah, so no one's saying you can't go to Antarctica, right? You can go to Antarctica. You can go on a tour. You can go on a tour group to Antarctica. You could get a cruise. You could go take some photos with some penguins. Blah blah blah. Right? Maybe you could get a job on one of the bases or something like that. That's in Antarctica. But all I'm saying is that nobody has just kept going south and come back up around the other side of the so-called globe, back to where they started again. Right? You can go to the south. You can go to Antarctica. You can't freely go and travel there, just like you can't really freely go and travel anywhere. But it's very different than traveling to China or something like that, right? To get a permit to go beyond 60 degrees south to Antarctica, right, requires a lot of money, a lot of risk, and a lot of terms and conditions that go along with the permit. So yeah, no one's kept going south, right? No one's done a north to south circumnavigation, great circle all the way around the globe, come back to where they started. So what happens is, because leads back to the guy's question, like, is there an edge or something like that? Yeah, maybe there's some kind of edge or something like that at some point, right? Shoreline, who knows, right? We don't know that. Okay, but yeah, who's checked, right? Who's kept going south? Nobody.
Okay, but the thing is, why would you like go in a vertical way while you can go, horizontal? Like you
Like
can
which
go
way?
like
Which
another
direction?
way. Like maybe go from America to Africa to Asia and then back again,
Yeah, you can do that. You can do east to west style circumnavigations, and thousands of people have done
like
that.
vertically, yeah,
Thousands of
because like
people have done
vertically is
that.
so hard.
Right. So
Yeah,
think about this. Think about this. Countless
Mhm.
amounts of people have done east to west circumnavigations, right? East to west is different than north to south. Okay, so east to west, you could do an east to west circumnavigation on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth, right? And plenty of people have done that because it would be possible on a flat Earth. But what wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth is a north to south circumnavigation. But it
It
just so
wouldn't be a
happens.
flat Earth though.
Hmm?
It wouldn't be a flat Earth. It would be a different shape, like a circular. I'm not sure about
Flat's not a
the
shape.
term.
Flat's not a shape. Flat's just the description of the surface. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Flat
Right?
means
A surface that's not curving. It's like a surface area
like
that's not
2D,
curving. You could have a flat
Like
surface that could be any shape, right? Like a lake, right? The lake has a flat surface, but the lake could be any shape, any shape. It's still flat. So we're talking about the surface of the lake. The
yes,
surface
but
property
the lake
has
you
nothing to
cannot
do with
go.
the perimeter shape.
Listen to me. The lake still has edges all over it, but the
Right.
way that you go around something and go and then end up in the same place again and go around and around, this
Yep.
this is not a flat thing.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can go around. You can go around your town. You could go around your house. You could go around in a lake and
Not in
come back
this
to where
way.
you
Not in
started.
this way.
East and west
No,
are
not in this way.
circles. East and west are circles, right? So you could go east and you could come back to where you started if the Earth's flat. You could go west. You could come back to where you started, right? You go around in a circle,
Yes, but
come back to where you started. This is possible on a flat surface. Think about this. Okay, you put let's say you have a desk or a table, okay, and you put down a magnet on the table, and then you get a compass, and you want to go east, right? So you start going east on the compass. Okay, you have to keep turning and turning because the compass is always going to point towards the magnet. Okay, and if you do a circle around the magnet, you just did a circumnavigation around the north magnetic point on the table. And you could go west, right? And you could come back to where you started on a flat surface. If the Earth is kind of like a lake, right? Like a big giant lake, and you wanted to do a circle around the lake, right? You could do that. That doesn't require the lake to be a globe or anything like that. You're just
they
doing a
didn't make
circle.
a circle.
Yeah, it's a
It is
circle,
not.
dude.
It is not. It is not making a circle. It's like
It is making a circle. East and west are circles around a pole. I'll show you a diagram.
it means like you are going in a certain direction, okay, and you end up in the same place again.
Yeah, but east and west are circles. They're not straight lines. Right, so look, I'm going to show you a few diagrams. So I'm not saying this is exactly how the Earth is laid out. Right, this is a concept just to give you a way to think about it. Okay, you could do a circle around this lake. Here, right? Let's say this is the world. That's all the
Okay, but
continents inside the lake. You could do a perfect circle around this. Right? You could follow that
yes,
purple line there, no problem.
yes, but the thing is, this is not like a straight line. I mean, not like a straight line, but you are not going in a certain direction. This is you are making a circle,
Yeah, so
basically.
if you go in a
Circle is
straight
not
line, if you go in a straight line on a globe, you're eventually going to be going south.
how in a globe.
Yeah.
Well, you
If you
could
go,
be going west. You could be
yeah,
going.
I know, but if you're going
You
away
could be
from
going.
north, I mean if you go in a straight line away from north.
Yes, yes, you'll be doing this, but I'm talking right
Yeah,
now
yeah.
about you are going
Think
to the
about
east,
this.
for example.
Yeah, east
You're
is a
going
circle. East is a circle.
either.
Yeah, I have a
Okay, there's
diagram. I made a
there's
diagram for this situation.
there's a shape that I don't remember its name, but I want to get it.
Right. So have a look at this, right? Once again, I'm not saying this is the flat Earth. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, so this is a map, right? The North Pole is in the center. This is a polar projection map. Okay, and he's sliding that around the map, right? That's east. Now he's going, sorry, that's east. Right? Now he's going west. Now he's going to be pushing it away south. Right? You can't do the circumnavigation south, right? North to south, because that would only work on a globe. But east to west works just fine on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
But
So
this is not flat.
what do you mean that's not flat? How is that not flat?
That's literally not flat. If you
What?
if you go, yes, it isn't. when
It's
you go,
literally
let me explain to you. When you go to any edge of this one, okay, and you actually, this is made to like represent like the globe Earth or the ball Earth or whatever. So when you go to an edge of this one, you will and you continue going through it, you will like become from the other side. Like you will
yeah, but no one's ever done that.
get back from the other side actually.
Right, but no one's
Do you
ever
know
done
what I
that.
mean?
Yeah, no one's ever done that though. If the Earth's a globe, then you would keep going and you would come back
This
to where
is
you
like
started again. No one's ever done that. No one's ever kept going south and come back around the globe to where you started because the Earth's not a globe, right? Just like the long distance observation showed you just before, there's no curvature,
Mhm.
so it's not a globe.
Okay, but okay, so the thing is, this thing that you're showing me right here, it's a representation for like a ball, but
Yeah, I
on a
know that.
2D
I
surface.
know that. That's why I told you I'm just showing you that on a flat surface, if you have a magnetic center or a magnetic point, then if you go
Mhm.
east or west, you can do a circumnavigation. That's the only point that I was making. I told you I don't think that this is the flat Earth map or anything like that. I said I'm just showing you this so I can show you that you could do a circumnavigation on a flat surface because you, for some reason, you were saying that you can't do that. So I'm just showing you that, yeah,
Yes,
here's a
but
flat
but
surface. You
this
can
is
do a
not
circumnavigation.
not flat.
It
Okay, this
literally is flat. Okay, just remove the map, right? You just put
it
down a
is
compass. That's flat. That's a flat surface. Maps are flat.
it's a flat. It's 2D representing 3D,
Yes, but it's
but the
2D,
original thing is 3D. Okay, so
dude.
when he is going circles,
Can
Just
you go on
ignore
a
the
side?
map. Ignore the map.
there is
Yeah, he
this
doesn't seem to be able to
representing
ignore the
going
map.
a straight line.
Ghost. Can you do a circle around a dinner plate? If you have a dinner plate, can you do a circle around the dinner plate and come back to where you started?
Yes, sure, but is this
Yeah.
a
Can
straight
you
line
walk
that I'm
around?
doing?
Can you go outside and walk around your house and come back to where you started again? Yeah?
Yes, and this is a circle.
Right, on a flat surface, right? You can walk around your house. It's a 2D circle that you're doing.
Why didn't you just understand me? I
I
said you
understand.
are
I
going.
understand. I understand that
Mhm.
that picture, that map projection, is of a spherical coordinate system, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying that that is a map of the flat Earth. I'm saying that if you are on a flat surface, then you can do an east to west circumnavigation, but you cannot do a north to south circumnavigation. Many people have done east to west circumnavigations. 0 people have done north to south circumnavigations. People have done pole to pole circumnavigations, but that's very different than a north to south circumnavigation, right? Just touching, like, it's like pole to pole would be like if you had a street light, like a street pole, and then you went down to the other end of the street and you touched it and then turned around and came back again. It's different.
Yeah, because the Earth is not a globe. That's why north to south, back to north has never happened. Okay, and as I said earlier on, the military would have this record dialed in long time ago. They would have done this years ago. So we're not a bull, just on that fact alone. East-west circumnavigation, west-east circumnavigation, that's possible. It's been done numerous of times, but north to south, back to north, never been done. Earth, not a ball, that's why. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed the perfect textbook learning curve, where Ghost, Hussein has been given the help, assistance in coming to the understanding that the Earth isn't a ball. He's getting there. He's been using the Earth calculator, okay, and then now we're looking at the east to west circumnavigating, the learning curve. We give you the learning curve, ladies and gentlemen. The Globers give you no curve. Thanks.
The ghost. Have a look at this diagram or this picture in the chat, right? So I put some planes there. Those planes are going east on a globe. If you flatten that out, right? If you flatten that globe out, right? Let's say it's a flat Earth, okay? And now we're just going to make that globe flat. And we still have that north that the compass is pointing to. You could still be on one of those planes, whether that is a curving surface or whether it's a flat surface. You're still going to do an east circle and come back to where you started again. But if it was right, so on this globe, if those planes turned around and followed one of those lines of longitude instead, right, they could do the same thing. They could go all the way around the globe and then come back to where they started, the opposite direction, then east to west. But if that was a flat surface, you wouldn't be able to do that. So you could do the east to west circumnavigation, but you couldn't do the north to south if the Earth was flat. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand. It takes a while to wrap your head around it. I get that.
There's something still. I'm not getting there. I don't know, but this one doesn't convince me, to be honest.
This isn't
Because, like,
this isn't something that needs to convince you, right? I'm just because this, the
no,
reason we were starting this, right? So you said, how come nobody's found the edge, right? So just
yeah,
because you get to the edge of a lake, right, that doesn't mean that that's the end of the world. That would just be the end of like a section of the world, right? It's the end of the lake, right? There's gonna be more land.
the end of the earth,
Yeah, where's that at?
right?
Who's kept going away from the north in a straight line to test this? Who did this? Nobody. Nobody's done that we can validate. So with all of these militaries, all of these explorers and travelers, how come nobody's done a north to south circumnavigation? But thousands of people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat Earth. And then when we go out and test for curvature, there's zero curvature. It's almost as if the Earth's not a globe.
Just I'm trying really hard to remember this shape. Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, it's called cylinder shape or cylinder.
Yeah, I
but
think
you're
he's saying
talking about
cylinder shape. Yeah.
what's cylinder shaped?
So this is what like what's saying that it is proven like going through east to west makes the earth right now cylinder shape. At
No,
least,
it
okay,
doesn't.
it could be a cylinder.
No, it doesn't make the Earth cylinder shaped. Okay, think about this. Okay, you have a flat table and you put down a magnet, right? And then you get a compass. The compass points to the magnet, right? It's going to point north. If you want to go east, you're going to go in a circle around the magnet and you're going to come back to where you started again. Is the flat table a cylinder? No, it's flat. It doesn't need to be a cylinder shape. It just needs to have a compass, right? It just needs to have some sort of point, a magnetic point, and the compass will point to it, right? The needle will point north. That's where the compass will, the magnet will be. And if you want to do a circle around the magnet, then you're doing a circle. It doesn't have to be a cylinder.
Okay, I don't really with the magnet thing. Okay, don't make it more complicated for me, please.
No. But that's what. Okay, so what's a compass point to? Right, it points to the magnetic north.
Okay, like the compass is actually like it's based also like the assumption of the Earth's shape or whatever. It's also based on
No,
some
it just
assumption.
points. It just points to the north. If you get a compass, it points to the north. There's a place on the Earth that's called the magnetic north pole.
Okay.
And that's where
All right.
compasses point to. So there's a magnet there of some kind.
Mhm.
And if you want to go
Okay.
east or west, then you do a circle around that magnet. It doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe or flat. That's just how cardinal directions work.
Okay, so if you are like on the north
Mm-hmm.
and like you move a little,
Yep.
like for some distance,
Mm-hmm.
the direction of the compass would change, right?
Yeah, but it's still
Like
going to point to. It's just going to point to the north, right? So if you want to navigate, you're going to have to use the compass. If you wanted to circumnavigate, then you're going to have to go east to west or north to south.
yeah, okay. But when you like go to the north, okay, you are following the
Mm-hmm.
compass to the
Yep.
north.
Yep.
At some point, the compass should flip, right? And while you are still going,
Yeah, it's gonna start going. It's gonna, like, if you go in a straight line towards the north,
Mhm.
then it's gonna flip. It's gonna, well, eventually north is going to be behind you, right? North will be in front of you, and then you'll get to the north. And if you keep going in a straight line, then the north is going to be behind you, and now you're going south. And if you keep going, and the Earth's a globe,
Mhm.
you're going to go all the way around the globe, and you're going to come back to where you started again.
Okay. Okay, so this is a globe.
Yeah, no one's ever done that because the Earth's not a globe.
Like, no one's ever like. Okay,
No one's ever
I
done.
think some people might went to the north and did this thing.
No one's
Of
done a
course,
circle
someone
around the. No one's done a circle around the globe north to south because there's no
not
globe.
like a circle, but
Not even close.
not a circle, but at least like going to the north.
Yeah, you can
And
go
like
to the
seeing
north,
this.
right?
Yeah,
Just going to the north, right? You could just go to the north if the Earth's flat. Just go to where the compass takes you, right? To the magnetic north. somewhere out in the ocean.
So it's like you believe there's a north, but you don't believe that there's a south.
No, well,
Or like the
south
south
is
is not connected.
well, compasses don't
Like
point
so.
towards the south. South is okay. So if you get to the North Pole, which way? Like, let's say you're standing on the North Pole. Which way is south?
Mhm.
Which way is south?
The opposite direction.
Yeah, well, it's every direction, isn't it?
Yeah, like if you are in front of it, yeah, it's every direction. It should be. The
Yeah,
compass would
every
go crazy.
direction. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it would be the same on a flat Earth.
and it would be the same on a globe.
Right. So if the Earth's flat, you would be able to do east to west circumnavigations. But if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to do a north to south circumnavigation. And people have done east to west circumnavigations many times, but nobody has ever done a north to south circumnavigation because that would be impossible in reality. Because the Earth's not a globe in reality. That's why nobody's done that.
Okay.
Yeah, DJ, we
But
appear to be laboring on this one, don't we?
Yeah.
A little bit.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah.
I will
But
search
I
on
feel
this
like
as
he's
well.
close to the light bulb going off in his head, and he'll
Yeah,
get it.
and then he regresses back into globe mentality. I get your feeling right there. I've noticed that, but yeah, we are laboring this one, but okay.
No, look. I'm trying to be open with, like, be open-minded. You know,
We
as much as I
appreciate that.
can.
Yeah, we appreciate that
Thank you so much.
100%. You've been open-minded and you've gone through it step by step. Like I said, you know, that's perfect textbook learning curve, ladies and gentlemen. And the pun was intended, you know what I mean? Because we give you the learning curve, the Globers give you no curve, sorry. No globe, no curve from the Globers. So you can trust us for sure.
So,
But the
Ghost,
thing is,
I mean,
people.
for the sake of moving on, because we've been stuck on this for like several thousand hours with you, what part of no one has ever sailed north to south across the entire circumference do you not understand?
Well, the thing is, it is not like this. It is like people went all over the earth, okay, but there's no edge. Like no one's ever pointed to an edge. Do you understand me?
You're kind of mumbling and you're breaking up. So you need to
I'm
speak
not
up and
mumbling.
you
I
need to fix your
said,
connection.
can you understand me, or is it intermittent?
All right, like last time, quickly. I think you'll get it now. Okay, let's pretend that the Earth's flat and you're at the North Pole. Okay?
Mhm.
We just agreed that every direction away from that North Pole would be south. So if you went in a straight line away from the North Pole, you would keep going south. Okay?
Yeah.
And nobody has ever kept going south that we can confirm. Nobody at all has just kept going south. So if the Earth was flat and there was an edge, you would have to go south to find the edge. You'd have to keep going south, and eventually you would probably find some type of shoreline, some type of edge of some kind. I don't know. I'm not making claims to how big the Earth is or anything like that, but nobody has ever done that. Nobody.
Mhm. But
if it was a globe, you would
but
go back around and loop back around. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna go on mute for a bit. Think about it.
But what about like the Antarctica?
Well, great work there, DJ. Great work. Textbook learning curve stuff. It was all good. And
Is he breaking up for anyone else? It's
he's breaking
difficult
up
and
a little
annoying
bit,
to
just
try
a
to
little
hear.
bit.
Yeah, like you need to fix your connection and you mumble, so you need to fix that.
Yeah. But he's done we've got to be
Yeah,
patient with him,
hey,
though,
hey.
Gregory.
Don't
He's
say
done a great
my
job
mumble,
in
okay?
trying to get there.
Don't say my mumble, right? I'm not mumbling.
You do mumble. What are you talking? We've heard you mumble for the past several minutes.
So
Okay,
anyway,
so
I think what you're going to do, Ghost, is you're going to go away now and make some observations in nature. That's what you said about 35, 40 minutes ago. Is that right? Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you said. It's been recorded. You know, everyone heard you say it. So you can do that and then come back to us with your findings, you know, because that's how you're going to know
Yeah,
that the
sure.
Earth is not a globe. Remember, you cannot make a claim that the Earth is a globe. You don't know that. I don't know that. Gregory doesn't know that. No human being knows that. So you're going to be the first if you prove it, okay, to yourself.
Yeah, sure. The first.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, guys. I'm gonna
Thanks
leave
very
because,
much. Yeah. No, thanks.
really late.
You know, that everyone listened to that. It was good. Yeah.
Catch you next time,
Thank you so
Ghost. Have a good one, man.
So somebody in the open chat,
You too.
Erostrato is saying that a USS Nautilus circumnavigated north-south, entering via Alaska, and then came across out of Greenland. But then when you look on the globe view in Google Maps, right, because that's their globe, that's not even circumnavigation. And then
Right.
they would have to sail. They would either have to sail across through Arabia and Europe to finally get to Greenland, or sail around the Cape of Good Hope, and that would not be circumnavigation.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hasn't been done. Just hasn't been done. And like we've been saying, the military and the Air Force should have had this locked down years ago. It's all part of the protection of the Earth. They would have had the record for that. They have the equipment. And, you know, it should have been done. This is not something, that was the very first thing when I heard north-south circumnavigation hadn't been done. I was thinking, how comes the military haven't done that yet? That's something that they would want to have under their belts. That was back in 2015. So come on, man. No, I know that it's just not a globe.
Like in
Come
principle,
on,
it's
people.
not circumnavigation. And then, you know, I doubt that it even happened. Sailing
Yeah.
under all of Antarctica,
Exactly.
or
Yeah.
or what? Hold on. Actually, look at it, because they have to stay. It's a submarine, so you're under the water. Okay, so you leave from Alaska, you sail down through the North Pacific to the
Right.
South Pacific,
Right.
maybe between Australia and New Zealand, or as it were, on my right of New Zealand, and
Yeah.
then you sail through the eastern portion of Antarctica, then turn left
Yeah, you'd have to
to
keep
go
left. Yeah.
around under Argentina,
Yep.
and come around up to the South Atlantic, up to the North Atlantic, and then hit Greenland. Like, that's not circumnavigation.
No, it's
It's
not.
not going
And
around
it's
the
not.
circumference.
Yeah, it's just not been done. It should have been done easily by plane as well, in the air. It's not done. It's never been done, surprisingly. You only have to refuel once or twice. Come on, man. Going on with the military can do this. Should have had this done. It would have been a great record. The fact that it's not done proves the Earth's not a globe. Screams at us. But it's been very, very interesting and informative thus far. Been good. We had a few people come in, and yeah, very productive session, I must say.
Now, of course, he also appealed to the con man.
Yeah, yeah. That's what happens. It's just deception all over the place, and there has to be, because they're trying to keep a fake globe Earth alive. So they have to lie. Have to. It's the only way they keep people believing.
How deep is Antarctica? It's not like an ice lily pad, right? It's supposed to be an ice continent.
Yeah.
Reaching down to the ocean floor. How the hell do you sail under Antarctica?
Yeah, you can't. You've got to sail around it, if anything.
The claim is they sailed underneath the Arctic, not Antarctic. But I don't know what his point is.
Wait, the
Yeah,
Arctic?
that's what I read.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
the Arctic.
They like did a
I was
circle
granting him
around
too much.
like the Arctic. It's I think it's kind of like an east to west thing around the Arctic, under the ice or something. They didn't even go to the Antarctic.
So I was granting him too much. So hold on, go back to my globe. Yeah, my globe for now. My globe. The
Maurice
Arctic.
globe.
Yep, my globe. I forgot the Arctic is like vanished on the Google Maps. But anyways, you go from Alaska, which is just either going from the north of Alaska or sailing, which is stupid, sailing south from Alaska and then going between what is that? Russia and Alaska, and
Yeah.
then going to the Arctic, and then
The Bering Straits or
sailing
something.
around Greenland, or coming on the east, or excuse me, the west of Greenland. But that's certainly not circumnavigation.
No, it's not. Definitely not.
The fuck? So either way, it's not circumnavigation. You failed.
Yeah, hopefully he'll go off and check that. He was a little bit, downhearted slightly there, but never mind.
That's silly.
He did labour over
Sometimes I'm too charitable.
Yeah. He laboured over the circumnavigating. That was his problem. Should have just gone off when he was on a high note, and then he would have been okay, The explanations were crystal clear. So nothing wrong there.
It's even funnier, bro. All you're doing is just sailing in the northern region. You're not going north to south. You're just going further north from Alaska to Greenland. Stupid. Steady talking at me like I'm the one not tracking.
Bearing in mind, we've never measured curvature yet, That's the other thing, he's ignoring all the facts that he's been given, that he agreed to. That's what I don't understand. You've made some fundamental findings. You need to confirm those, of course. But he's just ignoring it still.
What does the
Yeah.
Arctic even look like? Because it doesn't exist on Google Maps, so that's a discrepancy.
Yeah, that's right. The last time I saw the Arctic with Top Gear, they had the Toyota Hilux, and they were going to go to the North Pole in record time. You know, yeah, it was very, very icy, very rocky. That's all I remember. And they got there.
It's right there in the first sentence. I should have caught that. That's my fault. The USS Nautilus was the world's first nuclear-powered boat, nuclear-powered submarine, and the first submarine to complete a submerged transit of the North Pole on 3 August 1958. Our initial commanding officer was Eugene Dennis Wilkinson, a widely respected naval officer who set the stage for many of the protocols of today's nuclear navy in the U.S. and who had a storied career during military service and afterwards.
Guys, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Look, you believe that the Earth is flat, right?
We know it's flat. Yeah, measured flat. We
Yeah.
know this.
Yeah.
This is knowledge gained.
Look,
Yes.
yes, look, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, and I don't believe the Earth is like an egg, because literally, I don't care. But look, I'm from Algeria. No, we read like geography in geography. You know geography.
Yeah.
It's like about maps and that. We study about a man who take his ship and sail from
Magellan. Is that Magellan or Magellan?
I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, but I'm just here to
Yeah.
tell you the story that we are studied. Sail from the north, from the east, okay? And after a few, I think 5 years, maybe, I don't know how much, but
Yeah, Magellan. I
after,
think it's Magellan. Yeah.
yeah, a few years, he come back from the east, from the west. It's like he go like straight ahead. He don't go like left or right. He just go straight ahead. He go from east and he'll go back from the point he sail from.
Yeah,
You
that's
understand?
east to west. Yeah,
Try to
that's east to
understand.
west. Yeah, we know that one.
Yes,
We're talking
east
about
to
north to south to north. Okay, north south back to north again. That's never been done.
Fun fact, real quick: the submarine that what's the name mentioned earlier, the Nautilus.
Yeah, the Nautilus.
shares a Nautilus shares shares the name of the fictional submarine in Jules Verne's classic 1970 science fiction novel, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah.
So again, this is yet another instance of trying to manifest their fictions in their fictional stories.
So
That's
the
right.
story is not right.
It's right in the sense of east to west, but not north to south back to north again. That's the one we're contesting here. North to south back to north circumnavigation. That's never been done.
So north to west to north to west.
Well, that's we're talking about. You mentioned east to west, Magellan's east to west circumnavigation. That's fine. Back to east again. Great. We're saying north to south, back to north. That's it. That's it. Never been done.
North to south to back north.
Yes. Yeah. Never been done.
So how let's go back to east and west. Don't talk about down, just we're talking about the middle. How he go from the east and come back from the west.
Dude, it's not that difficult. Moving a circle around the flat surface.
So you believe that the earth is like a circle?
It's not that difficult. So what else is there to
Earth
say?
is not sure. The earth moving doesn't have any problem with it. Even if the earth was not moving, he's going to come back from the west. How?
It's the same as walking
Do you get
around
it?
your
What
house.
else is there to say?
Yeah. It's the same as walking around your house. Outside your house, walk all the way around. You've gone in a circle. There you go. Flat. Going around. Where you live, you go from your house to the supermarket, to the DIY store, to the post office, to the bank, to the butcher shop, and then you come back to your house. Circumnavigating your neighborhood.
But listen to me. I get it. I get your point, bro.
Okay.
But
Good.
the books, I get it. I get it. But the book we was reading said that he doesn't go left and he doesn't go right. He just go ahead, straight ahead,
Yeah,
straight ahead.
but if he's following the
straight
circle,
ahead.
yeah, if he's going east, and he's using the compass, he's going to be making a circle. He's not. If he went straight, then he wouldn't be able to go circumnavigating. He wouldn't. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't have made it. That's the thing you don't understand. You're believing the fantasy. You're not actually applying that story to reality. The reality is he went in a circle. That's Magellan. He went in a circle. Okay.
So this pilot go into a circle. He didn't get like a like tell me how to say it in English. Sorry, just excuse me. My English is like
That's
very
okay.
bad.
No, we appreciate that you're speaking very well anyway. I think you mean spherical curved trajectory. No, they didn't make that. He didn't follow a curved trajectory at all. He just went in a circle.
So he didn't get that trip, like exactly go straight ahead.
No, not at all. He went around in a circle. Not a straight line. Not a straight line heading. No, he didn't do that.
Okay, that's the first time I hear information like that. I need to look. Did you look into it before?
I learned the story years and years ago, and then we looked into it back in 2015, 16. You know, yeah, it's just the same thing. Circumnavigation east to west is possible. North to south, back to north has never been done. That's it. It's a massive clue right there. Why
Yeah.
east to west is possible, and many people have done that hundreds, if not thousands of times, millions even, but yet north to south, back to north hasn't been done. It's wrong, isn't it? It's very strange, don't you think?
Let's talk about another theory.
Okay.
Let's say that you know Antarctica.
What? Sorry.
Antarctica.
Oh, Antarctica. Yeah.
It's like in down the Earth.
Well, I
Let's
don't
say.
say. Oh, you mean it's underneath the globe ball? Yeah, but in actuality, it is not, because we're measuring the Earth flat. You see, so if I'm going to go to Antarctica by ship from Africa, I'm going to go across.
Listen. I'm trying to give you another theory. Just
yeah, I know.
Play
Okay,
me.
go on.
Okay.
Okay, go on.
Sure. Let's say in down of the Earth there is the big wall. You call it the ice wall.
Okay, go on.
You can't just go upon him. Let's say the Earth is like like a ball. Okay. You
Okay.
cannot just go through this massive wall to do your trip, because you know all the salesmen know who sells in the beach know that there is a big massive wall. You can't go from down. You only have to do a circle.
The Antarctica is in the way. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Big
You get my
landmass
point.
of ice. Yeah. Okay. What's the point?
So if Antarctica, this and the big massive wall was in the east, and we can do a whole trip from the north to down, so that we can say that the Earth is flat. The Earth is like a ball.
Well, but no, we can't say that, because, as I keep saying to you, north to south, back to north, circumnavigation has never been done. Okay. Plus,
People
we are
compute this in their
measuring.
mind.
Yeah, the fundamental thing is we are measuring the Earth to be flat. That is a statement of fact. Okay, we're measuring the Earth to be flat. We're not measuring any curvature. Okay, so you don't have a ball at this point. You have no ball. You can't say to your families, your friends, I know the earth is a globe. You can't say that. You haven't measured it. You've never seen it. You have no experience of it. Zero.
Yeah.
All three of them.
Yeah.
So no, sorry. No globe at the moment.
Mhm.
And
So can you give me another facts to believe that the Earth is flat? Because this question, like I said before, I don't care, but sometimes this question is going into my head. I see some video on TikTok,
yeah.
on Instagram, talking about Earth being flat and how we being fooled and don't look into it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
well,
You
you've
can
got to
give
be
me.
honest. Number one, you have to be honest to yourself. Number two, you must take the numbers that we were given, that's the radius and the circumference, and try to confirm that. Okay, try to
Yeah.
measure the surface of the earth to confirm the curvature of the earth. That's what you have to do.
Yes.
That. Okay. Now, if you want some
Mhm.
help, we can help you.
Yes. So you say that no one. So I have another question. Is it real that someone go into the moon?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, no human being has gone to the moon. They deceived everybody there. It's technologically impossible. Okay, we don't have the technology. Number one. Number two, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So God's flat Earth is the stumbling block. Okay, they cannot beat natural law. So natural law, nature itself, the creation of the Earth, stops man from going to the moon. Okay.
Yeah. So
Right.
what about the missiles he sent it?
Missiles to where?
Yes,
You mean
spaces.
rockets?
Yes, rockets.
Oh, yeah, rockets
Yeah.
are not going to space.
It's
No.
Elon Musk rocket. It's the only one
No,
we
it's
know
not
that
going to
he
space.
sent
No,
it.
they're lying. They're not going to space. They're going up in the sky, yes, and then they're returning to Earth. Yes, they're not going anywhere to the moon, Mars. These things have never happened. Okay, and
Yeah.
again, those events don't prove the shape of the Earth. That's the other thing, you see. So rockets don't prove shape of Earth, and they don't work in a vacuum.
So no one in the Earth just made it out of the planet.
Yeah, we're not a planet as well, but no, yeah. The reason I say that no one has gone there because it's not possible. We're measuring the Earth flat, technologically impossible, and Earth itself is not a planet. Okay, the objects that we see in the night sky, right? Those objects that we don't know what they are. We've been given stories and theories.
Which
None of them have been
object?
proven. Hold on. So those objects are planets. Earth is not a planet because Earth has life. Okay, we have a ecosystem, air, food, vegetables, animals. We're living on the Earth, so the Earth cannot be a planet. Okay, it's not a planet at all. It's not a wandering star. Okay, Earth is not a star. Earth is not wandering around. Stationary. Everything else orbits above our head. Earth is the center of the creation. Okay?
Yeah. Can I ask you something else?
Yeah, go.
Do you believe that there is a life except Earth?
Yeah, no, I have no idea if there's any other life but the only life we have on Earth because I can't go there to go and check. I have no means of going to these objects. So my position is the only life I know is the life on the Earth. That'd be on the land and in the ocean. What else can I
Yes,
say?
this we know. I just told you about your opinion. It's like,
Yeah, thank you.
what do you think? What do you think? Is there, if you wasn't like see, you don't have to see them. If there is, uh, look, the planet Earth. Let's say the planet Earth.
Well, just say Earth
It's
because
too.
Earth is not a planet. Yeah, Earth.
Okay, let's say Earth.
Earth.
Okay,
Yeah,
the
thank
Earth.
you.
It's like an ant, a really small ant,
Okay.
expect to do against the universe. Do you believe that? Are you more atheist or Christian? What are you?
Again, my religion really doesn't have anything to do with the fact, do I accept there's a
Because
universe?
I just
Yeah. Okay.
I
Well,
just
I was
know.
born under. Look, I was born under the Islamic religion, but I don't practice that religion. There you are. So I'm, you
Okay.
know,
You believe in God.
but hang
You
on,
believe in God.
hold on. I do acknowledge a creator, Allah. God is real. That's for sure. Okay. So, you know.
You believe in God. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Do
I
you
know God
believe that
exists there.
the God creates something without meaning?
As far as I'm concerned, God has created a flat earth for us to live on, and it's a test to see how we get on. As for the other objects up there, they're there merely as decoration, project your imagination, for example. I mean, that's it.
How God is gonna decorate something we will not see or discover when this is that big? If there is no life in there, bro.
Yeah, we
Do you
can't
have
go there to confirm
listen,
it.
listen,
Remember,
sorry, let me speak. Do you have a clue about the universe space? How much is it? Do you have a
no,
clue?
of course I don't. I don't have how could I know that? Because for me to know how big the universe supposedly is, I would have to have gone
You
there
can
and
look,
measured it
sure, bro.
myself
You can
and
look into
traveled.
it. You can look into it to just take a look about how much the space is big. You will,
Well, hold
be
on, hold
shocked.
on. Can I
You will be
finish
in
what I'm
shock.
saying? Space is
Okay,
meant to be. Hang on. Space is meant to be expanding first and foremost. Again, there's no proof of that. Okay, they say that the universe is 90 billion light years in expanse. Okay, I don't accept that. That's not true. Not been proven. It's just a number. Okay, so no, I don't accept the universe thing. No, I only accept what I can prove, and that's here on Earth. That's where it's important, not looking to the stars and the universe. We cannot prove those things. So it's a waste of time. I don't waste my time with that because I know it's a waste of time. No proof can be got
So,
there. It's a
so
dead end.
something you don't see, you don't believe.
No, that's not my position. No, that's not my position. My position is this. I can prove where I am on Earth to a certain degree. The objects, I don't know what they are. So I don't waste my time with that. We're never going to go there. It's not a place we can go to. So I don't waste my time. I enjoy what I see. I enjoy them for what they are. That's it. Objects in the sky. That's it. Nothing else. But it's up to you. You want to put your imagination? That's up to you. Yeah, but they're not places we can go to. And what the cosmologists, astronomers, scientists, professors, theoretical theorists, what they tell us has never been proven. Okay, because we can't go there to check. Right. So they don't know as well. Nobody knows what they are.
So
Just like nobody knows the Earth is a globe.
I'm trying to say to you that I have a point. I just try to explain it to you. To like see it from my view, my point.
Yeah, your view is imagination. That's your view. Your view is not based in facts, proven, the scientific method. You're not walking on that road. You're in the world
So
of imagination.
you're talking about
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
don't do the
about
imagination thing. Yeah, I live
science.
in reality. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
do the
he tried to
imagination.
I don't imagine. I'm talking about. Let's go back to the first question, bro. Can
You
we?
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Do you believe that God made something without purpose?
No, of course not. Of course not. But saying that, of course, life on Earth, lots of purpose going on. Okay, but regarding those objects in the sky, as far as I'm concerned, we will never be able to go there to go and
This
check.
the answer
You're
I
not
want you.
listening to me.
Yeah.
You're not listening, are you? Okay, you've asked me a
I'm
question.
listening to. I'm just
Right, so
letting
let's
you
done that.
speak, and
And if
you
you're
don't
listening,
let me.
please don't talk when I'm talking. Okay, so then you understand my position, and maybe your questions will be better. Because you're asking me a question: did God made anything without a reason? I said no. He's made us here on Earth, so we have life on Earth. But the objects in the sky, we can never go there. Okay, we can never go there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just letting you finishing.
Right. The sun has its job. The moon has its job. Those two are there, and the other planets are merely decoration, as far as I'm concerned. Merely decoration. Right,
You
go
are
ahead.
you are right. You are 100% right. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just
That's it.
trying to say what if.
Yes, when you say what if, now we're into the world of speculation and
Okay.
imagination,
So
and I personally don't do that. Okay, because it's a waste of time for me personally. It's a
do
waste
you
of
know
my
science?
time.
Do you know what is science or not? What's the
Yes,
question of science? Science
yes,
is
science
what
is the
if.
study of the natural world around us, and we use the scientific
Why
method to try and understand that. Yes.
why scientists called scientists? What's their job exactly?
Well, I'm hoping that the scientists are there to teach us. Okay, let's say we're
No,
going to use
no,
them
no, no,
to.
no, no. I'm
Okay,
not talking
okay. So
about
now you're going to
teaching you.
cut me
What
off.
is his
You asked me a
personal job?
question. You asked
Yeah.
me a question, and I'm trying to give you the answer to your question. What is
Okay.
the scientist's job? You said. What is their job? Did you not say that? Right.
Yes.
Allow me to answer, please. Right. Can I
Go
answer?
ahead.
Thank you. You interrupted me. So I'm hoping that the scientists would have learned their job well, and they're there to educate us on their findings and the understanding of the earth that we live on. Okay, that we live on, that they can prove. Okay, and then when they cannot prove something, they tell us it's this is a hypothesis, it's a theory, unproven, but this is what we think, our best guess. But that doesn't make it the truth. Okay, that kind of science. Okay, does that make sense to you now? You see, right?
Bro, so look, can I say something to you? When I ask you, sure, don't like get it like a disrespect. I'm just trying to get you my point. Look, when I ask a question, okay, you just answer me like the question. Don't add like what or if or but. Just answer like the question.
Well, unfortunately, the question you ask may leave me in a position that I'm not holding. That's why I'm giving you full answer. So every time you ask me a question that is not related and based in facts that we can prove, I'm always going to highlight that this is a theory, it's unproven. That's why I'm holding the position every single time. Because I don't want you to ask questions that are then going to lead me down a road where I'm appearing to be a believer. Do you understand? Thank you.
Yeah, I
Don't tell me how
understand.
to
You're
answer your
welcome.
questions then. Thanks. I'm going to answer the question my way. Always will be.
You just answer your question like a politician.
Correct.
You just
Thank you. I'm glad you said
yes.
that. I'm glad you said
We
that.
are not politicians, my friend. We are not a politician. We are just trying about talking about something. Maybe we try
You,
to understand each other. You understand?
yes, yeah. I agree with that.
Exactly.
You've asked me to use my imagination. I said to you, I don't want to do that because that's not real. I like to deal with the as my
Okay, I asked you
right.
so. What?
Thank you.
Look, listen. I'm not talking. I'm asking you about the science, the big scientists. Like,
Okay, yeah. What do you
what's
want to know?
the main thing in their job? Like, they did it to themselves to learn or something.
Well,
The
again, the
question
question.
that I'm asking it. What is it?
Yeah,
They say,
you're
what if? It's not called imagination. Scientists always wonder, what if?
Yeah,
Why if?
that's fine. I'm aware of that, but
Yeah,
I'm not be. I'm listen. I personally am not beholding to any scientist. I don't have to listen to what they have to say. I can do my
because
own investigation and do it for myself. I can be a scientist. Okay, thank you. I don't need to follow them. I don't have to follow them at all. They're not my leaders. Okay, the
of course they
scientists,
are
the big
sure.
scientists are
Scientists
not
are
my
not a
leaders.
leader. Scientists
Wow.
is like showing us something we don't know, or maybe we know. You know,
Yeah, remember,
That's it.
whatever they show us, we can always go and double check for ourselves. Don't you think?
Of course.
Right. Thank you.
That's what a
Right.
smart man will do.
Right. So I mean, my position is correct. I'm always going to be
Your
checking what they're doing because the scientists have misinformed us with certain aspects, shape of the Earth, for example.
Can
Right.
I ask your opinion about something? Let's talk about
Yeah,
it
go
again.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Let's say me and you are scientists. Okay. What if a
Yeah.
universe this big have another life?
We can't prove it. We cannot prove that. That's the thing. The
I
first
know.
thing I'm going to
Listen,
hang on.
listen,
What I'm going to say to people is, ladies
listen
and
to me. Let me
gentlemen,
say something.
this is theory.
My
Theory.
friend.
Yes.
Just don't
Theory.
say we can't prove it. Let's say we are scientists. If we can prove it, what about the life about this Earth?
Yeah,
Do
but
you
we
believe?
cannot prove it. That's the point, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot prove it. So that's my position. I already know we cannot prove anything regarding those things up there and their constitutions, what they're made of. We don't know. So what if we're never going to have that technology to go there? Okay? In order to prove 100%, we must go there, sample, pick up, and examine. We cannot do that. So this is wishful thinking, imagination, waste of time. I never do this. But just don't do it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't got time for that. I have no interest in that at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I understand that.
I am more interested in getting people to stop believing in the globe because that's not real. And when they realize that the Earth is flat,
Sorry, what
okay,
is
hang on,
globe?
let me finish, please. Let me finish. When they realize that the Earth is indeed flat and they've been misinformed, then they're going to inform their families, they're going to inform their friends. And now people's attitudes are going to change, maybe to the point where they challenge the education system of your country to stop teaching the wrong thing. Now life begins to change. So instead of wasting time dreaming of places we cannot go to, we should apply ourselves to the truths and make a change properly. That's how life gets better. Because God didn't create this earth for no reason, as you put forward earlier. Thank you. Okay. Now. Okay. Yeah. I'm a realist.
What did you say? The first, you say I have to make people believe about what?
Yeah,
You
not
say
believe.
some word.
No, I didn't use the word believe. I have to get people to understand that they're not living on a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. That's a massive misinformation there. It's completely wrong.
Okay.
Right. Of course.
Okay.
That is more important to me than wishing about the stars. Waste of
So
time.
how to make someone believe that the Earth is flat? Let's say.
Not believe. You keep using the wrong word. How to make people understand they're living on a flat Earth. Understand, not believe. Right? And part of that understanding is going to come because they have to do the work themselves. They're going to listen to the flat earthers. We show them the methodology to measuring the curvature of the earth, if it's there, and then they can go off for themselves and investigate, and then they become knowledgeable. They carry the knowledge. No more believing. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, good. That's very
Can you
important.
give me some proof?
Huh?
And can you give me some proof that Earth is flat? It's
Yeah,
like
okay. Let's yeah, of course, yeah. First and foremost, if we're living on a globe, ball Earth, yeah, there must be measurable curvature. Do you agree or disagree?
What is curvature?
Okay, that's the curve is the roundness of the globe. Round, the circle, yeah, it must be circular. Okay, the sphere. Okay, so we should be able to measure that. Do you agree or disagree?
But the Earth is very big. You cannot see it with the.
Okay, it doesn't matter how big the Earth is. If they give
You
us
cannot see it.
you're not listening because you're not listening now. If somebody gives me the number, that would be, let's say, for the radius, 3,959 miles, and they tell me the the circumference is 24,901 miles, that must mean I can measure it. Don't you think? Because they've given us the numbers. If they measured it, I can measure it. Okay? It
Alright,
cannot be that they can measure. Hang on. It cannot be that they can measure it and I can't confirm it. No, that's not acceptable. I must be able to measure it. Yeah?
let's say I agree with you. Go ahead.
Do you agree or disagree now?
I agree with you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So basically, I'm going to show you a curvature chart quickly. Okay.
Show
And then
me
you
what?
can go and do you can type in Earth. If you go to your Safari, for example, and type in Earth curvature calculator, type that in and you will get a tool that can help you to measure curvature.
Type
I will
it to
show
me.
you.
Type it to me. Type it to me here. I will say copy it.
Okay.
To copy it.
All right. Hang on a second. What I'll do is this quickly. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to show you. Right. Okay. In the next 10 seconds. Hold on. Next 10 seconds. Just wait. Don't panic now. It's coming.
Take your time.
All right. Here we are. Okay. There you go. There's a quick one. If you see in the side chat, there's the Pythagorean theorem Earth curvature calculator there for you. Can you see it? In the side chat. In the chat.
Left or right? Up or down?
In the chat. You know the chat?
I see the photo. I'm looking into the photo of the Earth.
Then on the left side, you have some numbers, you know, the miles and how much curvature there should be. Yeah? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
right.
Yes,
So
yes.
that can help you. Okay? Right.
Yeah.
So then what you need to then do is go out with your friends in nature, find an open expanse and see what you can see from from your location, right? Using your map as well, and mark it down, and then see how much curvature there should be there or not. Like 10 miles,
Yeah.
20 miles, 30 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one
Let's
way of
say we
proving.
can see the Earth is like going down.
Well, in actuality, you won't see that. If you do see that, then you're seeing curvature of Earth. But you will not be seeing that. That's for sure. You know. But that's what you should see. Yeah, you know, over given distances, you should see curvature, but it's not there because
Do
you
you
can
know?
see.
I see a video for a man who was in high ground and looking into ocean. The ocean is like going down, but when he going to zoom, it's gonna there like a boat is very far. It's
Yeah,
you can
that
see it
video
with
you saw, probably the camera lens was a GoPro fisheye lens. That lens bends the image, curves the image. That's what you
the
saw
image
there.
was bending, but the camera zoom make it exactly flat.
Yeah. Again, we're measuring flat anyway. That's it. So if he zoomed in and he saw flat Earth, thank you. That's what you see because water is always level, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. And when you throw water, when you pour water over a ball curved surface, the water rolls off the surface and then lands on the floor level. And if you spin the
Yes.
ball and you pour the water whilst the ball is spinning, the water flies off the ball. Okay. So these are natural phenomena, natural law. Okay. So we know
Yes.
water always lies level. Yeah. That's flat Earth. Okay. So
Yeah.
do you understand? Right. There's another method.
Understand.
There's another method they use, laser beam tests. You know laser beam?
No.
You know the straight light. Yeah, the straight
Laser.
line of light.
Laser. Green laser.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So you can use a laser beam over certain distances, hitting targets 28 miles, 20 miles. Okay, and then you
Yeah.
can look for the curvature there. Yeah, laser beam tests. They're very good.
Yes.
Okay, I'll put a video in there for you, so you can see
Okay.
how they measured the Earth with the laser beam, looking for curvature, but they only found flat Earth. Okay, I can do that for you.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
give me a couple of seconds to get
Yeah.
that
Go
video
on.
for you. Okay, good. Yeah. So here we are. You see, this is it. Okay, because that's the key point there. Is there curvature or isn't there any curvature? That's the thing. Curvature. This is what we're discovering, right? Using measurements, and then the measurements become knowledge. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's data, it's experience. Another thing that you're going to notice, right? You haven't noticed it yet, but when you realize the Earth is flat now, you're going to start to remember where you have seen flatness, because you've got it in your brain. Your brain has recorded it. Okay, through your life, you've never seen the curvature, but you've seen a lot of flatness, and the memories will come back slowly but surely. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's another experience that is part of the awakening. Is that due to your life experience, okay? You've been living on a flat earth all the time. Unbeknown to yourself, your brain has been recording that experience. And when you realize you're on a flat earth, memories will come back of the flat earth that your brain recorded. And then you start to think, wow, I was living on a flat earth all the time and I didn't know. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. That's why the awakening is a beautiful experience in itself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's when you know you're fully waken up. Okay, here comes that video, laser beam test, coming now. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, and then there's another one I'm going to put in here, long distance observation using cameras. Okay, there's a young man who lives in Hawaii, a place called Kauai, and he can see Oahu from Kauai. Kauai is an island, and Oahu is another island, roughly
Wait.
about
Okay.
108
Wait.
miles. Go
Let
ahead.
me just see this video.
Yeah, okay. If you want to watch the video
Uh,
now, that's up to you. Yeah, this was for you
just
to
try to
study
look. Just try to look at
the
to
material.
get a look, not fully video.
Yeah. I thought you were going to watch it later on, but you look at it now, no problem. It's okay. You want to look at it, check it out, of course. The idea is to look at this material at your leisure and digest it.
Can you give me like explain this video? What does it mean?
Well, they're going to do a laser beam test over a
Yeah,
lake.
I get it. How is going to be
Right. So
tested?
if you watch it, then you will learn how they measured the lack of no curvature there. They proved that the Earth is horizontal because they hit the target. Okay, you've got to watch it to learn it. It's okay to explain it. You've still got to watch it.
Yeah. Okay, I will watch it later.
Right,
Just save it.
exactly. Yeah, it's simple. It's a laser beam test, straight line, hitting a target. Now, if the Earth is curving, then the distance between the water and the laser beam is going to increase. Yeah, the distance, because the water will be dropping down and the laser beam will be going straight. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, right. But what you find is that doesn't happen. They hit the target, and that means the Earth is not curving.
I get it.
Yeah, good. And now the next one I'm going to post is this Hawaiian young man living in Hawaii, um, able to observe an island 108 miles away from where he lives. And if you do all the maths, the island shouldn't be visible. If anything, just the little top of the island would be visible, but he can see all of the island. Okay.
Okay, show me.
Yeah, I'm going to do that now. I'm just trying to get it for you now. Just hold on a sec whilst I
Okay.
look for it. Yeah, so I'm
Take your
trying to
time.
help you. Yeah, thank you. You see, because this way, then you're going to learn how to measure curvature of Earth. See, because you've never done this, so clearly you cannot say, "I know the Earth is a globe," because that wouldn't be true.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Okay, I found the video. Now I'm about to send it. Hang on. This video is only 20 minutes long. Again, you can watch it at your leisure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's empirical evidence, and he shows you how to measure using the computer, everything, and you're going to enjoy it.
I wish so. Okay, let me just.
Okay, that's that one there. Yeah.
This.
Yeah. So the distance is roughly 90 to 108 miles. That's basically it. But it's
Okay.
there.
Video. I can watch them later.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So that's the best we can do. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah. And remember, there are other flat earthers who do a lot of speculating and looking to the stars, things like that. I'm not one of those really. At the end of the day,
You think that the moon is flat?
I don't know what the moon is actually. It looks spherical at times. Other times it looks just flat because of the way the light is coming from the moon. That's why I say to you, I don't know what the moon is. I have not been there to confirm my ideas, my hypotheses,
So,
my
what
theories.
do you
Yeah.
think?
So,
What do you think when the moon come like half the moon?
sorry.
What do you think when the moon, like in the night? I'm sorry, I don't know how you say it in English. Just
Yeah.
another. The moon is going like this. Do you know Algeria flag?
Oh yeah,
Wait,
the
wait.
Algerian flag. Yeah. Oh, the quarter
Uh,
stages of the moon. Yeah. Yeah.
right.
The
Look
stages
at
of the
the
moon
moon.
stages.
Look at
Yeah.
the moon.
Well,
Yeah.
again, I don't know how those stages of the moon happen throughout the month. I can give theories, but again, I can't prove anything. Okay, so I make the observation like everybody else, the phases of the moon. But how they happen is still a mystery. Okay, I can give a theory like the moon is losing its charge, but in stages, and then when it's finished, it gets a recharge from the sun, for example, and then you have a full moon again, and then we start again, a new moon. But again, that's a theory. I can't prove it. It's not the truth. The answer is I don't know. That's it. How can I know? I'm not able to go to the moon to confirm anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your
Thank
questions.
you.
Hopefully,
Welcome.
you will come back and give us your findings, of course.
Of course. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you
And
for your time, sir, and thank you to arguing with me.
yeah,
Thank you
no,
so
that's
much.
okay. That's okay. What is your name here? I missed your name here. What do I call you?
You can call me Snow.
Snow?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
up
Okay,
you,
Snow.
above you, up you.
Oh,
You know.
okay. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I've got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
DZF Snow. I will come back.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We'll see you
Thank you,
later.
DLS Snow. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I got a little bit impatient with the imaginating thing and looking to the stars, do apologize for that, but it's not really my cup of tea. When you can't go there, why would you just, what's the point? There's more important things to be getting on with, and that is to get everybody obviously onto the same page, and that is we're not living on this ball flying through the universe, okay? Because let's get everybody onto that page, and then hopefully the educators will stop teaching us crap. And if humanity wants it, of course. Otherwise, we're going to get more junk from the so-called scientists, more stories, theories. Right? Yeah. So I like to deal with the realities of things. Is there life somewhere else? I don't know that. Yeah, and there's no way of finding out. Yeah. So I don't do very well in the speculative world, to be quite honest, because I can't really do anything. I can, you can have all these theories, but you're not going anywhere as such. But it makes interesting listening to those who are really good at it. I'm not one of those, but there are those who do speculate quite colourfully using their imagination. But yeah, I'm not one of those. Yeah, the scientists do ask what if, fine, but then don't start what ifing, and then you're just giving us theories, and then before we know where we are, these theories are becoming facts without any proof, because we've ended up in trouble. We're on a ball Earth currently, apparently, hurtling through the universe, but we're not. We're actually on a flat Earth, stationary, total opposite to what we've been taught. So clearly, we need to wake up. And that's why we're here, to try and help you wake up and check for yourself. And in doing so, you're taking charge of your life now. You're trying to control the information that you accept, right? Yeah, and that's very important. How much junk you carry in your head is going to determine how quickly you recover from the indoctrination.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
For example, the last guy who worked in this place, putting in the cabinets, thought he had to count for the curve of the earth. And so the cabinets have like an arch to them. Yeah, for real. He put shims in the center to make sure that the center was higher than the ends. And then when they put the countertop on, they bent the countertop. And it wasn't a piece of granite. It was, like laminate countertop where you could actually flex it.
Yeah,
and so it was literally arched, literally an arched countertop. And then I took the kicks off the bottom, which is the thing where your feet go.
Oh yeah.
And I saw the center had shims in it. So that means they did it on purpose. Like, what were they? I don't know how they accomplished it, bro. But you know what? They might have had something.
Serious? Are you being serious?
I'm being serious, dude.
Oh, what will people do?
Because I have to take these apart. I have to take these apart to put in a dishwasher instead of just a cabinet with doors. And I was looking at this thing, and I'm like, "Holy moly, this thing is bad."
Man,
they certainly didn't level it properly. I'll tell you that. Maybe they tried leveling it with a globe level or something.
No, they wouldn't be able to. What were they thinking? If that was true, what you just said there, because I find that hard to accept that someone would go through all of that. What's going on with people? Wow.
Maybe you know what? Maybe they ran over their level with like their pickup truck or something.
They ran over their level, and it's warped.
They probably used a laser level, and they thought it was refracting around the curve.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. You're pulling my leg. Right? Yeah.
When I level someone's cabinet, I have a 8-inch level, 2-foot level,
right,
4-foot level, 6-foot level, 8-foot level, and it takes me like a whole day, or the better part of the day, to level out the cabinets. But then when the granite comes, but when the granite comes, dude, it's mint. Yeah, you can't just start leveling one cabinet and then get that all anchored in and then think you're just going to level all the other cabinets off of that cabinet. That's not how it works.
No, you got to get that granite's got to be in place. Yeah, you got to do it in. Yeah, it's not an easy job. Actually, it's an easy job, but it's fiddly. Is what we say in English. Fiddly. Got a lot of fapping around. Are you doing that by yourself? No, you're going to need help with that, surely.
I usually do it by myself. Depends.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hold on. You say that in English as opposed to the language that AI speaks?
No, in English we say fapping around, meaning it's fiddly. Because it's not that difficult as such in practicality, but the actual putting it together is fiddly.
In
That's what I
America,
mean.
we say fanny pack. Do you know what a fanny pack is?
No, not unless it's.
See, that's what
is
we
that?
say in American.
Ah, fanny pack. No, I don't know what that is.
We also don't ask for a fag when we want to smoke.
All right. What do you ask for? A cigarette?
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah, I don't ask. I don't smoke. Yeah. We don't ask for a fag because fag in America is, yeah, I know what you mean.
It's kind of the opposite of what fanny is in the
Yeah,
UK.
of course. And we say for fanny, we say Jack and Danny. Okay, meaning fanny.
Yeah, I get it. I know.
Yeah, the old Jack and Danny.
You want to hear my Pride Month joke?
Go on.
No.
Oh, that's one vote for yes. What do you call it when a gay couple that are logicians have a fight?
I've heard this. I've forgotten it. But go ahead.
A cogent argument.
That's
Oh,
not funny.
argument.
Do we have any Aussies in the room?
Let's see. Doesn't look like it.
Oh, wait.
They should be starting to wake up about now. Or they usually come out about this time.
They will not come out tonight.
Yeah, Jen, I'm gonna have to upcharge this client.
Oh, I see. Yeah, for the messing around. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna charge him a line item, and it's gonna say reverse engineering some retard who tried to account for the curve of the Earth's work. $1,000.
Yeah, my brother does that. He when they do stupid things like that, and he has to correct it. Obviously, he's going to add that on. He's going to up the price because extra labor that was unnecessary.
Yeah, I think I told you this one before, but there's like this famous T-shirt where it says "Carpenter for hire, labor rate 35 an hour. If you watch, 75 an hour. If somebody else worked on it, 150 an hour."
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's quite an interesting. That'd be an interesting T-shirt to see. Yeah, my brother's often having to. He's an electrician, so on his jobs when he goes to these houses, the bodge and leg it kind of jobs that have been done. These cowboys that have done really bad jobs. He has to start from scratch sometimes. In dusty environments, you've got to wear masks and that. Yeah, not very good. But that's when he has to up the price. But when he's finished, it all looks brand spanking new. Removing all the, yeah.
So I just put this cabinet just on the floor, and it's almost perfectly level. Like how these guys screw it up, I don't know.
Yeah. I can imagine. and putting shims as well.
It's like a 30-second. It's like a 30-second of an inch out, dude. That's like you only need like the sharp tip of the shim. And that's it.
Oh yeah, well that's not much, is it? 30-second. I mean, that's not much, is it? Wow, that's nothing, really.
I have 30-second shims that are like they're one solid 30-second the whole way.
Yeah, of course.
I just don't get it, dude. Like, don't make no sense.
Yeah, 30 seconds of an inch. That's a very thin shim indeed. Yeah.
Like basically, if I put my fingernail under the side of the level, it's perfectly level. Some people make the mistake, Jen, of the left to right. They put a shim in to try to correct the forward to back, and it makes the left to right change. And they don't realize it before they screw everything in, and then they're screwed. Literally.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all crap, that is, yeah. Yeah, my experience
Exactly
of
level.
using...
It's just a simulation level.
Simulation, I like it. Yeah, my experience with shims is when I'm changing or checking the clearances for the tappets and valves, clearances and that, yeah. And if it's beyond the tolerance, then I might have to put a shim in there. And you get those from Honda. And you have your cam depressing spanner to compress it, and then you remove the shim and then insert the new one and let it go, yeah, and then check again. Yeah.
You know what, Jen? You must be getting better. You must be getting better at your conversational style, because I've noticed lately that I can actually listen to you on this live stream, which means they're not playing a recording over you talking.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, thanks. Well, that makes it good, yeah, because I do want to be heard. Thanks, but obviously coherently, making sense and not nonsense. Yeah, Dandelion came in. She did a great job in getting across to the globe believers that, you know, they're in a belief system. You know, she's very polite about it. It was great. Yeah, yeah. In fact, the woman, Wonder Woman, her name was, left a comment that, you know, she actually admitted and conceded that the information she's carrying was what she learned from school, basically, and that's why I'm following that at the moment. So that's good. So yeah, I thought that was very good. But she was giggling and sniggling at first, and also as if to say what we were saying had no validity in that. So I had to explain to her, look, we've come to the flat Earth because we've actually got out to measure. Your position is you're just believing what you're told, you know. I try to get her to acknowledge that, you know, this is knowledge based. Yours has no knowledge. And then, you know, when we finished, she made about 10 claims, and then Dandelion stepped in and just really did a good job of getting her to understand that you know you're believing, and it's up to you. You won't believe that, follow that trend, that's fine, you know. But you know, and she took the first one, which was the ship's going over the horizon, got her to understand that that's not really what's going on. It's not going over the horizon. And then she wanted to go onto the time zones. But this Wonder Woman kind of like wanted to give up, kind of thing, and then she did. Yeah, that was a really good one, that one. Then there was another guy called Ghost Hussein, and DJ was talking him through how to measure the curvature of the Earth calculator, and then circumnavigating north to south, back to north, never been done. That was good. Textbook. That one was a textbook learning curve, I called it. And I said to the ladies and gentlemen, here you get the learning curve, right? A brilliant display. The Globers give you no curve, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, remember that. We give you a learning
swerve.
Yeah. Yeah, they did an excellent job. And then we had this other guy who came in, Snow, who'd been in before, I think. I recognize his name. So hopefully he'll watch these videos and then go off and try and make some observations for himself. Gave him the 28 miles laser beam test. And then this young man in Hawaii who can see Oahu from 108 miles away. Yeah, okay. It's 20 minutes. And he can then get an idea of how people are observing on the Earth where they shouldn't be making these observations if the Earth's curvature is there. So hopefully he'll understand that there's a standard you can follow. And he began that it's not important to him, but okay, in the end it was.
Yeah, they're always lying about that.
Yeah.
Usually, well, usually you can kind of hear it that they're lying about it because they're making such a big stink about it. You know, it's like,
yeah.
I swear to God, in my mother's grave, it's not important to me. I promise, totally.
Yeah, yeah. It's not going to change my life. How's it changing your life? And when they asked me that question, I said, you know what? I get a great emotional uplift. What they don't want to hear, I'll give them to their head. Yeah, uplift. I'm like a helium balloon because I actually know that I'm not on a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. You know, much lighter on my feet, emotionally up, not down.
Yeah, that's pretty much a concession at that point. You can get them to say that.
Yeah. Because they always ask us, how does it change our lives? What's the importance and how does it change our lives? I've noticed a few Globers coming in with an attempt to psychologically assassinate us, our character assassination through psychology, you know, don't trust authority, etc., etc. I've noticed a few characters coming in from time to time doing that. Don't know if you've noticed, but I have. Trying to do a psychological evaluation on us.
Well, that well's not going to poison itself.
Yeah. That's why I'm very mindful now of questions where they just want yes or no answers. I'm not going to give you that. I'm always going to give you the full answer because I don't want an image to be created from the questions you are asking. So, you know, that's it. Give you a full answer every time. Yeah, leading questions.
We call that
answering yes or no. Sorry, go ahead.
So we call that doing it a whole ass, Jen, instead of half ass.
Yeah, a whole ass. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to be a whole ass. I don't even want to be a half ass. Thanks. I don't even want to be a jackass. I don't even want to be a whole of an ass. Yeah. But sorry, the other guy has something to say. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna chime in with something I forgot exactly what it was. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment. I'm at work.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. I thought there was someone else that had something to say. No? All right. Yeah, there were a number of good sessions just been going on last 4 hours. Yeah, been pretty good. Right. I'm going to go off and get something to eat. I shall be back, ladies and gentlemen, later on. So enjoy yourselves. Keep it flat. Jin CBR1 signing off.
Catch you later, bud.
Bye-bye.
So, any news with your proposed experiment there, Shay? Any new thoughts or ideas
Oh,
with it?
yeah, mainly it's just been wording choices. Like that seems to be the main thing that people poke at is like if I use the word curve somewhere, or if I use the word like it's mainly just been the curve, or if I um, haven't explained a formula. There's been a little bit of it, so I've been trying to boost it up a little bit, and it's getting pretty heavy, content wise. It's getting pretty dense.
Gotcha.
So I
Have you have you
go
sought
ahead.
any insight from? Sorry, have you sought any insight from? Uh, you know, the the opposing side.
Yeah, I have, and been a mix of
Any thoughts?
yeah, it's been a mix of hey, that's a cool experiment, or the other thing has been it doesn't matter. It's just going to be shot down anyways.
Gotcha. I was just curious.
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting. The it doesn't matter. It's going to be shot down anyways is the interesting one to me. Probably the most. It's kind of well, what does it hurt to do it? Even if somebody's just going to shoot it down, then it's you just repeat it. You figure out what is the critique, and then you make them change, and you move forward. There's going to be some people that are going to have critiques that just don't make sense on both sides. So it's just trying to figure out what is the most accepted critiques so that we can change it. I've got some still that I haven't really figured out.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, at least you're trying something more than most are doing. So kudos on that. I was
Yeah,
just curious if there was any updates or what the other side might thoughts they might have had. So I mean, they most of them thought it was relatively sound.
yeah. Most of them I've thought is relatively sound. Um, I think the thing that I've been struggling with and haven't really been able to find an answer on is how do I really determine level at origin? How do I really
Yeah,
determine that
yeah,
I have the laser pointed in an acceptable level, right?
yeah.
Because if you
That
use
was
like
that was one of my thoughts about it too, man. Because that's a hard thing to do in an unstable framework.
yeah, I mean, because you got like the plumb bob problem where gravitational pull standing on a large rock could do weird stuff to it. I mean, you get all kinds of stuff, but it's how much variability is there would that create? So there's that's the part I'm really kind of struggling with is how to clean that out of it, how to make that something that's not a concern.
It's easy, dude. Just do what they do in surveying. If it doesn't line up, you just pretend like you got a plumb line to a star, straight to the center of the Earth, and then do your transforms from the 2-volume set of Helmert, which is like 1,800 pages long, and then you'll have your answer.
Yes. Oh man, write that up in 2 words.
Yeah, I don't know about quote unquote gravity tugging on the light as much of a concern. Because even if that was entertaining, you realize it's people millimeters, as in one or two of them.
Only way I can really figure out how to kind of deal with it is just run the experiment multiple times. I mean, if the if it's going down, then your laser must be pointed down. If it's going up faster than anyone would be able to predict, then your laser must be pointed up.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody mention that. getting some gyro action. Later.
Would have been adding
Just
some.
have 3 lasers. Just have lasers. Level 1 as best you can. And then have the other 2, one aiming diagonally up and one aiming diagonally down, and then you'll have a boundaries.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah.
Or something, something along those lines. You'll have like a topmost and bottommost down.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Hmm.
Give it some parameters.
Make them
You could
different
almost
colors
shape
so
them
that
like a
the drone.
cone.
Yeah, but you could also have them different colors so that it tell you I'm going too high, I'm going too low.
My first thought on that is like, what if you had like, well, all you're really finding out is if you're pointing the laser straight, not if you're pointing if the drone's following along the laser straight. Because if your center one's still off, then you're probably going to have your top and your bottom one off by the same amount. Unless you have, I guess you could do it on like 3 tripods. And like the most extreme of this experiment would be if I had like a buoy or a reference that I could like fly to, and then that would be the normalize. Like I'd fly out to that, set the laser on that at the height that it should be, if we can agree on a height. But if it's too far out, then you're going to be pointing, like on a curve, you would be pointing laser slightly down if it's too far out from you. On a flat, it should be the same. Hmm. But I also had to move the website, so I'll post that in the chat of where it's at now. Got a little animation on it now too.
Global live action. Certainly needs
Yeah.
it.
Don't even need to do it now. We've got a realistic rendition of it right there.
Oh, well, that's settled. There you go.
Also, I did add quite a bit of stuff under the like further down. There's like the equipment list. So that was one of the things that probably got the most attention from the people who are more globe centric. I linked directly to that little area of the equipment list. But now when you click on like one of the equipment items, like the laser, when you click on it, it goes into deeper detail. Try to select multiple lasers because not everybody's going to buy the same one or pay the same amounts or have the same budget.
everything else. And you just worry about the presentation, the graphics, and the wording, and the story. As long as the presentation's really good, so content, people will gloss that over one way or the other.
Yeah, very true. Has become quite heavy with as I'm taking in information.
That was just a subtle jab about there's neat sounding stories support the blend. So there's not much content usable.
You're cutting out a little bit there for me. Maybe I don't know if that's everybody.
It's probably me. I'm moving around, but yeah, I said that was just a subtle jab. That a lot of these stories and things we're told that supposedly support the globe will have a lot of infrastructure, pretty graphics, and cool stories and stuff.
Mm.
Then you'll find this circular logic somewhere. Find out that there's not much substance to them, but that's how it is.
Mm.
So I was just saying, just make your presentation really. So even though it shows the Earth to be flat, like everything else does, your globe zealots will still like your stuff.
Yeah, that's another thing I've really struggled with is like trying to keep even the images as like unbiased and just it just as plain as possible. Um, it's it's a struggle, especially to find like if I'm because I'm basing this on other people's images and other things like some of it. So yeah, it's been interesting, man.
Well, that's a valiant effort. I was just giving you a little bit of a hard way to go, but
Yeah. And it's all stuff. Everything I'm kind of learning by doing this. I'm learning other ways to do other things that I do in real life. Like day to day stuff. So
that's
it's
cool,
helping.
man. So no matter how the experiment itself might turn out, there's still might be a lot of benefit from it, regardless.
Yeah. And I get a reason to buy another drone and get a reason to buy some lasers and more toys, man.
Heck yeah, there's that too. Didn't even think about that. Got a
Yeah.
good reason. Now, if you could find you some globe proponent deep pockets, they might even do it for you. Presentation's nice.
Yeah, someone like the just as I don't like go around saying who all you guys are. I don't really I don't know. I don't really know them, so I don't really care. But I've shown this to like some of the like YouTubers, none of the big ones, none of the ones with large subscribers. I guess is the best way to say it. Um, and those have been the ones who have said, "Nah, it's worthless." Even when I do this, the flat Earth people will just deny it.
What do you think about that? You think that's a fair assessment?
Do I think it's a fair assessment?
Yeah.
I think that there'll be some, but I think there'll be some on both sides, regardless of how it comes out. There'll just be people that will deny it. I mean, that's just It's human nature, right?
Well, of course, of
I think
course.
that's healthy, though. Be skeptical of everything, man. That's the way to live. At least for me. It's probably more complicated than it needs to be, but
No, I got you, man. You know, like I said, that's just the way it's going to be. But cool that you're working on it. And if it tells you nothing, it's be a learning experience along the way. But there'll be something to glean from it.
yeah.
Caught up for a minute, but basically what I was saying, is it a fair assessment? I mean, have you seen, as far as this group is concerned, this room, have you seen other, good, user, user, usable, empirical evidence? It's just getting hand wave dismissed around here.
Have I seen good empirical evidence getting dismissed? I don't know if I could say that. I don't know. I think it's, I think very few people. So just my witnessing of being in here, I think very few people have come in here. Well, one, they don't usually come in and listen to them for a moment to figure out what's happening here, right? It's like show up
Yeah.
and just start. Hey, why is this? Why does this happen? It's like, and they'll just cut people off. So that's kind of frustrating. But that's in almost all rooms, in almost any topic. Somebody's just, hey, I'm here. Listen to me. I just found something. I'm gonna throw it at you, and you're gonna be destroyed.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that, even though if they get emotional and flame out, they'll recollect their thoughts and come back and try to provide evidence.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I was
kind of
just
did that
asking.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I kind of
yeah,
did
of
that when I
course.
first came in. Because I was just being attacked when I was coming in and mainly just trying to gather information, and it was like uh, arguing over uh, like a single word, the meaning of that word.
Yeah,
And it's like that's fine, we can do that, but let's just agree that that a word can mean more than one thing to different people, different parts of the world. But can we progress? And it just didn't seem that that was happening. And maybe it was just the group that I came in on.
well, for sure, man. Everybody's different. It depends
Yeah,
on what mood you catch the room in from gathered in the short time I've been hanging around here.
yeah,
It's like you see the nonsense that people deal with in here, and I like I said, it depends on what state you catch the room in. But there's a lot of and everybody goes about things their own way, which is fine. But yeah, I just it's just interesting. Interesting, you spend all this time here and got to hear more different types of conversations, I'm sure. And I just was wondering if you seen good evidence hand waved, and if you've thought of any other any good evidence to support your own beliefs. Since you've been here, anything new?
yeah. I mean, I've definitely learned more about um, different experiments and things and specific topic areas than I probably would have in any other situation, right? Um,
Mhm.
I don't think I've been like become less convinced of anything. I guess is a better way of saying it. I don't know if too much has changed, but like, uh, and then also I've probably gotten a little bit better at just as a person, just kind of handling, um, like my day to day life. Nobody like shows up in my face and starts, yelling at me about one word or something. Just using that as an example again. But that doesn't happen in my day to day life. So like just kind of how to handle that and how to keep going forward.
Oh man, there's you can definitely say this. There's a lot to be learned by trying to have this conversation. A lot
Oh
to be
yeah.
learned. And do you find it curious, like, how different the conversation is than what cursory Google search would tell you Flat Earth is about? You find it curious the difference between the two? You find it curious that it's censored, things like that?
Uh, I mean, I understand it. I understand that stuff is. I don't. I'm still not saying I understand it as like it should be. I'm just saying I understand that um, it's definitely harder to find certain information. Like when somebody will say, "Have you seen this?" and then they'll post, DJ will do this a lot, and there's a couple other people too. They'll post images of videos, and I just want the video, but I also understand that the most common person who's coming in here has a attention span of a gnat, right? So you, if you
Yeah,
send them a
yeah, yeah.
video, they're not going to watch it. So it's better just to like, you know, take images from that video and show it. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Um,
I got you.
but definitely, I mean, it's definitely been something where I've learned a little bit more about the context of this and learned a little bit more about what it is that uh, my limited knowledge of the things that I have said yes to. But that's like that in every man, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of those people that just gets into these types of things, whether it's religion, whether it's politics,
Oh
whether it's
man, bro,
whatever,
I could
man.
hear you. I could hear you skirting that word belief hard.
Skirt and what word?
Belief.
Yeah. So that's one of the words where it's kind of, it has different meanings for different people. I understand where you guys are coming from.
So why do you suppose this topic garners censorship from society? Why do you suppose it's so misrepresented?
Uh, uh, the examples I have are all will cause other arguments that are not related to this topic. I'm trying to think of ones that aren't.
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit preoccupied trying to finish some stuff up at work. I'm not
I think I
too
got a way to
preoccupied.
explain it.
So
So,
try.
how about, I live in the Midwest. Not very many people here are going to talk about, the Islamic faith, right? So any room I go into, if
Mhm.
there's, in reality, so it's say like a room in a building where there's actually people sitting down, that topic will instantly have a very a very slanted view of it, right? So if I go into the medium that has the majority of people have one thought process or one way of looking at things, then it's very hard to push through when there's just a preponderance of other content, right? That whereas if I'm in like a Islamic country, or if I'm in a mosque and I bring up the same topic, I'll have a lot more people that are like, yeah, we see it everywhere. So it's just, I think it's like a context thing of where it's at.
But imagine you could measure Islam to be the proper religion.
That's hard for me to imagine that any of them could be, but yeah, I
I'll
get what you're
just make a
saying though.
note.
You want to,
Yeah.
brother, you want to hear my joke?
Go for it, bud.
How do you know that Christianity?
Maybe I only got the beginning of it. I just said, how do I know that Christianity?
How do you know Christianity is the one true religion?
How?
Because it's the only version of heaven.
You cut out the.
I know, man. It's like it's painful. He's cutting out right in his punchlines and his openings. And he mic dropped at the end of it too, even though we didn't hear the punchline.
Yeah. Mic drop too hard, man. Pretty good.
I wasn't cutting out when Jin was on.
Yeah, no, you sounded fine earlier.
What? Now I sound good?
Yeah, earlier, like I didn't hear any interruption when you were speaking earlier.
Yeah, maybe I just need.
He's doing a little reset.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, sounds clear right there.
Well, too.
Oh, so the joke was, how do you know Christianity is the one true religion? And I said, it's the only version of heaven with no women.
Mm.
Most of the other religions, they promise you women in heaven. So I'm like, dude, being in eternity with a bunch of nagging women, not my idea of heaven. and then you live forever, so you can't escape it no matter what. Then you got religions that promise that you're going to have women in space. You're going to have space babies.
Emmanuel in space.
I understood that reference.
You might be the only one.
All right, that's enough out of me. I got to get back to work. Fixing a set of cabinets that somebody adjusted for the curve of the earth. I got to put them back straight.
Ouch.
It'd be easier to clean though, man. Everything would just roll off.
Yeah, true story. But I think I did figure out the problem though, is that they when they put the floor down, they didn't get the glue off of the old carpet glue, and they just laid the floating plank floor over the humps of glue.
Uh,
Yeah, amateur hour basically.
man. It sounds like one of those problems where you just keep finding a new issue as you go deeper.
Yeah, well, I took the other cabinet out, and the sheetrock was just cut in a big square behind the cabinet, so I had to replace that because it needs to be fire blocking.
Man, just left a hole in the kitchen sheetrock. Damn.
Yep. The worst part about those types of jobs is I know that the person probably charged full price.
Oh yeah.
All right, going back on mute. Good. It's good listening though. It's been good listening pretty much since I started listening earlier tonight.
Yeah, today's been a pretty good day. I mean, since I've been on. I mean, there was a couple times where it was a little tedious, but I mean that's what you got to do. But other than that, it's been pretty level headed.
Always a good change up. So your Muslim theory, it's just that's flat Earth is censored. Doesn't like it. People go around talking about any wild theories that they want, running fat and high, flying spaghetti monsters, you know, space wives, new alien, whatever they want. Nobody bats an eye. But if you want to start talking about reality might be how we observe it to be, and that's too weird, huh?
It's kind of like the thing that originally attracted me to like YouTube was like when YouTube was in the early stages was kind of the the fringes were more expressed than the stuff in the middle, right? Than just the common stuff. All the fringe stuff really kind of like bubbled up. Whereas now it's just become like, network television or something, it bubbles up the stuff that's pretty smooth and easy, and maybe it's just somebody yelling at somebody about something, or but it's not. There's the fringe stuff isn't coming up, or the things that are truly thought provoking. Just
Gotcha. And it's, but like you said, that's all just shifted. So social media, all that jazz is the mainstream. We got to migrate there. People mainstream. I mean, it migrated. The old mainstream. Yeah. People are so starved for authenticity. They're realizing how fabricated reality is. Pretty tired of everything being scripted. Some people are starved for a little authenticity. That's why everybody just wants to listen to other people and want something real. Even if it is kind of mundane. Even kids just want to watch other kids play video games. Kind of weird, but hey, it's more real than what mainstream could ever.
like, another way I kind of think about it too is social media is so driven on what upsets you, right? Like, so if I was like going on to um flat earth videos and disliking them and arguing on them and stuff like that, I would think I'd get more exposure to that, because it seems that YouTube or Facebook or whoever would learn, hey, this is what this person engages in. But if I was calm about it and I just thumbs up it and move on, then it's not going to show me that shit again. It wants to show me stuff where I'm going to engage deeply in it.
I mean, there's no such thing as bad engagement.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
And like when I first came across this conversation, this is where YouTube's big censorship. It was back in the Wild West YouTube days, pre 2018, pre late 2017, somewhere around about there. You can find all kinds of it. It's changed a lot. It should be very curious for people. Why a bunch of nerds want to show people a laser over top of water. It's censored, and it's not censored. You have to find it, but it is. It's censored. And that was even in a congressional session. Pretty curious.
Pretty strange. Like, I used to just, even on YouTube now, I watch a lot of documentaries, man. I'm like, I've got a problem. But that's normally what was in my YouTube feed. But for the past like 2-3 years, it's like a struggle to find documentaries on YouTube. Like, I'm not getting them served up. I'm getting served up, YouTube shorts and just a bunch of, like, I don't know, just bloat, just nothing content.
What you got to do is get a kids account and then discontinue shorts.
Oh, you can do that with kids accounts?
Yeah, but
Man.
it seems like you can only do it on kids accounts though. I would just like it to be gone. So they actually changed YouTube now to where if you left YouTube on a short, when you log back in, it'll start showing you shorts instead of taking you to the home page. So they're trying to like do that whole TikTok brain thing. Like if you log into TikTok, like in an app, and then you try to back out of TikTok to go back to where you just were, it will not back you out. It'll back you out to another short, then back you out to another short, then it'll let you leave. You can't just
Right,
leave
yeah.
unless you just pick the close command.
Hello.
What's up, Karoba?
What's up, motherfucker? Flat, not flat. You know,
I'm not flat, but
not flat.
there's plenty of flats in here if you want, or flat earthers if you want to talk to them.
Earth is circle.
I mean, both
Sphere.
could be a circle, right?
Да, 3D sphere. Habibi. Так. Habibi.
I got something I can't find. So I've been trying to find like a like live stream or something, like a all day or multi-day video of like from a beach or from somewhere that's always the same, and it just looks out over the water where there's something that's always out there, like a oil platform, a buoy, anchored ship or something that stays in the frame for hours and hours and hours. Been trying to find something like that, and I just not finding it.
I know there are some cities or towns that they have municipal cameras that you can watch, but I don't think they necessarily be on YouTube. Like I know in some places you go to like the town website and then you watch it. And I think a seafaring city might have that. I know Savannah. Well, I used to live in Savannah, which is like a port city, and they had stuff like that. I can't remember if it was actually looking out across the beach because the beach is actually much further. It's like their port is an inlet, it's not right on the ocean.
You want like time lapse of the horizon moving? Is that what I missed? What you were saying?
Oh, he just wants a live cam that's just pointed at the ocean, and you can just watch it anytime you want.
Yeah,
I
that
gotcha.
like, and there's got to be something like in the ocean, like some reference point.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
I'll keep my eyes out.
I guess it's just too boring for most. I mean, it would be boring as shit if it was just pointed at like one oil platform all day. I'd be a weird person watching that all day. But it seems like you'd have something where,
Yeah, I was about to say there's plenty of weird, boring shit to watch. But
yeah,
Like
They
I'm
could be out
saying,
there
dude, I'm
somewhere.
saying municipal cameras, bro.
Yeah.
Search for port cities on the coast, like with municipal cameras. That might help you.
But I'm gonna warn you now, you're gonna see that physical geometric horizon about.
I mainly just want to kind of see cameras where I can kind of witness refraction other than just with like something that's that I can analyze versus something where I just do with my own eye. Oh, my bad.
I got you.
First camera I clicked on had some advertisements.
Come on, man. You know you want this Ozempic.
Dude, listen to what this says here. Look, several port cities maintain public accessible municipal cameras and networks that allow anyone to stream real-time footage, ship arrivals, harbor conditions, and activity. There
This
you go.
might be interesting.
Just start looking for some. You're gonna find one eventually. That's good. Rockport, Maine, Holland, Michigan, Port Jefferson, Marathon, Florida. Marathon, Florida. Ooh, that might be.
Mm.
Well, no, that one looks like it's mostly focused on where the boats are docking rather than docking out. But you never know. They might have multiple cameras. Because it says here that they have arrivals and conditions. So you think conditions would be looking out. All the ones that I've seen in the past, they're all trying to like show the city and show the commerce. So they're really not focused as much on the water as they are on like the docking side.
Yeah, that's what I keep finding, like beach view or like a view of a bar.
It'd be really cool to have one. Good canal or something.
Look up Godzilla early warning system.
Wow, shit. You see how important presentation is? That's just a mundane, stupid camera that nobody had ever. But fucking Godzilla, first warning, early detection system. Good.
Hey, guess what, Boogie? An 8-foot level doesn't exist on a globe, right? Because level on a globe is a curve. And my 8-foot level is straight. So if I level a cabinet to my 8-foot level, then it's actually not level. Makes no sense, bro.
Might as well just have it in the trash can.
You gotta do, Boogie, is you gotta get all the cabinets as close. But then you don't just take the countertop right on the cabinet. You gotta put it on and then shim the areas where it's just off. Because you're never gonna get all the cabinets to be true. You know what I mean? Like when they were made, they're not all the same. So the top's got to be shimmed to the countertop. You don't just take the countertop, jam it right onto your surface.
Yeah, like a yeah, I was talking about earlier. This is what people refer to as simulation theory. You know, I don't know if I've subscribed to it.
Yeah, another technique you could is you can put like a very thick bead of and then just kind of just like gently lay it down, let it get tack up a little bit, and then maneuver it. And then when the silicone hardens, it'll be like a shim. But it's just so much quicker to just use shims, even if you're going to do a silicone. Then you could screw it down and done. Now you put the shims near where you're going to screw, and then put a screw in it, and then that'll hold its shape.
Yeah, sorry there, AI. It's crunch time at work here. I'm about finished up though.
listen mode myself. I might actually listen to some music so I can get into the jive of this work.
Always helps to get the work knocked out quicker. Some jams.
Hello. Hello. Yo.
Hello?
little